for the American Revolution. It's actually a very similar story. You had a tyrannical, militarily superior, pretty non-democratic entity come and say, you're going to have partial sovereignty. And Americans, for ideological reasons, said, no way. And that, people like Bernard Bailyn and other historians, that's like the dominant story of the American Revolution. It was an ideological origins, this attachment to the idea of liberty. And so now there's lots of other reasons, I think, why this happened. But I think, for me, it starts with Ukrainians failing to make that sensible, quote unquote, rational deal that says we should relinquish some of our sovereignty because Russia is more powerful than we are.
So that's a very clinical look at the war, meaning there is a man and a country, Vladimir Putin, that makes a claim on a land, builds up troops, and invades.
Yeah.
The way to avoid suffering there, and the way to avoid death, and the way to avoid war is to back down and basically let there's a list of interests he provides, and you go along with that. That's when the goal is to avoid war. Let's do some other calculus. Let's think about Britain. So France fought Hitler, did not fight very hard. Portugal, there's a lot of stories of countries like this. And there is Winston motherfucking Churchill. He's one of the rare humans in history who had that "we shall fight on the beaches." It made no sense. Hitler did not say he's going to destroy Britain. He seemed to show respect for Britain. He wanted to keep the British Empire. It made total sense. It was obvious that Britain was going to lose if Hitler goes all in on Britain. It seemed like he was going to. And yet Winston Churchill said a big F you.
Yeah.
Similar thing, Zelensky and the Ukrainian people said F you in the same kind of way.
So I think we're saying the same things. I'm being more clinical about it.
Well, I'm trying to understand, and we won't know this, but which path minimizes human suffering in the long term?
Well, on the eve of the war, Ukraine was poorer in per person terms than it was in 1990. The economy is just completely stagnated. And Russia, meanwhile, parts of the region sort of has boomed to a degree. I mean, certainly because of oil and gas, but also for a variety of other reasons, and Putin's consolidated political control. And from a very cold-blooded and calculated point of view, I think one way Putin and Russia could look at this is this: look, we were temporarily weak after the fall of the Iron Curtain, and the rest in the West basically took advantage of that. Like, bravo, you pulled it off. You basically crept democracy and capitalism, all these things right up to our border. And now we have regained some of our strength. We've consolidated political control. We've held our people. We have a stronger economy, and we somehow got Germany and other European nations to give up energy independence, and actually we've got an enormous amount of leverage over you. And now we want to roll back some of your success because we're powerful enough to demand it. And you've been taking advantage of the situation, which is maybe a fair, impartial analysis. And in the West, but more specifically Ukraine, said that that's a price too high, which I totally respect. I'd like to think I'd make that same decision, but that's the answer. If the answer is why would they fight if it's so costly, why not find a deal? It's because they weren't willing to give Russia the thing that their power said they quote unquote deserve. Just like Americans said to Britain, yeah, of course we ought to accept semi-sovereignty. But we refuse, and we'd rather endure a bloody fight that we might lose than. And so you need some of these other 5 buckets. You need them to understand the situation. You need to sort of. There are other things going on, but I do think it's fundamental that there's just that this noble intransigence is a big part of it.
Well, let me just say a few things if it's okay.
Yeah.
So your analysis is clear and objective. My analysis is neither clear nor objective. First, I've been going through a lot. I'm a different man over the past 4 or 5 weeks than I was before. I, in general, have come to, there's anger. I've come to despise leaders in general. Because leaders wage war and the people pay the price for that war. Let me just say on this point of standing up to an invader that I am half Ukrainian, half Russian, that I'm proud of the Ukrainian people. Whatever the sacrifice is, whatever the scale of pain, standing up, there's something in me that's proud. Maybe that's whatever the fuck that is. Maybe that blood runs in me. I love the Ukrainian people, I love the Russian people. And whatever that fight is, whatever that suffering is, the millions of refugees, whatever this war is, the dictators come to power and their power falls. I just love that spirit burns bright still. And I do, maybe I'm wrong in this, do see Ukrainian and Russian people as one people in a way that's not just cultural, geopolitical, but just given the history. I think about the same kind of fighting when Hitler, with all of his forces, chose to invade the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. And he went in that Russian winter. And, you know, a lot of people, and that pisses me off, because if you know your history, it's not the winter that stopped Hitler. It's the Red Army. It's the people that refused to back down. They fought proudly. That pride, that's something. That's the human spirit. That's in war. You know, war is hell, but it really pushes people to stand for the things they believe in. It's the William Wallace speech from Braveheart. I think about this a lot. That does not fit into your framework.
No. I'm going to disagree. I think it totally fits in, and it's this. There's nothing irrational about what we believe, especially those principles which we hold the most dear, right? I'm merely trying to say that there's a calculus. There's one calculus over here that says Russia's more powerful than it was 20 years ago and even 10 years ago, and Ukraine is not, and it's asking for something. And there's an incentive to give that up. That's obvious. Like, there's an incentive to comply. But my understanding is many of these post-Soviet republics have appeased, right? Which is what we call compromise when we disagree with it. All of these other peoples in the Russian sphere of influence have not stood up. And many Russians have tried to stand up, and they've been beaten down. And now people have, we'll see, but people have not been standing up very much. And so lots of people are cowed, and lots of people have appeased, and lots of people hear that speech and think, I would like to do that, but don't. And my point is, sadly, we live in a world where a lot of people get stepped on by tyrants and empire and whatnot, and don't rise up. And so I think we could admire, especially when they stand up for these reasons. And I think we can admire Churchill for that reason. I think that's why we admire the leaders of the American Revolution and so on. But it doesn't always happen. And I don't actually know why. But I don't think it's irrational. I think it's just, it's something, it's about a set of values, and it's hard to predict. And it was hard. I think Putin may not have been out of line in thinking, just like everybody else in my sphere of influence, they're going to go over too.
And I should mention, because we haven't, that a lot of this calculation, from an objective point of view, we have to include the United States and NATO into the pressure they apply into the region.
Yep.
That said, I care little about leaders that do cruel things onto the world. They lead to a lot of suffering, but I still believe that the Russian people and the Ukrainian people are great people that stand up, and I admire people that stand up. and are willing to give their life. And I think Russian people are very much that too, especially when the enemy is coming for your home over the hill.
Yeah.
Sometimes standing up to an authoritarian regime is difficult because you don't know. It's not a monster
Yeah.
that's attacking your home directly. It's kind of like the boiling of a lobster or something like that. It's a slow control of your mind and the population. And our minds get controlled even in the West by the media, by the narratives. It's very difficult to wake up one day and to realize sort of what people call red pilled, is to see that they're, maybe the thing I've been told all my life is not true, and at every level. That's the thing very difficult to do in North Korea. The more authoritarian the regime, the more difficult it is to see. Maybe this idea that I believe, that I was willing to die for, is actually evil. It's very difficult to do for Americans, for Russians, for Ukrainians, for Chinese, for Indians, for Pakistanis, for everybody.
I think thinking about this Ukrainian, whether you want to call it nobility or intransigence or whatever, is key. I think the authoritarianness of Russia and Putin's control, or the control of his cabal, is the other thing I would really point to as what's going on here. And if you ask me, like, big picture, what do I think is the fundamental cause of most violence in the world? I think it's unaccountable power. I think, in fact, for me, an unaccountable power is the source of underdevelopment. It's the source of pain and suffering. It's the source of warfare. It's basically the root source of most of our problems. And in this particular case, it's also one of our buckets, in the sense that, like, why did Russia ask these things? Like, well, was democracy in Ukraine a threat to an average Russian? No. Was capitalism, is NATO, is whatever, is this a threat to average Russians? No. It's a threat to the apparatus of political control and economic control that Putin and cronies and the sort of group of people that rule, this elite in Russia, it was a threat to them. And so they had to ask the Ukraine to be neutral, or to give up NATO, or to have a puppet government, or whatever they were seeking to achieve, and have been trying to achieve through other means for decades, right? They've been undermining these things without invasion. And they've been doing that because it threatens their interests. And that's like one of these other logics of war. It's not just that there's something that I value so much that I'm willing to endure the cost. It's that there are people, not only does this oligarchy or whatever elite group that you want to talk about in Russia, not, first of all, they're not bearing they're bearing some costs of war, right? They're certainly bearing costs of sanctions. But they don't bear all the costs of war, obviously, and so they're quick to use it. But more importantly, like, in some sense, I think there's a strong argument, had a political incentive to give up thing, and then invade despite Ukrainian nobility and transigence, because they were threatened. And so that's extremely important, I think. And so those two things in concert make this a very fragile situation. That's, I think, why we ended up go not all the way, but a long way to understanding. Now, you can layer on to that these intangible incentives, these other things that are valued on Putin's side. Maybe there's a nationalist ideal. Maybe he seeks status and glory. But maybe those things are all true, and I'm sure they're true to an extent. And that'll weigh against his costs of war as well. But fundamentally, I think he just saw his regime as threatened. That's what he cares about, and so he made this cruelest of demands.
I mean, I would say I'm just one human. Who the hell am I? But I just have a lot of anger towards the elites in general, toward leaders in general that fail the people. I would love to hear and to celebrate the beautiful Russian people, the Ukrainian people, and anyone who silences that beautiful voice of the people anywhere in the world is destroying the thing that I value most about humanity. Leaders don't matter. They're supposed to serve the people. This nationalist idea of a people, of a country, is only makes any sense when you celebrate, when you give people the freedom to show themselves, to celebrate themselves. Like the thing I care most about is science and the silencing of voices in the scientific community, the silencing of voices, period. Fuck any leader that silences that human spirit. There's something about this. Like whenever I look at World War II, whenever I look at wars, it does seem very irrational to fight. Man, does it seem somehow deeply human when the people stand up and fight. There's something that if we talked about progress, that feels like how progress is made. The people that stand and fight. So let me read the Churchill speech. It's just, I'm so proud that we humans can stand up to evil when the time is right.
I guess here's the thing, though. Think of what's happening in Xinjiang in China. We've appeased China. We've basically said you can just do really, really, really horrible things in this region, and you're too powerful for us to do anything about it, and it's not worth it. And there's nobody standing up and making a Churchill speech or a Braveheart speech about standing up for people of Xinjiang when what's happening is in that realm of what was happening in Europe, and that's happening in a lot of places. And then when there is a willingness to stand up, there's a lot of opposition to those. So there were a lot of reasons for the invasion of Iraq. For some, it was humanitarian. Like Saddam Hussein was one of the worst tyrants of the 20th century. He was just doing some really horrible things. He invaded Kuwait. He, attempted domestic genocide and all sorts of repression. And it was probably a mistake to invade in spite. So it's important not just to select on the cases where he stood up and to select on the cases that ended up working out in the sense of victory, right? It's important to sort of try to not judge, but just try to understand these things in the context of all the times we didn't give that speech, or when we did and then it just went sideways.
Well, that's why it's powerful when you're willing to give your life for your principles, because most of the time you get neither the principles nor the life. You die. But that's why it's powerful. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and the oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. This is before Hitler had any major loss to anybody. That was a terrifying armada coming your way. We shall never surrender. I just want to give props. I want to give my respect as a human being to Churchill, to the British people for standing up, to the Ukrainian people for standing up, and to the Russian people. These are great people that throughout history have stood up to evil. Let me ask you this, because you quote Sun Tzu in The Art of War. There's no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. This is the main thesis. Can we just linger on this? Since leaders wage war and people pay the price, when we say that there's no reason to do prolonged war, is it possible to have a reason for the leaders if they disregard the price? So like, if they have a different objective function or utility function that measures the price that's paid for war. Is that one explanation of why war happens? Is the leaders just have a different calculus than other humans?
I mean, I think this links us back to what we were talking about earlier with just war. Because in some sense, just war is saying that in spite of the cost, that our enemy has done something, our opponent has refused to compromise on something that we find essential, and is demanding that we compromise in a way that's completely repugnant. And therefore, we're going to go to war despite these material costs and these human costs. So that and then that principle that you go to war on is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, I think liberty and sovereignty, I think we can understand and sympathize with, and maybe that's just a universe. Maybe that's the greatest cause of just war. But other people could go to war for something considerably less, a principle that's considerably less noble, right? Which is what Hitler was doing. That's an explanation. So that's a whole class of explanations that helped us understand that the compromise that was on the table, given the relative balance of power, was just repugnant, at least to one side, if not the other. There's something there in the that's, and then you get to the leaders. Well, what happens when what the leaders want? What happens when the leaders are detached from the interests of their groups, which has been true for basically most of human history? There's a narrow slice of societies in the big scheme of things that have been accountable to their people. A lot of them exist today, where to some degree they're channeling the interests of their group. Right. So the Ukrainian politicians didn't concede to these cruel Russian demands, because even if they had, it would have been political suicide. Because it seemed, or it seems that the Ukrainians would have just rejected this. So they were in some sense channeling the values of the broader population. Even if I don't know what was going on. And if they didn't share those principles, they self-interestedly followed them. Probably they shared them, but I'm just saying that even if they didn't, they wouldn't come. Occasionally you get the reverse, which is where the leaders are not accountable. And now they have some value, which could be glory. I mean, this is the story of the kings and to some lesser extent the queens of Europe for hundreds of years. It was basically a contest, and war was the sport of kings. And to some extent, they were just seeking status through violent competition. And they paid a big price out of the royal purse, but they didn't bear most of the suffering. And so they were too quick to go to war. And so I think that detachment of leaders combined with, you mingle it with that one bucket, that uncheckedness, and you mingle that with the fact that leaders might have one of these values, noble or otherwise, that carry them to war, combined to explain a good number of conflicts as well. And that's a good illustration of why I think like autocracy and unaccountable power I could make that story for all of the things, all five buckets. We're all more susceptible to these things, to all five of these things, when leaders are not accountable to the people and their group. And that's what makes it like the meta cause of conflict in all of human history, and sadly today.
Does the will to power play into this? The desire for power? Like, that's a human thing again in the calculation. That shall we put that in the misperceptions bucket? Or is misperceptions essentially about interaction between humans, and power is more about the thing you feel in your heart when you're alone as a leader?
I said there were three strategic reasons, like the unchecked leaders, the commitment, promise, uncertainty. There were two sort of more psychological, and I called them intangible incentives and misperceptions. The way that like a game theorist, or the way that behavioral economists would think about those two, is just to say preferences and then erroneous beliefs and mistakes. Is like, so our preferences are our preferences, right? And so utility functions, whatever we want to call it, like there's not. That's why I wouldn't call them a misperception or rationality. We like what we like.
Yeah.
If we like power, if we like relative status, if we like our racial purity, if we like our liberty, if we like whatever it is that we have convinced ourselves we value.
Maybe you fell in love with the rival queen or king.
Exactly. When I said it was a big bucket full of stuff that rhymes, like that's a pretty messy bucket. Like there's a lot of different stuff in there. And I'm just trying to say, like, let's be clear that just with the shared logic of these things is maybe just, they're really dissimilar, but let's be clear about the shared logic. And if it were true that deep down we were aggressive people who just liked violence and enjoyed the blood, or some percentage of us do, that would be there too. And so I just want to say we're really quick to recognize those, right? When we diagnose a war as an armchair analyst or as a journalist or something, we really jump to those. We don't need a lot of help to like see those happening. So we probably put a little bit too much emphasis on them. It's maybe the only thing that I would caution, because the others are more subtle, and they're often there and they contribute.
So just looking at something you said before, would it be accurate to say when the leaders become detached from the opinion of the people, that's more likely to lead to war? So
in mechanically, it's just they're going to bear fewer costs. So it's going to basically narrow the set of deals that they're going to be willing to accept instead of violence. At the same time, most of the time, it's not enough because the leaders still bear a lot of costs of war. You could be deposed, you could be killed, you could be tried, and the public purse is going to be empty. I mean, that's like the one story throughout history, is at the end of the day, your regime is broke as a result of war. And so you still internalize that a little bit. If I had to say, like, in my my buckets so far, I sort of started with like Ukrainian and trans, and then I jumped, and then I said the essential. Then you really have to understand Russian hypocrisy just to understand why they would ask something so cruel. But I mean, I think the uncertainty is really important here as well. Like if you think of it, think of all of the things, the way this has played out, and just in some ways, in how many ways we've been surprised. We've been surprised by the unity and the coherence of the West and the sanctions. That's sort of what's happened. Is it was in the realm of possibility, but it was sort of like the best case scenario from the perspective of the West and the worst case scenario for the Russians. The second thing is just the pluckiness and the effectiveness and the intransigence and nobility of this Ukrainian resistance. That's, again, was within the realm of possibility, but wasn't necessarily the likely thing, right? It was, again, maybe the worst realization for Russia, the best realization in some sense, in terms of revealed strength and resolve. And then the other thing that's been revealed is just how, like some of the corruption and ineptitude and problems on the Russian military side. And again, within the realm of possibility, maybe people who really knew the Russian military are less surprised than the rest of us, but also one of the worst possible draws for Russia. And so Putin asking this terrible price and expecting Ukraine to roll over, or the West to roll over, at least to a degree, was based on like a different set of probability. It was based on just expecting something in the middle of the probability distribution and not all these different tail events. And so the fact that the world's so uncertain, and the fact that Putin can come with a different set of expectations than the Ukrainians and the West, and all these players can just have a hard time agreeing on just what the facts are, because we live in an uncertain world. Everyone's quick to say, "Oh, we miscalculated." Why not? I don't know if he miscalculated. I think he got a really bad draw in terms of what the realized outcomes are here. And so, good for everybody else in some sense, except the fact that it's involving a lot of violence is the tragedy. So,
well, there's also economic pain, not just for the Russian people and the Ukrainian people, but for the whole world.
Yeah.
So you could talk about things that you are surprised from an analysis perspective of small victories here or there, but I think it's universally true that everybody loses once again in this war.
Right. And so the question is like, when does it, why did Russia choose to invade when Ukraine didn't give this up? Well, Russia anticipated that it would be able to seize what it wanted, the available bargain that it deserved, quote unquote, based on its power in the world, it wasn't getting. And so it thought it could take that. And the uncertainty around that made it potentially more likely that they would choose to do this. But in particular, one of the other things that I think is probably less important in this context, but still plays a role, but less important than many wars, is the fact that it's really hard to resolve that uncertainty. Right? In theory, Ukraine should be able to say, look, this is exactly how resolved we are. We're super resolved. And your military is not as strong as you think it is.
You mean before the conflict?
Before the conflict, everybody should be like,
on the table. Here's my cards.
No one wants. Yeah.
Here's your cards.
Exactly. Like that's, as a competitor in this, you can use that uncertainty to your advantage. I can try to convince you. I can bluff. right? And so anyone who's ever played poker and bluffed or called a bluff, that's the inefficient. That's the analogy in some ways too. It's not the perfect analogy, but the uncertainty in the circumstance. You don't have to miscalculate. The fact that if you bluff and lose, it's not you miscalculated. You made an optimal choice given the uncertainty of the situation to take a gamble, and that was a wiser thing for you to do than to not bluff and just to fold or to just not pay in that round. And so the uncertainty of the situation gives both sides incentives to bluff, gives neither side an incentive to try to reveal the truth. And then at some point, the other side says, you know what, you say you're resolved. You say you're going to mount an insurgency. Well, guess what? Every other, people on my border has folded, and you're going to fold too the minute the tanks roll in and the minute the Air Force comes in. I'm gambling that you're bluffing. And so that inherent uncertainty of the situation just causes a lot of short wars, actually, because it's this sort of bluff and call dynamic that goes on. And the thing that's worth recognizing is we might end up at a place in a few months where the thing that Ukraine concedes is not so far from what Russia demanded in the first place. Russia wanted, I want a neutral. I mean, who knows how? It's not the ambitious thing the Russians wanted, but if we end up in a place where Ukraine is effectively neutral, never joins NATO, is not being militarily supplied by the West, and where Russia has de facto control over the East in Crimea, if not fully recognized, probably who knows if they'll get ever internationally and Ukrainian recognized, effectively controls. Russia will have accomplished what it asked for in the first place, and both parties had to get there through violence rather than through negotiation. And you wouldn't need misperceptions and mistakes, and you wouldn't need Putin's delusions of glory or whatever to get there. You would just need the ingredients I've given so far, which is like an unwillingness to do that without fighting on the part of the Ukrainians, an autocratic leadership in Russia who would make those demands because it's in their self-interest, and then uncertainty leading them to fight. And that sadly is like the best case. It feels like the best case scenario right now, which is the war is just 5 months and not 5 years.
Given the current situation. Because the suffering has already happened. They lost homes, people moving, having to see their home in rubble, and millions of people, refugees, having to escape the country. And hate flourishes versus the common humanity as it does with war. And on top of all of that, if we talk from a geopolitical perspective, the warmongers all over the world are sort of drooling. They now got narratives, and they got whatever narratives, you can go shopping for the narratives. The United States has its narratives for whatever geopolitical thing it wants to do in that part of the world.
That's another little malevolent interaction between two of these buckets, like those unchecked leaders and those intangible incentives, those preferences, is that unchecked leaders autocrats, spend enormous amounts of time trying to manipulate the values and beliefs of their population, of their group. Right? And sometimes they do it nobly, but that's what Winston Churchill there was trying to. It's not clear that Britons were like ready to stand up. There were a lot of Americans and a lot of Britons who were like, you know what? Hitler, not such a bad guy. His ideas, not so terrible. I never liked those Jews anyways. Many were thinking, right? We had political leaders in the U.S. who were basically not pro-Nazi, but were just not anti-Nazi. And Churchill was just trying to instill a different he was trying to create that thing. He was trying to create that value. And in the American Revolution, it was as well. Like the founding fathers, the leaders of the revolution, it's not that everybody just woke up one morning in the United States and had this ideology of liberty and freedom. Some of that was true, it was out there in the ether, but they had to manufacture and create it in a way that I think they believed and was noble. But there's a lot of manufacturing and creation of these values and principles that is not noble, and that is exactly what Hitler did so well.
The anti-Semitism was present throughout the world, but the more subtle thing that I feel like may be more generally applicable is this kind of pacifism that I think people in the United States felt like it's not my conflict. Why do I need to get involved with it? And I think Churchill was fighting that the general
Apathy.
It's like it's the apathy of rational calculus. Like,
How you living, pimp?
Like, what are we going to gain by that?
Hey, you're not born yet.
Seems to be pretty reasonable.
What's the exact time? 10 what?
19.
10:19. All right. Make a mental note of it. If we airmail it, shit happens when you party naked. What's good in your neck of the woods? Did you sleep well? It's excellent to hear. Absolutely. I did that yesterday. I slept. I woke up at like 4:30 in the afternoon. I went right back to bed. Had an amazing dream, and then awoke. It's just par for the course.
Yeah. It was a good time of year to sleep.
Word, dog.
Wintertime.
Word. Whenever I speak with somebody from the southern hemisphere, it always fucks with me because everything's reversed, and I'm like, just like, I have to think about like, oh wait, it's really hot there, and it's weird to me that they'd be like, yeah, December, it's hot. Like those are like December, January, February are like the hot months there. It's like, huh?
Yeah.
I'm never gonna get that. That does not compute. I sang a little.
I don't know what I'm say. It's funny that people from the South all the time. I'm using a story.
Right. They're interesting folks.
What are you saying? Sorry,
No, you're good. I find that people from Australia are I've said this before. I don't know if this is accurate, but it's just kind of accurate. Not 100%. But I refer to Canadians as basically British colonies in the northern hemisphere and Australian in the southern hemisphere, but they still have this major connection to Britain. And even if they don't recognize it, I mean, and they can probably say the same thing about Americans, but at least we had a revolution. And if you ever look at the size of the British Empire, it's the largest empire ever. And it's just absolutely incredible the stranglehold on the world that it had at like around the year 1850. Like there's a very fascinating map I've seen. It's one of my favorite maps. Just one moment. Map of every country not invaded by England. There are only 22 countries that have never been invaded by Britain. Isn't that fascinating? Just 22. Like, and if you
22 countries.
22, that's it. And if you look, here's it. I don't want to see it for the entire video on it. I just want the map. If you look at the map here, it's like the whole world. It's not, but it's really, really close. I mean, they like exactly like Mongolia. They have it. Some random, but like
Maybe Tibet.
no, Tibet's included. I mean, let's see. Let's look at it. and what do you consider an invasion? But at least China has England ever invaded Tibet? Maybe during the Opium Wars? Yes, they did. The British military expedition of Tibet in 1903 to 1904, often referred to as the Young Husband expedition. The British invasion was largely driven by geopolitical concerns, particularly the desire to assert influence in Central Asia and counter Russian expansion in the region during the period known as the Great Game, which is just incredible. Like colonialism, expansionism, just let's just give it a name, the Great Game. British authorities were concerned that Russia might try to extend its influence over Tibet, which would potentially threaten British control over India. The expedition was led by Colonel Francis Younghusband, and it involved an armed march from British India into Tibet. The British forces faced little resistance as they advanced towards Lhasa, the Tibetan capital. After some skirmishes and the occupation of strategic locations, a treaty was signed between the British and the Tibetan government. This treaty allowed the British to establish a political and commercial mission in Lhasa and open Tibet to British influence, but it did not formally annex Tibet. The British presence in Tibet ended after the 1904 mission, but the episode left a lasting impact on the relationship between Britain, Tibet, and China. Tibet at the time was a region under Chinese suzerainty, but the British presence further complicated the situation. The invasion was not an outright annexation, but it did mark a significant moment in the history of British involvement in the region. Later, during the 1950s, China formally asserted control over Tibet, leading to ongoing tensions and disputes over Tibet's political status. So yeah, they have definitely invaded. Um, let's see. Let me just go to ChatGPT to make it easy. Like even countries that I didn't even think they would have, like Mexico. I've never really thought when did yo dog when did England invade Mexico? It's known as the Pastry War, also known as the War of the French Pastry. In 1838, it wasn't a full-blown military invasion, but rather a conflict between Mexico and France, with British indirectly involved. Here's a story: a French pastry chef in Mexico had his shop looted during a riot, and the French government demanded compensation from Mexico. When Mexico refused, France blockaded Mexico and eventually declared war. Britain, though not directly involved, sided with with France because of trade interests, but they did not push for a peaceful resolution. In the end, the war lasted about a year and ended with Mexico agreeing to pay the claims, mostly to avoid further destruction. So while the French were the main players, Britain's involvement made the conflict a bit more international. Yo, dog, can you please list the 22 countries that England has not invaded? All right. Like, and they even include like some random ass places like Vatican City. Okay, fine. Andorra. Oh, so these are the. Yeah, I know. So they haven't invaded Andorra, Antigua and Barbuda, Armenia, Bhutan, Bolivia, Brazil, which kind of surprises me because Brazil's so large. But I guess because, well, actually, though, very interestingly,
Right now, it surprises me because it's right next door to that.
right. What's very interesting is that the oldest peace treaty or alliance in the world is between Portugal and Britain, and that's why because of the Portuguese influence over Britain, it probably has not. They basically are like, hey, that's Portugal stuff. Um, Costa Rica, they have not invaded Denmark, Ethiopia, Finland, Iceland, which is another interesting one, Japan, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco. I mean, they're counting really small countries. North Korea, San Marino, Saudi Arabia, Seychelles, Switzerland, Vatican City. There are 22. Everything else they have invaded at some point. And that is just
Mentioning Ethiopia, I don't mean to change the subject, but it makes me wonder if the rulers of their the covenant of that church would have something to do with it. Because, very, very Catholic and everything, and so that there is a holy relic in that nation, perhaps they keep it as divinely protected. I wonder, I mean, the whole, whether or not that is ever true of what everyone is saying. Somebody was scared the wrath of God, things like that, the rumors of it existing and protected by, priests who very much act like, the old guard of, first temple Jews, who have to dress and adorn themselves, who's allowed in and all that. Very interesting. What do you think? Do you think it's possible?
I think there's something very special about Ethiopia, particularly in their devoutness to whatever religion. I know that the
Yes.
people from there are in Israel known as B'nai Israel, and essentially they have kept the traditions consistent since the time of the Second Temple, and
Yeah.
it it fascinated and surprised scholars how accurate they kept Torah, and essentially their scrolls were as accurate as they had them in Israel, and it was there was some racism and the thought that hey, we don't want black people here, basically. But when it was discovered, I'm not saying that was across the board, but there was just it was like the 1940s.
Of course.
So there were just
Exactly. I know.
there was just segregation everywhere. But when it was discovered how accurate the Torah scrolls were and how accurate they were in their their devoutness, particularly, I know that the Torah scrolls were like word for word exactly the same. Uh, Many of the accoutrements, many of like their talito, the ceremonial um, cloths that are worn, um, were all in line with how Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews or Mizrahi Jews lived, and thus then there was um, a major push around the 1970s um, for essentially to make Aliyah for those people, for them to come back to Israel. And then there's just been assimilation within Jewish society. So people of all colors are able to daven or pray together without any type of segregation, which is not the same in many other with many other peoples and also many other religions. What was always interesting to me, well, and one of the reasons why this is has been this way is because Ethiopia was never, well, going back to 2,000 years, was never fully under any colonial um, power. So the closest were the Italians, but even they didn't have a full grasp on the entire country. And basically, um, that the fact that they were able to avoid invasion has allowed them to keep many of their religious traditions consistent. And so I think there's really an argument to be made that Ethiopian Jews may have kept more consistent practices than perhaps some aspects of Ashkenazi, some aspects of Mizrahi, some aspects of Yemenite, some aspects of Moroccan, some aspects of Sephardic Jews, basically because they were in exile, but then they didn't move anywhere. If you look at Ashkenazim, we moved from Israel to Italy and then up through Germany and then into Poland and Russia. If you look at Sephardim, they moved through Spain and Portugal and northern Africa a little bit until the major invasions of the Moorish people, the Mohammedans, the Muslim people. If you look at Mizrahi, they essentially were Eastern Jews and were throughout Iraq and Iran, basically at points under other authorities, specifically Islamic leaders. If you look at Moroccan Jews, they were also under the grasp um, of Islamic rulers, but Ethiopian Jews didn't really have that. They were in exile, just like everybody else, but there wasn't another religion or another civilization that ruled over them. So they were able to keep their traditions more accurate, I would say, to Second Temple times. Though there's no way for us to know that exactly, I would say that is in line with most scholars. That because of the avoidance of invasion, the accuracy of their ceremonies is really similar to what was being performed in the Second Temple period. Now, when it comes to the Ark of the Covenant and that, I don't know. I don't know. But
Yeah.
at least I know that their religious ceremonies were very similar to what was being practiced in the Ashkenazic and Sephardic world, and including like circumcision, including a bar mitzvah, including the calling up to the Torah scroll, all of those things. It was almost as if there's a story I've heard of like the archaeologists or the explorers who were in that land were just absolutely shocked that it was essentially perfect Hebrew being spoken and read, and the Torah scrolls. I mean, they were like so accurate that not a single letter was incorrect. Now, could there have been? Yeah, but I mean, it was like down to the letter. It was so accurate, and at that point, it was like, well, we have to let these guys in. They're as accurate as anybody else. Now, from what I read here, the British did invade Ethiopia, but it was during World War II when the Italians were there. So they kind of drove the Italians out. But then Ethiopia was reestablished as an independent country. Ethiopia is very fascinating, though. It's almost like they were protected. For all of the people in what the colonial powers did to the African continent, it was almost, I'm not going to say it was divine because I don't like to use those terms. I don't know whether that's just a word that is used in English probably too often, but this special part of Africa was basically never colonized, and also the major part is the people there were not enslaved, so they were able to keep their culture, and basically everywhere else in Africa was brutally enslaved, but not Ethiopia.
I'm gonna go get my morning started really quick. I'll be back in just a little bit.
You do you, big guy.
Mm. All right, brother. I'll be back in just a minute.
You do what you need to do.
He's saying he's not going. He's going to stop the bombing. Then you're still going to
Absolutely. Not yet, my
maintain
man.
your
We got
sovereignty
10-19.
with Britain. Like, why are we fighting again? And that's the thing that's hard to break, because you have to say, well, you have to speak the principle. You have to speak at some greater sort of long-term vision of history. So like, yes, now it may seem like it's a way to avoid the fight, but you're actually
Hey,
just to
look
putting
who it is.
shackles on
Aframasha.
it. You're just
How are you, girl? Happy New Year to you. I want you to know I thought about you a lot, and I was going to give you a couple more days, and then I was going to send you a message saying, hello, did you forget about us? I didn't forget. I even checked in on your Kick channel just to make sure you were still streaming.
Yeah.
And you are. You're streaming very consistently a lot. Like, pretty close to every day. You take a couple days off here and there, but you do it for very long periods of time, which is very interesting. And I think that's really great.
Thank you so much for checking that what I'm doing. I was checking too, but when I was coming on the Discord, you were sleeping.
Absolutely.
And I wanted to meet you in New Year to wish you the best. And
Thank you.
and
Yes.
success.
Yes, I've been sleeping a lot, probably the same amount as usual, but my hours are reversed. I have friends in Australia, and we play games like
Yes.
all night. And so it's night here and it's day there. And then I'm up all night, and then I'm very, very tired, and then I fall asleep. So, yeah, I'm trying to get my hours perhaps back to normal. But I really like to play with these guys. So, and we have a good time together, and we're up very, very late. But yeah, I appreciate you checking in on me. And I want to know, how has your experience on Kick been?
How experience? I got a lot of followers, and it much growing up. Really very fast it's growing up. I am streaming not a month, and I have so much followers and viewers. I think I need 10 followers to get cooperation with Kick.
Okay, so it looks like you have 75 followers now, which is what I think you needed.
17, how? 17,
75.
Two?
No, 75.
75.
75.
So I need 5.
No.
5 more.
Don't you need 75?
I need 18 to take a cooperation
Oh.
on the platform.
Okay, I'll get you 80 in 20 minutes. I'll get you that. I have lots of accounts, so I'll just follow you. Don't worry. Just one moment. I might get you one right now. Hold on. I have a robot that creates accounts all the time. So I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll get you 76, 77, 78, 79, and then 80. Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Don't worry. You'll have it within an hour, I'll say. Maybe less. Okay. One thing about Kick, and if you don't understand what I'm saying, I think you do. I know you do for most of it, but some of this might be technical. I'll try to make it not technical though. Basically, many people on Kick, especially at the very top, the people who have like 1,000 viewers and 800 viewers, those are all paid for. Those are all bought. They're all robots. They're not real. So you should know that, like,
Yeah, I thought.
yeah, and people are starting to talk about it because they're mad. They're not getting paid for the numbers that they're seeing. So let's say you buy a bot and it gives you 1,000 followers or 1,000 viewers, but you're not getting paid for 1,000 viewers. They are mad about that. And the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven, he has spoken about this recently. And he basically said that he doesn't want to give away how they determine if somebody's a real user or a bot, because then the bots will get smarter and smarter. But basically, that botting is rampant on the website. And I know it for a fact that it is. So I don't want you ever to get down or get sad, because it's like, wow, I want 80 people watching me at once. If somebody says they have 80 people watching them, they have 75 bots and 5 real people. If somebody has 105 people watching them, they have 100 bots and 5 real people. There aren't that many people on the website. Do you know there's a rapper, his name is Drake. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from Canada. You know who he is?
I think I know.
Yes.
I think I know.
So he basically got mad recently and said, like, F this site. Basically, they're not paying people the way that they're supposed to be paying people, and I don't need this. And Kick took down that stream, and I don't know exactly if they're on good terms or not, but basically more and more popular people are saying this is not legitimate. Now, it can be. I mean, it can get you a lot of people to see you, but I don't want you to feel bad that, hey, I'm streaming and I got 0 people or 1 person or 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or 5 people watching me. That's a lot.
I am happy.
Yeah, exactly. That's you
Yes,
should
that's a lot. I'm happy.
exactly. That's as many people as who are at the very top. So just know that, like, that's what everybody's at. I know when I streamed on Kick, I would get 0, 1, 2, not a lot of people. However, what will happen is they will put you on the front page. And when they put you on the front page, then you get a lot of people coming in, 30, 40, 50, 60 real people. So that's always a cool thing. But yeah, I've checked on you a couple times just because I wanted to make sure you were still streaming, and I think that's cool. People are making clips of you. You know what clips are, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
I think they're clipping the information are not important.
Yes.
It's taking a dopamine or serotonin to watch it. On streaming, I am trying to get learning information, the knowledge, or something, and to create this with people. And I know I'm not searching for popularity in the
Good.
internet. I am searching friends.
Yes.
I am searching a family.
Absolutely. So here's something interesting on your stream. If I look at it, the last 3 streams you have. Okay, the last one that you did, which was 3 days ago, 229 views. That's good. That's far more than I think we really think is going on. 229 is a lot of people to watch your stuff from just 3 days ago. Okay, then from 5 days ago, 296 people are viewing you. That's after you're done. That's really, like, if that's real, that would be really good. Then 6 days ago, 2,180 people. How did you go from 200, 200, 2,000? What did you do? I mean, come on. I mean, I know you know it's not real. I know you didn't do anything wrong. But what I want you to know is that's the website pumping up your numbers.
Somebody is botting my streams and clips. I had 32,000 watchers on one clip, and I think that's a bot. That's a bot.
Wow, I can see that. I'll tell you, I have a clip bot. I have a bot that just clips people, and while it doesn't give free views, it clips a lot. And the reason why I clip is I make a clip and then I name the clip my Discord so that people come in here. It's free advertising for me. But I can tell you, if I know how to do it, there are much more advanced, many more advanced people out there who are able to figure this out as well. And it seems to be what's happening to you, where either someone outside of Kick or someone within Kick is elevating your numbers. Because if you had 2,000 people watch your stream, you would have seen 200, 300, 400, 500 people in your stream at once, and you never did. And it's not like you did something so amazing that gave you 2,000 people after the fact. It's just, it doesn't, the numbers don't compute. And people are starting to see that. And they're starting, I would say, to get frustrated by it. Just one moment.
Rabbi, I must go to my friend. My friends comes to me to celebrate New Year. Can we talk tomorrow, please?
Absolutely.
About it? And
Absolutely. In the meantime, I'm going to get you to 80. Okay, I'm going to get you one right now. So just one moment, and you're going to get one. And how about this? I will send you a message. I will send you a message on Discord when I get you to 80. Is that okay?
thank you so much. You are supporting me very nice and very well. I'm so grateful for you.
Absolutely.
I'm happy that I meet you on this New Year and we can do big things together.
Absolutely. How did you find me?
And then I found you by a stream on Kick. Somebody's linked me, and I meet you.
Excellent.
So happy.
Excellent. So okay, so you have 76 now, and that's amazing. So my bot worked. It got you in here, so it was worth it all along. Okay, so I will continue, and you enjoy your friend, and come back tomorrow whenever you can. Okay.
Thank you so much. Kisses
Take care, Aframashia.
and lovely.
Much love. Much love. Absolutely. Take care. Bye bye.
Goodbye. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you, Rabbi.
How you doing, Dr. Don? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Oh, I'm doing good. I mean, I've been taking it easy those last couple of weeks. Not really been doing much.
Excellent. Have you
Celebration, you know.
have you been tearing it up in the Music Biz Marty server?
No, I haven't been in there recently. I mean, I just kind of lurk. I'll go in there, see what's going on once in a while, but I don't post and interact.
Okay. Well, I've been live streaming in there. I don't know if you ever see me in there, but I have been in there live. I did this like this summer for I don't know, like a month. I've been in there now for like at least 2 or 3 weeks straight, and it's a troll server. You get some people in there who are who are looking to troll people, but then they find me, and they've been very nice to me. I really mean that. The people in the Music Biz Marty server have just been nothing but nice to me, so I'm very appreciative of that. Is that how you found me, Doctor Don?
I mean, that's how it is in Marty's neck of the woods. It's a little, they'll hold you accountable for like mistakes, right? If you do like a big mistake, for example, there's a lot of trouble, there's a lot of things. But they'll be nice and they'll be respectful as long as you treat the golden rule, really, in that server. Is they'll be nice to you if you're nice to them, and you know, as long as you're not anybody who's known for being a predator or anything, you're fine.
That's what I think too.
You'll meet some cool people in there, and you'll find some interesting rabbit holes to go down to as well. It gets a little chaotic in there sometimes, especially when there's like when you got like a whole bunch of people in a group chat bragging on like one dude. Then it's a little.
Well, we're watching. We are watching Lex Friedman. So feel free to watch and enjoy. And if you need anything, I'm here for you.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of, zoning out a bit, focusing on some other shit. I just wanted to drop in and tell you Happy New Year's, man.
Thank you, man. Happy New Year to you, my friend.
All right, take care. All right.
Take care, my friend. Peace.
All right. Peace.
That is seemingly not fair, period. The person who reviews appeals should not be the same person who banned me, period. Keep scrolling to review my sections on orthodoxy. You should have no role in it, period. Whether you want to accept my rabbinical organization, that is up to you, period. I do not have to justify myself to anyone but my community, period. The fact that I am not allowed in, comma, is just showing that you are gatekeeping, period. Who really knows when Shabbat is? Question mark. Perhaps in the age of Mashiach, Kama, it will be. This is the absolute wildest amount of gatekeeping possible. I'm getting tag teamed. Everything that you've done is being recorded, period. All I wanted to do is make new friends, comma, and apparently I'm not allowed to do that because of its gatekeeping guardians, period. I am recording it as well, period. There he is. How you living, Pim? Afirmatia was in here. She's been streaming. Yeah, she said she's been in here, but I've been asleep, which I completely understand. She has. She's. She knows what's up with Kick. I was explaining to her, like, hey, don't let Kick get you down if it's showing that you have, um, like, not really great numbers, because you need to know that they use like inflated numbers there, that there are bots that are essentially helping other people. She's like, that's what I figured. I'm just there to make friends. And it's really interesting that she's like we were going through her numbers, and like 5 days ago, she had 200 people watch her stream. 6 days ago, 200 people watch her stream. 7 days ago, 2,000 people watch her stream. And she's just like, yeah, but those are fake numbers. It's basically what Kick is just doing so that people think, oh, well, I'm getting a lot of traction on this, and they're not really at all. I mean, there are platforms that I use. One of them is UChat, and another one is what is another one? Like Trovo. They just, whenever you start, you automatically start with 50 people watching you. And another one, Bigo, Bigo, is another one. Some people call it Bigo. You just automatically start with like 50 people watching you, but absolutely nobody says anything. Well, actually, do you know what Bigo is? Okay, so Bigo is like it's a really nice platform that it's like TikTok, but it's a lot easier to get into group chats, group calls on video. They basically can allow you to have 16 people at a time, and you can click on there and basically have your choice of um, who do you want to talk with and everything. But what I really find interesting is it uses bots, and it doesn't tell you that it's using bots. So you'll be streaming, no one will be in there. It'll be just you and 16 empty spots, and all these people will be chatting to you like, oh, great stream, or that was really interesting, or like, check out my profile. And it's like, these are all like literally like they're using bots against me or against a streamer. I just find that really interesting. That to me, that's a very that isn't necessarily, there's a lack of legitimacy in that. I think that type of behavior perhaps should be, I don't want to say perhaps made illegal, but I think at a certain point the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, should have some kind of standards for these platforms to say, like, look, because it really involves people's money. And so if you're getting paid based on like how many chatters you have or how many viewers you have, there should be some legitimacy to the numbers that are being shown, and there just aren't. And I think that's pretty sad.
What we do where people like to go over their own data reports too. So if you have skewed metrics, it's like, how can you trust anything else from that report?
Exactly. And to hear Eddie Craven say, we don't pay based on bots, yet you show people as having inflated numbers because of robots, is somewhat disingenuous to me. That if you're showing someone's got 1,000 viewers right now, then you need to pay on 1,000 viewers. You can't say, well, we can see on the back end of what's really going on. Well, then show everybody else on the back end what's going on. And he says the reason that they don't do that is because they don't want people to know the strategies that they use to detect bots. But in my opinion, that strategy is skewed, because you should show what the real numbers are. And if people want to have real people watch their stream, which is basically what you say you have the ability to be able to see, then let them. If somebody wants to, look, I did this on YouTube for a month. I paid 5 Indian people to watch my stream at all times. And it's possible. If you pay people the money, they'll do it. And to me, that's at least a legitimate viewer, as opposed, and they would interact and we would talk and stuff. There's at least some legitimacy to that, as opposed to just, well, I know a guy who has a server and they can inflate numbers in any way possible. Anyway, those are my thoughts on everything.
Anyway, I think they're figure out something. I'm straight.
You're good.
Destroying
Yeah.
the very greatness of our people if we don't fight back.
And to think about this with like the current case with Russia, I mean, some people look at Putin's speeches and papers he's written on Ukraine historically being a part of Russia and trying to deny basically create all these nationalist narratives, and they think, well, Putin really believes, and he might, Putin really believes this, and that's why he's invading. And that might also be true, and that would contribute to just make a peaceful bargain even harder to find. But I suspect what's at least a minimum true is Putin's trying to manufacture support for an invasion in the population through propaganda. And so he's doing, on some level, the same thing that Winston Churchill was doing in mechanical terms, which is to try to manipulate people's preferences, but doing it in a sinister, malevolent, evil, self-serving way, because it's really in his interest. Whereas this was anything but, right? In the church example,
The dark human thing is like there's moments in World War II where Hitler's propaganda, he began to believe his own propaganda. It's like,
I think he probably always believed. I think he was a sincere believer.
well, no. There's a lot of places in where there was uncertainty,
Yeah.
and they decided to do propaganda,
Yeah.
and that propaganda resolved the uncertainty in his own mind. Like, so for example, he believed until very late that America is a weakling militarily and as an economic power and just the spirit of the people. And like that was part of the propaganda they're producing. And because of that propaganda, when he became the head of the army, he was making military actions. He like nonchalantly started war with America, with the United States of America, where he didn't need to at all. He could have avoided that completely, but he thought, whatever, they're easy. So I think that propaganda first, belief second. And I think as a human being, as a dictator, when you start to believe the lies with which you're controlling the populace, you become detached from this person that's able to resolve in a very human way the conflict in the world.
I mean, when I said the big common factor that causes war over and over and over again is unaccountable power. It's not just because it's mechanically, like one of my 5 explanations is saying, well, if you're unaccountable, you don't bear the cost of war, you might have private incentives. So yes, bargains are harder to find, but it leads to all these nasty interactions. So earlier I said there's this interaction between the values and the unchecked leaders, because those idiosyncratic values of your leader become more important when they're unchecked. But the uncertainty point you just made is like a deep point. It's to say actually that like the fundamental problem that all autocrats have is an information problem, because nobody wants to give them the right information.
Yeah.
And they have very few ways to aggregate information if they're not popular, right? And so So there's a whole cottage industry of political science sort of talking about why autocrats love fixed elections and why they love Twitter and why they actually like it in a controlled way. Is it solves an information problem. Like that's your crucial. If you're like Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin, you need to solve an information problem just to avoid having rebellion on your hands in your own country every day, because uncertainty kind of gets magnified and you get all this distorted information in this apparatus of control. And so that's like another nasty interaction between uncertainty and unchecked leaders is you end up in this situation where you're getting bad information. And you, it's not that you believe your own lies. It's just that you sort of you're sort of averaging what you believe over the available information, and you don't realize that it's such a distorted and biased information source.
One of the other things about this time that was a surprise to me, in the fog of uncertainty, how sort of seemingly likely nuclear war became. Not likely, but how it
Less unlikely than
it's
before.
exactly, that's a better way to say it. It started to take a random stroll away from 0% probability into this kind of land of maybe, like, it's hard to know, but it's oh wow, we're actually normally talking about this as if this is part of the calculus, part of the options. But before we talk about nuclear war, because I'm going to need a drink, do you need to go to the bathroom?
Sure, I'll take it.
Back to nuclear war. What do you think about this? That people were nonchalantly speaking about nuclear war as if it doesn't lead to the potential annihilation of the human species. What are the chances that our world descends into nuclear war? Within your framework, you wear many hats.
Yeah.
Is sort of the analyst, right? And then one is a human. What do you think are the chances we get to see nuclear war in this century?
Well, you know, the official doomsday clock for nuclear warfare sits in the lobby of my building. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists sort of shares a building with us, so it's always there every day.
Can you describe what the doomsday clock is?
The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, it's something that this group of physicists sort of said to sort of mark just how close we are to nuclear catastrophe, and they started it decades ago. And it's a clock, and it's sort of how close are we to midnight, where midnight is nuclear Armageddon or the destruction of humanity. And it's been sitting, I mean, it hasn't moved as close to midnight in the last few weeks as it probably should have, only because it was already so close. There's actually limited room for it to move for a bunch of other reasons. I think there's a whole political thing that it's really hard, it's really easy to move it closer. And it's really hard if you're the person in charge of that clock to move it away, right? Because that's always very controversial. So it always sits there, but it forces you to think about it a little bit every day. And I admit I was nonchalant about it until recently, in a way that many other people were. I still think the risk is very low, but kind of for the reasons we've talked about, just so unimaginably costly that nobody wants to go that way. So it's like the extreme version of my whole argument is why we most of the time don't fight is because it's just so damn costly. And so that's the incentive not to use this. And if they do use it, that's the incentive to use it in a very restrained way. But that's not a lot of. But because we know we do go to war and there's all these things that interfere with it, including miscalculation and all of these human foibles, and several of those nuclear powers are not accountable leaders. I think we have to be a lot more worried than many of us were very recently. I pointed out earlier, like the whole reason we're in this mess is because the only people who have this private interest in like having Ukraine give up its freedom is this Russian cabal and elite that gets their power and is preserved only and is threatened by Ukrainian democracy. How far would they go to hang on to power when push came to shove? Is I think the thing that worries me the most, and is plainly what worries most people about the risk of nuclear. Like, at what point does that unchecked leadership decide that this is worth it? Especially if they can emerge from the rubble still on top. I don't know. So, and I don't know that any of us have really fully thought through all of that calculus and what's going on. Very recently, around the anniversary of January 6th, there were a lot of questions about was the United States going to have another civil war. On the one hand, I think it's almost unimaginable. Sort of like in the same way I think that nuclear war and complete Armageddon is unimaginable. But I remember something that when both of those questions get asked, I remember something I was in the audience of listening to some great economists speak about the 20 years ago about the risk of an Argentina-style financial meltdown of the United States. Like, what's the total financial collapse? And they said, you know what? The risk is vanishingly small, but that's terrifying because until recently, the answer is zero. And so the fact that it's not zero should deeply, deeply scare us all, and we should devote a lot of energy to making it zero again. And that's how I feel about the risk of a civil war in the U.S., and that's how I feel about the risk of nuclear war. It's higher than it used to be, and that should terrify us.
To me, what terrifies me is that all this kind of stuff seems to happen like overnight, like super quick, and it escalates super quick when it happens. So it's not like, I don't know. I don't know what I imagine, but it just happens. Like if a nuclear war happened, it would be something like a plane, like in this case with Ukraine, a NATO plane shut down over some piece of land by the Russian forces, or so the narrative would go. But it doesn't even matter what's true or not in order to spark the first moment of escalation, and then it just goes.
Well, I think that happens sometimes. I mean, again, it's this thing that, what social scientists call it selection of the dependent variable. Like, there's all these times when that didn't happen, when it stopped, when it escalated one step and then people paused, or it escalated two steps and people said, whoa, 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 whoa. And so we remember the times when it went boom, 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 and then the really terrible thing happened. But fortunately, that's not, I start off the book with an example of a gang war that didn't happen in Medellin, Colombia, which is that's how my day job is actually studying conflict of gangs and violence and of these other kinds of groups, also very sinister. And most of the time they don't fight, and that escalation doesn't happen. So the escalation does happen quickly sometimes, except when it doesn't.
So we remember the ones when it does. It's really important to think about all that. Like, I remember talking to, I think, Elon Musk on the podcast. I was sort of like talking about the horrors of war and so on. And then he said, well, like most of human history, because I think I said like most of human history is had been defined by these horrible wars. He's like, no, most of human history is just peaceful, like farming life. Like war, yeah. We kind of remember the wars, but most of human history is just, is life.
Yeah, most of the competition between nations was like blood. I would say bloodthirsty without drinking that blood, in the sense that it was intense, it was loathsome, and so a lot of the rivalry and a lot of the competition, which is also can be problematic in its own ways, is not violent. And most of human history is about the oppression of the majority by a few. And there are moments when they rise up in revolt and there's a revolution, we remember those, but most of the time they don't. And the story of political change and transformation and freedom is there's a few revolutions that are violent, but most of it is actually revolutions without that kind of violent revolt. Most of it is just the peaceful concession of power by elites to a wider and wider group of people in response to their increased economic bargaining power, their threat that they're going to march. So even if we want to understand something like the March of Freedom over human history, I think we can draw this same insight that actually most of the time we don't fight. We actually concede power. Now you don't. The elite doesn't sort of give power to the masses right away. They just co-opt the few merchants who could threaten the whole thing and bring them into the circle. And then the circle gets a little bit wider and a little bit wider until the circle is ever widened. Maybe not ever, but encompasses most, if not all. And that's like a hopeful and optimistic trend.
Yeah, if you look at the plot, you guys can pull it up of the wars throughout history. So the rate of wars throughout history does seem to be decreasing significantly with a few spikes, and the sort of the expansion. It's like half the world is under authoritarian regimes, but that's been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking.
Stephen Kerr's one a famous scholar who brings up this hypothesis. I mean, there's sort of two ways. There's actually two separate kinds of violence. That one where I think he's completely right, and one where I think we're not sure. Probably, maybe not. Where he's completely right, sort of interpersonal violence, homicides, everyday violence has been going down, 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 down. That's just unambiguously, and it's mostly because we've created cultures and states and rules and things that control that violence. Now, the warfare between groups, is that less frequent? Well, it's not clear that he's right, that there's fewer wars. You might say that the wars are more rare because they're more costly, because our weapons are so brutal. The costs of war go up. As the costs of war go up, not entirely, but for the most part, that gives us an incentive not to have them. And but then when they do happen, they're doozies. So is Pinker right? I hope he's right, but I don't think that officially that trend is there. I think that we might have the same kind of levels of intergroup violence because maybe those 5 fundamentals that lead to war have not fundamentally changed, and thus given us a more peaceful world now than a couple hundred years ago.
That's something to think about. So obviously looking at his hypothesis, looking at his data and others like him. But I have noticed one thing, which is the amount of pushback he gets.
Yeah.
That there is this is speaking to the general point that you made, which is like we overemphasize the anecdotal, and don't look objectively at the aggregate data as much. There's a general cynicism about the world. And I don't even mean cynicism. It's almost like cynicism porn or something like that, where people just for some reason, they get a little bit excited to talk about the destruction of human civilization in a weird way. Like, they don't really mean it, I think. If I were to, psychoanalyze their geopolitical analysis, I think it's a kind of, I don't know, maybe it relieves the mind to think about death at a global scale somehow, and then you can go have lunch with your kids afterwards and feel a little better about the world. I don't know what it is, but it's not very scientific. It's very kind of personal, emotional, and so we should be careful to look at the world in that way, because if you look broadly, there is just like you highlight, there's a will for peace among people. Yeah. You mentioned Medellin. By the way, how do you pronounce it? Medellin or Medellin?
Both are fine. I think they say Medellin because that's kind of the accent is the just on the double L. But Medellin would be totally fine as well.
What lessons do you draw from the Medellin cartel, from the different gang wars in Colombia and Medellin? What's the economics of peace and war between drug cartels?
Here's what was really insightful for me. So I live in Chicago, and Chicago people are aware that there's a violence problem in Chicago. It's actually not the worst American city by any stretch of the imagination for shootings, but it's pretty bad. And Medellin has these many more, and probably many better organized gangs than Chicago. And yet the homicide rate is maybe half. Now, I mean, there have been moments when these gangs go to war in the last 30 years when Medellin has become the most violent place on the planet. But for the most part, right now, they're peaceful. And so what's going on there? I mean, one thing that is there's a hierarchy of organizations, so that above these reasonably well-organized neighborhood gangs, there's a set of more shadowy organizations that have different names. Some people call them razones, some people would call them bandas criminales, criminal bands. You might just call them mafias. And there's about 17 of them, depending on how you want to count. And they themselves have a little operating board sometimes they call it the office, la oficina, sometimes they call it la mesa, the table.
With each individual one, or as a group?
As a group. So they meet, and they don't meet personally all the time. Sometimes they meet, but they consult. A lot of the leaders of these groups are actually in prison, and they're in the same wings in
Does
prison.
they have representatives? Oh, they meet in prison.
Well, they're whatever. If I'm on a cell block with you, I'm meeting you anyways, right? And so actually imprisoning leaders and putting them in the same cell block, but not putting them in, if you get arrested here in the United States and you're a criminal leader and you get put in a supermax prison, you cannot run your criminal empire. It's just too difficult. It's impossible. There, it's possible. And you might think, and they do, they still run their empire. And you might think that's a bad idea. But actually, cutting off the head of a criminal organization, leaving it to a bunch of like hot-headed young guys who are disorganized is not always the path to peace. So having these guys all in the same prison patios is actually it reduces imperfect information and uncertainty, right? It provides a place for them to bargain. They can talk and to allow oficinas like a lot of these informal meetings. And so and they have these tools that they use to control the street gangs. So instead of there being like 400 gangs, all sort of in this anarchic situation, competing for territory and constantly at war, the Razones are keeping them in line. And they will use sanctions. They will, sanction might be, I will put a bullet in your head if you
It's a
don't.
little more honest than
More-
sanctions between nations.
Exactly, but they will sit them down. They'll help them negotiate. They will provide I said there are these things called commitment problems where like there's some I have some incentive to like exterminate you, but that's going to be costly for everybody. So I'm going to have, what's the solution? Well, I'm going to provide commitment. I'm going to like enforce this deal. And yeah, you don't like this deal now because you could take advantage of your situation and wage war, but I'm going to give you a counter incentive. And so they keep the peace. And it's a little bit, so they're a little bit like the UN Security Council and peacekeeping forces and sanctions regimes, like the same kinds of tools, the same parallels, and they're imperfect. They don't always work that well, and they're unequal, right? Because it's not like they're pursuing this in the interests of like democratic, blah blah blah. But it kind of works until it doesn't. And 10 years ago, and in the mid 1990s, there were wars, and this breaks down. And it kind of gave me this perspective on the international institutions and all the tools we've built, that we do the same things, right? Sanctions are designed to make unchecked leaders face the cost of war. It's a solution to one of the 5 problems. And mediators are a solution to uncertainty. And international institutions that can enforce a peace and agreement are a solution to commitment problems. And all of these things can be solutions to these intangible incentives, these preferences for whatever you value, and miscalculations, because they will punish you for your miscalculation, or they will get a mediator to help you realize why you're miscalculating. So they're doing all these things, and it made me realize that the comparison to the UN Security Council and all our tools is actually a pretty good one, because those are pretty unequal too, and those are pretty imperfect. Like we have 5 nations with a veto on the Security Council and a lot of unequal power, and they're manipulating this in their own self-interest or their group's interests. So it's actually some of the things that work in Medellin and why they work help give me a lot of perspective on what works in the international arena and why we have some of the problems we have.
So there's not, in some deep way, there's not a fundamental difference between those 17 mafia groups and
UN Security Council.
UN Security Council. We're such
like-
funny descendant of apes. We put on suits. I'm sure they wear different. They have different cultural garbs that they wear.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? I mean, that's the sense I got from Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa, who founded the Medellin cartel. Is like having spoken with people on this podcast, talked to Roger Reeves, who was a drug transporter. It seems like it was. I don't know the right term, but it was very kind of professional and calm. It didn't have a sense of danger to it, like it's negotiating. So like the danger is always on the table as a threat, as part of the calculation, but you're using that threat in order to de-escalate, in order to have peace. Everybody is interested in peace.
So something that happened last year, we were a little bit able to watch in real time because we had a few contacts. We've been meeting and talking to a lot of these leaders in prison and a bit outside of prison. Many of them will talk to us. And so the homicide rate, I mentioned homicide rate in Medellin, maybe 2/3 or half of the Chicago level. It had been climbing some of these street level gangs were starting to fight. Maybe at sort of on some level, it seems that like maybe some of those some leaders were like saying, well, we're actually not sure how strong these guys are. Let's let them fight just to test it out. Let's have these skirmishes, right? It wasn't prolonged warfare. It was like, let's just sort of feel out how strong everybody is, because then we'll be able to reapportion the drug corners and stuff accordingly. So they're kind of feeling each other out through fighting. And the homicide rate doubled, and then it increased by the same amount again. And so it was approaching something that might get out of control, which wasn't in anybody's interest. It wasn't in the government's interest, wasn't in their interest. And so then magically, all of these leaders in these patios, right? Different prisons, they're spread out around a bunch of prisons. Everybody gets transferred to a new prison on the same day, which means they all get to be in the same holding area for 3 days before they're all moved elsewhere. So the government had a role in this. And then somebody who's like a trusted mediator on the criminal side gets himself arrested, happens to be put in the same spot, and a week later, the homicide rate is 30% of what it was. It's back to its normal, moderate, unfortunately not zero, right? But it's back to where it was because it didn't make sense to have a war, and everybody, government, mafia leaders, everybody sort of like they figured out a way to sort of bargain their way to peace.
I guess it's almost like a tangent, but you mentioned you got a chance actually to talk to a few folks, some in prison, some are not. Is it productive? Is it interesting? Maybe by way of advice, do you have ideas about talking to people who are actively criminals?
Yeah. It really depends on the situation. So like the first time I worked in a conflicted place was in northern Uganda in maybe the last couple of years of a long-running war. So this would have been 2004, 2005. This is a small East African country, and the north of the country had been engulfed in, think of it as like a 20-year low-level insurgency run by a self-proclaimed messiah. He wasn't that popular, and no one joined his movement, so he would kidnap kids. And so I could talk to people who'd come back from being there. I never once, if I wanted to, I was writing about that armed group. I never talked to anybody who was an active member of that armed group. It was quite rare. It wouldn't have been easy or safe. And that's sometimes true. I'm starting to do some work in Mexico probably, and I'm not going to be talking to them. They'll kill people.
You say you're not going to talk to them, and they'll kill people. Which people?
So, I mean, journalists are routinely killed for knowing too much in Mexico. There's no compunctions about killing them, and there's no consequences.
Who kills a journalist? It's not the main people that you spoke with. It's their.
Well,
is it their lackeys, or is it rival?
No, so
gangs.
This is true of a Chicago gang, and this is true of a Medellin gang. It's probably true of a Mexico gang. It's like you might have your group of 30 people. 1 or 2 of them might be shooters. Most people don't shoot. Most people don't like to do that. Or you don't even have any of those people in your group because you're trying to run a business. You don't need any shooters. You can just hire a killer when you need them on contract. And so if somebody's asking questions and you don't want them to ask questions, or you think they know too much in a way that threatens you, and it's cheap for you, and you have no personal compunctions, and you can put a contract out on them and they'll be killed. That doesn't happen in Colombia. It doesn't happen in Chicago. I don't know. There's lots of reasons for that. I can't say exactly why. I think one reason is like they know what'll happen is that there'll be consequences, that the government will crack down and make them pay, and so they don't do it. And that's not what happened. They won't kill like a DA agent. They know that the U.S. has made it clear: you kill one of our agents, we will make you pay. And so they're very careful to minimize death of Americans. But you kill journalists and nobody comes after them or is able to come after them. And so they realize they can get away with this, and that seems to be the equilibrium there. That's my initial sense from, but we spent a lot of time before we started talking to criminals we spent a year trying to figure out what was safe before we actually and failing. We kept there were lots of safe things to do. It's also really hard to figure out how to talk to people in these organizations, and we failed 40 times before we figured out a way to actually access people.
Is it worth it talking to them if you figure out, because it's not never going to be safe, it's going to be when you estimate that there's some low level of risk.
Yeah.
Like, what's the benefit as a researcher, as a scholar of humans?
Yeah. So I actually don't think. Let's compare it to something. Okay, I'm in Austin for the first time, and I'm walking around, and there's all these people buzzing around on these scooters without helmets.
You need to definitely interview them and say, what the hell is wrong with you?
So nothing I have ever done in my entire career is as risky as that.
That's a nice way to compare journalism in a war zone and shooters.
There are some, there's journalism in some war zones. I worked in northern Uganda, and I worked in Liberia, and I work now in Medellin, and I'm starting to work in Mexico. And both those particular places, and then the things I did in those places, where I spent a lot of time making sure that what I was doing was not unduly risky.
Hey, Todd, could you pull up a picture of a person on a scooter in Austin so we can just compare this absurd situation? I doubt it's the riskiest thing, because now we have to look at the data. I understand the point you're making, but well.
So I'm not trying to say there's zero. I think there's like a calculated risk, and I think you become good at you work at becoming good at being able to assess these risks and know who can help you assess these risks.
Yeah, I think there's another aspect to it too. When you're riding a scooter, once you're done with the scooter, the risk has disappeared.
Yeah.
There's something lingering where you have to look over your shoulder, potentially for the rest of your life, as you accumulate all of these conversations.
Yeah, I've chosen, but I've also advised my students, and I wouldn't go and do this with an armed group that would think I knew too much, and therefore some people do that. Some journalists, I think, are very brave and take risks and do that, and good for them, and I'm happy they do that. I don't personally do that. So these guys are very, and in Medellin, it's a business. They're selling local drugs, and they are laundering money for the big cartels, and they are shaking down businesses for money or selling services in some cases, and they make a lot of money. It's a business, and they're in prison, so they can talk about most of what they want to talk about because there's no double jeopardy. They've been incarcerated for it, and you're just talking shop, and they're just so it's worth it, I think, because the risk is very low. But if you actually want to weaken these organizations, and they're extremely powerful, they're extremely big facet of life in a lot of cities in the Americas in particular, including in some American cities. If you want to understand how to weaken these groups over time, you have to understand how their business works. And we're like, imagine you were made like the oil czar of the United States. You're in charge, or maybe you're in charge of the finance industry, right? You're the regulator for oil and energy or for finance, and then you get in the job, and someone says, and then you're like, well, how many firms are there, and what do they sell, and what are the prices? And everyone's like, well, we don't really know. You would not be a very good regulator, right? And if you're a policeman or you're someone who's in charge of counter-organized crime, you're just a regulator. You're trying to regulate an illicit industry. You're regulating an industry that happens to be illicit. You have no information. And so that's kind of what we do. We figure out how the system works. And like, what are the economic incentives and what are the political incentives?
And any interviews and conversations help with that.
They help a lot. Yeah. We do that. So we have, I do some of those, but I'm on the side. My Spanish is okay. It's not great. And
you have a translator usually if you ever go directly?
Well, if only because I can't understand the street vernacular. Like, I'm just totally hopeless. Nor could many people who speak Spanish as a second language. It's totally, you go to prison, talk to these guys, and they're speaking in the local dialect, and it's tough. But more importantly, like, I just don't need to be there, and I'm a quantitative scholar. I'm the guy who collects the data. So we have people on our team and colleagues and employees who are doing full-time interviews. So, and then I just sometimes go with them. So,
what about, you mentioned Uganda?
Yeah.
Joseph Kony, the Ugandan warlord. I'm seeing here he kidnapped 591 children in 3 years
Oh,
in 2000.
holy, they must have kidnapped. They probably kidnapped for at least a short time, like a few hours to a day, more than 50,000 kids.
As a terror tactic.
A little bit. I mean, most of those people they just let go after they carried goods. They tried to hold on to thousands. The short story. Listen, if you're not popular, if you're running an armed movement and you need troops, you can, and nobody wants to fight for you. You can either give up, or you can have a small clandestine terror organization that tries to a different set of tactics. But if you want a conventional army and you don't want to give up, then you have to conscript. And if you want to conscript and you don't, here we conscript and then we say, if you run away, we'll shoot you. And we control the whole territory. So that's a credible promise. If you're a small insurgency organization, people can run away and then you can't promise to shoot them very easily because you don't control all the territory. And so what these movements do is they try to brainwash you. And I think what they figured out after years of abducting children, you talk about evil, they figured out that, we have to, maybe like, I don't know, let's say like maybe 1 in 100 will like buy the rhetoric. So we just have to conscript or abduct a large number of kids, and then some small number of them will not run away. And those will be our committed cadres. And those people can become commanders. And because they'll buy the propaganda and they'll buy the messianic messages. But because most people wise up, we have, especially as they get older, we just have to abduct vast numbers of kids in order to have a committed cadre. And so it has the other benefit of sort of being terrifying for the population, being a weapon in itself. But I think it was for them was just primarily a way to solve a recruitment problem when you're a totally hopeless and ideologically empty rebel movement. So in some sense, that's maybe the short story. It's a real tragedy.
I heard one interview of a dictator where the journalist was basically telling them, like, how could you be doing this? Basically calling out all the atrocities the person is committing, and the dictator was kind of laughing it off and walked away.
Yeah.
And like he cut off the interview. That feel like a very unproductive thing to be doing. You're basically stating the thing that everyone knows to his face. Maybe that's pleasant to somebody, but that feels unproductive. It feels like the goal should be some level of understanding.
Yeah. He's been super elusive. I mean, why he's
Coney
or Coney? Yeah. I mean, why he's fought this, I don't know. It's not a great example of. The way I look at that situation is, it's a little bit particular the way Uganda works, but most of the political leadership for most of its post-independence history came from the north of the country. That was like the power base, and it was dictatorial, and you've heard of like people like Idi Amin, the people who've heard of like Milton Obote, and all these people were all from the north. And then you get the current president who came to power in 1986. So he's been around a long time. He's going to 70. He was from the south, and he was fighting against these dictators, and he was fighting for a freer and better Uganda. And in many ways, I mean, he's still a dictator himself, but he did create a freer and better Uganda. So he's better than these. He's a thug, but he was better than thugs before him. And he came to power, and he was like, and these. Some of the Northerners were like, we want to keep up the fight. And he was like, you know what? You guys, I'm strong enough to continue the North. You guys go. If you want to have a crazy insurgency up there, and some kook believes he's like speaking, through the Holy Spirit, speaking through him, and he's going to totally disrupt the North. I don't care. That's great. You guys just fester and fight, and that's going to totally destabilize this traditional power base, and then that's just going to help me consolidate control. So he was an autocrat. He was an unchecked leader who allowed a lunatic to run around and cause mayhem because it was in his political interest to do so. And there's no puzzle. It's in some ways it's that simple and kind of tragic.
There's little to understand.
Yeah, it took me a lot. Well, you know what? It's not so easy. In the middle of it, I didn't understand that. I don't think a lot of people did, and I'm not. I think I could persuade most people who study or work there now to like see it that way. I think that would make sense to people, but it didn't make sense in the moment. In the moment this is happening, it's terrible, and you kind of, you don't realize how avoidable it was. That basically it was the absence of effective police actions that kept the lunatic from being contained. Um, and that lunatic would never, he's not that skillful of our movement, right? It could have been shut down, and there was just never any political will to shut it down. The opposite. That's what I meant. Like that unchecked leader. Not only do you not bear the cost, but you might have a private incentive as an autocrat to like see that violence happen. And in this case, it was just keeping a troublesome part of the country busy.
If it's okay to look at a few other wars, so we talked about drug wars in Medellin. Are there other wars that stand out to you as full of lessons? We can jump around a little bit. Maybe if you can return briefly at World War II, from your framework, could World War II have been avoided? This is one of the most traumatic wars, global wars.
I mean, one obvious driver of that war was the things that Hitler valued and then was able to use his autocratic power to either convince other people or to suppress them. And so some people stop there and say that, and then in the West, basically, and then of course they were able, because they were such an economic and political powerhouse, they were able to sort of make demands of the rest of Europe that you can kind of see the fold, letting Nazis march into Denmark without a fight, or France folding very quickly. You can kind of see as like an appeasement or an acknowledgement of their superiority and ability to bargain without much of a fight. And then you can see the Western response as a principled stand. I think and there's a lot of truth to that. In terms of the strategic forces, a lot of political scientists see a version of a commitment problem, basically where Germany says, you know what, we're strong now, we're temporarily strong, we're not going to be this strong forever. If we can get this terrible bargain and get everyone to capitulate through violence, if we strike now, and then solidify our power and keep these, prevent the rise of Russia, and prevent the strengthening of Russian alliances as well. And so we have an incentive to strike now, and there's a window of opportunity that's closing, and that they thought was closing as soon as 1917 in World War I. I don't know that story is as persuasive in World War II. I think there was an element of a closing window.
Well, they kept talking about a closing window.
Yeah.
Hitler really thought there was a closing window. I think the nature of that window is different in that there was kind of pacifism, and it seems like if war broke out, most nations in the vicinity would not be ready. You could buy the people, the leaders that are in power, they weren't ready, so the timing is really right now. I wonder how often that is the case with leaders in war. It feels like the timing is now.
The other commitment problem, the other shift that was happening that he wanted to avert, that is kind of wrapped up with his ideology, is this idea of a cultural and a demographic window of opportunity. That if conditional on having these views of Germanic people and a pure race, and that now is he had to strike now before any opportunity to sort of establish that was possible. I think that's one. It's an incentive that requires his ideology as well.
How to avoid it?
Yeah.
Within this framework, would you say, is there that you kind of provide an explanation, but is there a way to avoid it? Is violence the way to avoid it? Because people kind of tried rational, peaceful kind of usual negotiation, and that led to this war. Is that unique to this particular war? Let's say World War I or World War II. So there's an extra pressure from Germany on both wars to act. Okay, so we've highlighted that. Is there a way to alleviate that extra pressure to act?
Let me use World War I as an example. Suppose as many German generals said at that time, we have a window of opportunity before Russia, where we might not win a war with Russia. So the probability that we can win a war is going to change a lot in the next decade or two, maybe even the next few years. And so if we are in a much better bargaining position now, both to not use violence, but to, if necessarily, use violence. Because otherwise, Russia's going to be extremely powerful in the future, and they'll be able to use that power to change the bargain with us and to like keep us down. And the thing is in principle, Russia could say, look, we don't want to get invaded right now. We know you could invade us. We know we're weak. We know we'll be strong in the future. We promise to like not wield our and abuse our, or just merely just sort of take what we can get in the future when we're strong. We're going to restrain ourselves in future. Or we're going to hand over something that makes us powerful, because that's the bargain that would make us all better off. And the reason political economists call it a commitment problem is because that's a commitment that would solve the problem. And they can't make that commitment because there's nobody who will hold them accountable. So any international legal architecture, any set of enforceable agreements, any UN Security Council, any world government, anything that would help you make that commitment is a solution. All right, if that's the core problem. And so that's why, in Medellin, the La Oficina can do that. They can say, listen, yes, combo that's strong today is going to be weak tomorrow. You have an incentive to eliminate this combo over here, but it's going to be strong. But guess what? You're not going to do that, and we're going to make sure, we're going to promise that when these guys do get strong, we're going to restrain what they can do. I mean, most of our constitutions in most stable countries have done precisely that, right? There's a lot of complaining right now in the United States about the way that the Constitution is apportioned power between states. That was a deal. That was a commitment. The Constitution in the United States was a deal made to a bunch of states that knew they were going to be weak in future because of economic and demographic trends, or guess they might be. And it said, listen, you cooperate, and we'll commit not to basically ignore your interests over the long run. And now, 250 years later, we're still honoring those commitments. It was part of the deal that meant that there actually would be a union. And so we do this all the time. So Constitution is a good example of how every country's constitution, especially a country who's writing a constitution after a war, that constitution and all the other institutions they're building are an attempt to provide commitment to groups who are worried about future shifts in power.
And then does that help with avoid civil war? So could you speak to lessons you learned from civil wars, perhaps the American Civil War, any others?
So Lebanon, one of the ways Lebanon had tried for a long time to preserve the interests of minority groups, powerful minority groups who were powerful at the time and knew that the demographics were working against them, were to guarantee, this ethnic religious group gets the presidency, and this ethnic religious group gets the prime ministership, and this ethnic, and a lot of countries will apportion seats in parliament to ethnic religious groups, and that's an attempt to give a group that's temporarily powerful some assurances that when they're weak in the future, that they'll still have a say, right? Just like we apportion seats in the Senate in a way that's not demographically representative, but is unequal, quote unquote, in the sense to help people be confident that there won't be a tyranny of the majority. And now that just happens to have been a really unstable arrangement in Lebanon, because eventually the de facto power on the ground just gets so out of line with this really rigid system of the presidency goes to this ethnic religious group and this prime ministership goes, that it didn't last, right? So, but you can think of every post-conflict agreement and every constitution is a little bit of humans' best effort to find an agreement that's going to protect the interests of a group that's temporarily has an interest in violence in order to not be violent.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of ingenuity, and it doesn't always work, right?
Which actually, from a perspective of the group, threatening violence or actually doing violence is one way to make progress for your group.
We're talking about groups bargaining over stuff, right? We're talking about Russians versus Ukraine, or Russians versus the West, or maybe it's Medellin gangs versus one another. Like, a lot of their bargaining power comes from their ability to burn the house down, right? And so if I want to have more bargaining power, I can just arm a lot and I can threaten violence. And so the strategically wise thing to do, I mean, it's terrible. It's a terrible equilibrium for us to be forced into. But the strategically wise thing to do is to build up lots of arms, to threaten to use them, to credibly threaten to use them, but then trust or hope that like your enemy is going to see reason and avoid this really terrible, inefficient thing, which is fighting. But the thing that's going on the whole time is both of you arming and spending like 20% of GDP or whatever on arms. That's pretty inefficient.
Yes.
That's the tragedy. We don't have war, and that's good, but we have really limited abilities to like incentivize our enemies not to arm and to keep ourselves from arming. We'd love to agree to just like both disarm, but we can't. And so the myth is that we have to arm and then we have to threaten all the time.
Yeah, so the threat of violence is costly nevertheless. We actually pulled up that now disappeared a paper that said the big title called Civil War. Your name is on it. What's that about?
Well, that was, I mean, when I was finishing graduate school, and this is a paper with my advisor, Ted Miguel at Berkeley.
Most nations, the paper opens, have experienced an internal armed conflict since 1960. Yet while were you still in grad school on this or no?
Maybe last year or just graduated.
Yeah. I wish I was in a discipline that wrote papers like this. This is pretty badass. Yet while civil war is central to many nations' development, it has stood at the periphery of economic research and teaching, so on and so forth. And this is looking at civil war broadly throughout history, or is it just particular civil wars?
We were mostly looking at like the late 20th century. I mean, I was trained as a what's called development economist, which is somebody who studies why some places are poor and why some countries are rich. And I, like a number of people around that time, stumbled into violence. I mean, people have been studying the wealth and poverty of nations basically since the invention of economics. But there was a big blind spot for violence. Now there isn't anymore. It's like a flourishing area of study, but in economics. But at the time it wasn't. And so there were people like me and Ted who were sort of part political scientists, because political scientists obviously have been doing this for a long time, who started bringing economic tools and expertise and like partnerships with political scientists and adding to it. And so we wrote this. So after like people have been doing this for 5 or 10 years in our field, we wrote a review article telling economists like what was going on. And so this was like a summary for economists. So the book in some ways is a lot in the same spirit of this article. This article, I mean, it's designed to be not written as like a boring laundry list of studies, which is what that's the purpose of this article was. It was for graduate students and professors who wanted to think about what to work on and what we knew. This book is like now trying to like not just say what economists are doing, but sort of say what economists, political scientists, psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, like how do we bring some sense to this big project, and policymakers, like what do we know and what do we know about building peace, given, because if you don't know what the reason for wars are, you're probably not going to design the right cure. And so anyway, so that was but I started off studying civil wars, and because I stumbled into this place in northern Uganda basically by accident. It was never no intention of working in civil wars. I'd never thought about it, and then basically I followed a woman there. And
we'll talk about that. I gotta ask you first.
Sorry.
And for people who are just watching, we have an amazing team of folks helping out, pulling pictures and articles and so on, mostly so that I can pull up pictures on Instagram of animals fighting, which is what I do on my own time. And then we could analyze, maybe with George St. Pierre. That's what all he sends me for people who are curious. But let me ask you, one of the most difficult things going on in the world today, Israel-Palestine. Will we ever see peace in this part of the world? And sort of your book title is The Roots of War and the Path for Peace, or the subtitle, Why We Fight. what's the path for peace? Will we ever see peace?
If we think about this conflict in the sense of like this dispute, this sort of contest, this contest that's been going on between Israelis and Palestinians, it's been going on for a century. And there are really just 10 or 15 years of pretty serious violence in that span of time. Most of it from 2000, 2009, stretching up to like 2014. They're like sporadic incidents, which are really terrible. I'm not trying to diminish the human cost of these, by the way. Like, I'm just trying to point out that whatever's happening, as unpleasant and challenging and difficult as it is, it's actually not war. And so it is at peace. There's sort of an uneasy stalemate. The Israelis and Palestinians are actually pretty good at just sort of keeping this at a relatively low scale of violence. There's a whole bunch of like low scale, sporadic violence that can be repression of civilians. It can be terror bombings and terror actions. It can be counter-terror violence. It can be mass arrests. It can be repression. It can be denying people the vote. It can be rattling sabers, all these things that are happening, right? And it can be sporadic 3-week wars or sporadic, very brief episodes of intense violence before everybody sees sense and then settles down to this uneasy. That's not like, we're right not to think of that as like a peace, and there's certainly no stable agreement, right? So a stable agreement and amity and any ability to move on from this extreme hostility, we're not there yet, and that's maybe very far away. But this is a good example of two rivals who most of the time have avoided really intense violence.
So you talked about this, like most of the time,
Yeah.
rivals just like avoiding violence and hating each other in peace. So is this what peace? So to answer my question,
Yeah, sometimes. I
is
mean,
this what peace looks like?
not always, but I mean, it's kind of my worry. To go back to like the Russia-Ukraine example, like it's really hard. It's going to be really hard to find an agreement that both sides can feel they can honor, that they can be explicit about, that they'll hold.
Yo, what's
to,
going
that
on,
they'll
big dog? How are
enable
you,
them to move
pimp?
on.
Yeah, feels like a first step in a long journey towards
Happy New Year to you,
greatness
my
for
friend.
both
I
nations
hope
and a
it is
peaceful
a
time,
very good
Yeah,
year
yeah, yeah.
for you,
flourishing,
filled with many
that
blessings.
kind of thing.
I mean,
And
you can
lots
think of like what
President Obama signed the
what's
10
going on
year ago.
in Israel Palestine. There's a stalemate.
I am spending it with my
Both of them are
Discord. Nothing too
exhausted from the
special.
violence that has occurred.
But
Neither one of them
in
is
my
quite
own way, it
willing
is
to,
special. I
for
love the
various
people
reasons,
that I
to
am.
create this sort of stable agreement. There's a lot of really difficult
How about
issues
you?
to resolve.
What's on
And,
your agenda?
And maybe the sad thing,
No
maybe we'll
way.
end up
Where
in
you
the same
bowling?
situation with Russia.
Is it
And
like
this is
night
where,
bowling or is
if
it
they
like regular
stop
bowling?
fighting one another, but Russia holds the east of the country and
no
Crimea,
way.
and nobody really acknowledges their right to that.
That's amazing.
That
But
might,
you can't.
and
You're not going to be bowling all the way to
tension,
midnight, are
skirmishing,
you?
violence that never really progresses to war
Amazing.
for 30 years. That would be a sad.
That's
but
great.
maybe
All right.
possible
What's your favorite bowling movie?
outcome? So that's kind of where
Excellent. You know
Israel
what's an
Palestine
interesting
looks
fact
to me.
about the
And
Big
so
Lebowski?
someone, if we're going to talk about why
They
we
never
fight,
show
then
the
the
Big
question we have to ask
Lebowski
is like,
bowling.
why?
They do. They never show the dude bowling.
Like the second Intifada, like that was the most
Isn't it?
violent episode.
All right. What's your
Why did
second
that
favorite
happen?
bowling
Why did
movie?
that- and why did that last several years?
Yes,
That
those
would
are
be-
the only
we
two.
could analyze that. We could say,
Amazing.
what was it? About
I'm
this
sure there are
period of
others, but those are the
violence
big ones
that
that James
led to
Kaminsky
long,
gets them.
intense violence?
Amazing.
There was no
What do you
reason
average
that didn't
when you
happen.
bowl?
And part I don't talk about that in the book.
Yeah, so do I. What do you
I wanted to
average?
avoid really contemporary conflicts for two reasons. One is I
Okay, have you
things could
broken
change really
100?
quickly. I didn't want the book to be dated. I wanted this to be a book
All right,
that
well,
could like
Yeah, I think that would be
that
a heck
would
of a
be
showdown
relevant
then.
still in 10 years.
I've
or
got to
20
say
years,
that
maybe
it's
before
been a
someone
while,
makes a better
but
one.
you know,
Like before the
still
human civilization
still one of my
Exactly.
favorite
And
hobbies.
circumstances
And
can change really quickly. So I
yeah,
wanted it to
well,
be
are you going against? Are you going to
and
play
then partly just
bowl against
avoiding
friends
changing
or
things and changing
family
these,
or what?
and avoiding these controversial ones. But of course, I think about them, and so like a lot of my
Oh,
time, I
excellent,
decided
gonna-
actually last year to
are you
teach
gonna
a
let her
class
win?
where I take all these contemporary conflicts I wasn't
excellent. Take no
working
prisoners,
on the
man.
book, and
That's
where I
what I'm
wasn't really an
talking about.
expert, whether it's
Excellent.
Pakistan, China,
Does she use a
Taiwan,
pink ball?
Israel, Palestine, Mexican cartel state drug wars, and a few others, and then teach
How
class
heavy-
on them.
what kind of
Just
ball
do-
do you
we work
use?
through it. We read the book, and then we say, all right, none of us are experts. How do we make sense of these places? And we
Okay.
focus on the
Really
Israel-Palestine
launching it
case,
down
mostly
there.
trying to understand why it got so violent.
Oh, I love
We
it.
spend a little bit of time
I love
on
it. Perfect.
what the
That works
prospects are
very
for
well.
something
Excellent.
that's more enduring.
Beautiful.
Hard to know that stuff
Yeah.
now. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
I think
easier
I'm like
to
a
do the full
15.
analysis when
Just
When
because
it's
you know,
over,
I've got
when
these
it's
huge
over.
muscles and
Well,
everything. so
Israel is in like a
Um,
tough place. They have this
the Harry
attachment
Potter
to being part of the
Bombasonic
West. They have this
10
attachment to liberal ideals. They have an
Fantasy
attachment to
Football League
democracy,
officially
and they have an
finished.
attachment to a
And
church state.
I will give you
And
the
that
results
those
right
things
now.
are not
This
so
is
easily
very
compatible.
important information,
Because
not just for the
to
sake of
recognize
sports,
the rights
but for
of
the sake of the
non-Jewish
coin. So
citizens,
here we are. The
right,
winner
or to
was Rev Cloud.
or to create or to have a one-state solution
that
to the current
is-
conflict
Do you know who that
undermines
is?
the long-term ability to have a Jewish
Excellent.
state.
Why'd you say damn?
And to do anything else and to
Yeah,
deny
he
that
did. He had a really good.
denies
He had a really good year this year.
their
He beat
liberal
Bitcoin Forever,
democratic ideal.
and that was the
And
championship.
And that's a
Everybody's
really
favorite
hard
rabbi, on the other hand, came in
contest
dead
of
last, which
priorities
is what we wanted.
to sort out.
The reason why, I wasn't in dead last. I was in a solid 10th. But then I just
Yeah,
decided, you know what, I'm going to pick
all
up
the
some
same things.
really good players like
Yeah.
Tom Brady,
Well, I
who
try
hasn't
to
played
I
in
try to
years, and
analyze
some
these
other
things a little
guys,
bit
and I just started
But
them
unfortunately,
so that
just
I could
having
lock up
yeah,
the
yeah,
toilet bowl for
conversations,
myself.
even
I
your
I
dispassionate
go by
description
the
would
Talladega
be
Nights
seen as a
mentality.
as one
If
of
you're
the
not
things
first,
that
you're
is-
last. So
I'll
why not
say this
come
because there's
DFL? And
holding these
it
ideals.
was so much
I'll give you
fun.
another example.
You should,
The
if you
United
can, do
States
it next year because
also
it
has
was
ideals of freedom.
absolutely a fucking
and-
blast.
and
It
other,
made
like
like
human
every single
rights.
game really, really
So it
exciting.
has
I
those
loved it.
ideals. And it
Yeah,
also
shout out to
sees
Yo-Yo
itself
for
as a
getting it organized and
superpower and as
everything.
a
And
deployer of those
gotta say that
enforcer
there were
of those
no
ideas in the
no
world.
one was too mean
And
to
so the
anybody
kind
else
of
in it.
actions
We're
from the
all
perspective of a lot of people
pretty
in that
good.
world, from
I gotta say, I
children
kind
that
of
get
feel
to see
bad for
drones
Red
drop
Cloud though,
bombs on their house
because
with
the coin
their
when we
father,
started
mother,
was
dad.
worth more
They
than when
have a
it
very
ended.
different
Yeah.
view
So,
of this.
He didn't get
Well,
it.
you're
It
beginning
wasn't a
to see
huge
why I
difference,
did-
but it wasn't
I wanted,
exactly what he
I
wanted.
wanted to write about those
And I
things
can
and
imagine
those
once
things, but
Bitcoin
I wanted this-
recovers and gets back
I wanted this
over
book to do
100,000,
something different.
we'll
and I
see
didn't want it to fall
our
on these
Bitcoin
words.
do the
Like,
same.
you know, on a personal
And,
level, because I think
just
I'm kind of a liberal,
positive things in
democratic
2025, right?
person at heart. My sympathies in that sense lie in many
Absolutely,
ways
I
with
think so.
Palestinians.
James
despite
Smith,
the
I
way
sincerely
I
appreciate you coming in, saying
the
hello,
fact that people are they're
wishing
not
me good
represented,
greetings, and
and
I
they,
wish
you know,
the same to you.
and
And best
they
wishes with
got a
bowling,
very
man.
raw, real politic kind of feel. Like most people in history have gotten like this raw, real politic kind of
Thank
feel
you.
in the past,
I love
right?
you too.
Where
man. Take care,
somebody
James.
just summary.
That's the one, the only James Kaminsky, everybody.
History's just full of raw
The man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to
Regular
James.
people.
right?
He's an
And,
amazing individual.
And both
Take
sides
care, my friend.
are, in a principled way, refusing to make the
Yeah.
compromise.
Yeah.
And,
He's a
and I'm
really
not, that's
nice
not
guy.
like a both sides are right kind of argument. I'm
He's
just sort of saying,
going,
it
he's
is
going
just a
bowling with his
factual
girlfriend.
statement.
I got to
that,
meet
like,
his girlfriend
Neither one wants
like
to compromise on certain principles.
3 months or something,
and
and
they're both
I think
they
he
both
might.
can construct
He
and in
really
some
likes
ways
her. I
have
think he
very
might marry her.
reasonable. I
So
will
that's
have
cool.
have self justifications
Yeah.
for those principles,
Exactly.
and that's why I'm not very
I'm
hopeful.
happy
I
for
don't
him.
see a way
As I was saying,
and
the
for
Harry
them to
Potter
resolve those
Bombasonic
things.
10 new fantasy
Speaking of
football league is
compromise
over.
and war,
I
let
don't
me
know
ask
if
you
you know
about
any of the
one last
people who were
one,
in it,
which
but
may be in the future.
they were.
China and the United States.
It was so
How do
much
we
fun.
avoid
It was.
an all
I wish that
hot
we
war
would do one
with
for
this other superpower
baseball.
in the
Basketball
next
is kind of
decade,
over already,
50
but
years, 100
baseball we
years,
could do. But
because
baseball is a lot of work. There are
sometimes when it's quiet
162
at night,
games.
I can
and that means
hear
you have
in
to
the long
really be on the
distance
ball
the
with it.
drums
With
of war
football,
beating.
there are only like
you know, in the second part of the
18
book, I
weeks,
talk about what I
16
think
games
is
or
the
so.
most persistent
So it's much
aspect.
easier to
So
manage.
one
You
of
just
them
have
is
to do it like
increasing
once a week. But
interdependence of
baseball,
relationships.
baseball is
Another
wild. I
one
played
is
baseball one
more
time
checks and balances on
with.
power.
I was
There's
working at
more,
a
but those are
bank,
two that are
and
really fundamental
one of the
here, because I think those
other
two
people with
things
whom I was with,
reduce incentives for war.
he invited me to
One is,
play.
like,
and
remember when we were talking about this
it
really simple
was-
strategic game where
It was
Russia,
interesting.
Ukraine,
I didn't know that. I mean, I know a
whatever,
lot
any
about
two
baseball, but I
rivals,
didn't know that much about all
I
the
want
players at
more
that
to play
time.
than you
Like, I
get,
knew
and
more older
the cost
baseball
of war
information,
are current,
and it was like every
But
day I'd
only
come
the
into
cost
work,
of
he would
work that
give me
I
a rundown of how my team did.
right? I don't
And it was
care.
like, dude,
I do
okay,
not
I get
care
it. I
about
get
the
it.
cost
You're
of work.
you got a really good team, and you're
I'm not
really
even thinking
excited
about
for
It's
it.
just risk
Calm
reward.
down,
Just
dude.
in that simple.
But yeah, baseball is
In reality,
it can be fun.
uh,
I'm
many
actually
groups do
in,
care about the well-being of the other.
I
group.
was in a
So
basketball
right?
one.
We are
I was
in
actually in
some sense, to
25
the degree
basketball
we-
teams.
First of all, if
I had
our
25
interests are
basketball
intertwined,
fantasy
like our
football
economies
fantasy
are
basketball teams, and 25 fantasy
that-
hockey.
That's not
And
a
after
surefire
like 3 games into either of
way
them, I
for
just didn't
peace,
have
and
enough
we
time.
shouldn't get complacent.
I don't want to
because
say I
we
didn't have enough
globally
time, but it was
integrated
just
world,
too
but
much
that's
to
gonna
be
a
able to
disincentive.
manage all
And
that
if we're
stuff. But
socially
man,
inclined
fantasy
because we
football
create
was a
social
ton of fun
relationships
this year.
and linkages and family or intermarriage or whatever, this is all these things will help. And then if we're ideologically
Fantasy
inclined,
football
we share
alone turns
notions
me
that
from
maybe we just
someone
share a
who
common notion of humanity.
would go
So I
like
think
years
the fact
without
that we're more
watching
integrated
football
in
at all
within all three
to
sides
I
in the
will
world
watch
with China
like every
is-
single game. I watch Thursday
providing
games, I watch
peace
Sunday games, I
which is
watch the
good.
Monday game.
So I would be
I-
more worried
Just
if
that
we started
one
to
thing
shed
of just
some of that
having the
resolution, which I think is gonna happen
constant
globally. US economic
excitement of
nationalism,
going head to head against people is just totally
whatever
changes
could
the
be the
sport for
fallout
me.
of these sanctions or a closer Chinese alliance with Russia. All those things could happen. Those would make me more worried because I think we've got a lot of cushion that comes from all of this economic, social, cultural interdependence.
Yeah, the social one with the internet is a big one. So basically, make friends with the people from different nations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fall in love. You don't have to fall in love with sex. Lots of sex with people from different nations. But also fall in love.
The thing that also should comforts me about China is that China's not as centralized or as personalized regime as Russia, for example, and neither one of them is as centralized or personalized as some tin pot purely personalized dictatorship.
Dude,
Like you get
sports
in-
is
in
big
some
in Las
countries.
Vegas, period.
The fact that China power is much more
Right.
widely shared is a big insulation, I think, against this war, future war. The attempts by Xi Jinping to personalize power over time and to make China a more centralized and personal rule place, which he's successfully moved in that direction, also worries me. So anything that moves
Yeah.
China in the other direction, not necessarily being democratic, but just like a wider and wider group of people holding power, like all of the business leaders and all the things that have been happening over the last few centuries have actually widened power. But anything that's moving in the other direction does worry me because it's going to accentuate all these factors.
I am worried about a little bit of the demonization. So
Yeah.
one of the things I see with China as a
Right.
problem for Americans,
Right.
maybe I'm projecting, maybe it's just my own problem, but there seems to be a bigger cultural gap than there is with other superpowers in our history, where it's almost like its own world happening in China, its own world in the United States, and there's this gap of total cultural understanding. It's not that we're not competing superpowers; they're almost like doing their own thing. There's that feeling, and I think that means there's a lack of understanding of culture.
Dude, I'm with
interest,
you.
and we need to kind of bridge that.
I'm with you. It the cell phone or the smartphone has changed everything for me and my attention span.
Use
And
both and explore
When
both
before I could
cultures,
go to a
all
movie
that kind of stuff.
and just
Where,
watch the
it's okay
movie,
to compete.
now
Like
it's like,
Rocky,
I
where
wonder what's going on the internet. I wonder if there's any big
Rocky
news that's
Balboa
going on.
fought
It's
the
that
Russian,
FOMO, fear of missing out, and that
historically
becomes very
inaccurate, 'cause
big.
obviously
And the
Russia
same
didn't win.
with
But,
sporting
we'll have
events
to-
when
I'll just get
because
into
they're
silly
so
person.
long,
I was, of course,
and there-
rooting for Rocky, but
there are
the thing
so
is,
many
those
breaks
two superpowers
that
in the movies. China's
I want to get on. I want to see what's going on in other games. I wanna see-
Rocky
I mean,
7.
Just whatever it is. I hate it. I hate it that I'm so addicted to it.
To the
But
politics
I think
it's
that
harder for
the-
Westerners, even if they
The
even just to learn about it and understand
the world
what's
has
going on.
changed
I think that's a
probably more
problem,
in the last
and vice versa.
10 or 15 years just
Um,
because of
So I think
the
that's
ability
true.
to
But
have a
at
cell
the-
phone
but
wherever you
at the
are,
same time, we
to
could
be
point
able to
all
get
sorts
that
of things on the other
constant
side of the
amount of
ledger.
information
Massive
that
amounts of Chinese immigration into the United
it's
States, and
just-
the massive
it's a
number
sad
of people
thing,
who are now.
and if
like,
it's ever
having
taken
so many
away,
more Americans,
meaning like
business
if
people,
society didn't
politicians
have it
understand
anymore,
so much
it
more
would be
China
like
now
this
than it
huge
did
like
24 years ago. Because
awakening, like, oh, we're
so-
supposed to interact
so I
with
don't
each
know
other,
where
and we're
where it
supposed
balances out. I think the
to
balances are a
uh,
better understanding
you
than
know.
ever before. But you're right, there was like a big gulf there
right.
that
I know.
really
And like I said, lots of inter-Chinese and United States sexual intercourse. No, and love and marriage and all that kind of social cohesion.
That's what
So
gets me.
once again, returning to love.
That's what gets me. When
read
before I
your
started doing
acknowledgement,
this, I
and
wouldn't
as you
use my phone
mentioned
from
earlier,
Friday
the
at
acknowledgement
sundown
reads,
till Saturday at
quote, I
sundown.
dedicate this book
And
to a
fortunately,
slow,
I was
defunct
in a
internet
community,
cafe in
still am,
Nairobi,
that
because it set me on the path to
we would
meet,
play.
work
Well,
with
I don't do this with
and
them
most
now, but
importantly,
because I stream my
Mary,
life. But we would play board games and
Jenny,
things on
and
Saturday.
Yeah.
So it was at
Jeannie,
least something to
Jeannie,
get your
there's
mind
a
off
lot,
it.
a lot of
And
beautiful
you wouldn't
guys
be
that
tempted. But I'm telling
this
you
book
what, as
has
soon as
been
it was sundown in a
impossible
little
without
bit,
her and that
everybody
chance
just
to encounter.
there's something
What's,
on Saturday night. It's
tell
called
me-
Havdalah. It's like basically
Tell
the
me,
end of
Chris, how
Shabbat,
you found love
where
and how that
once
changed
that's
the direction
done,
of your life.
everybody's on their
I
phones,
was in
checking
that
their
internet
email,
cafe. It
getting
was
back to
2004.
everything, making
I'd,
replies and everything, and
I was.
it really
didn't
made
know
me
what I wanted to
appreciate
do.
when I
thought
would do
might-
it 6
thought,
days
you
a
know, it
week,
was a good development economist,
having
and I
that
cared
seventh
about
day off.
growth,
But
economic
now I
growth,
find
thought
that
firm, like
if I'm able to
industrialization
use it and
is
I'm
like
at
the
a sporting
solution to
event or I'm at the
poverty in
movies or
Africa,
something,
which is I think
um,
still
it's
true.
just I'm
And
pretty
therefore I need to
locked
study
in.
firms and industry
And
in Africa. And so I went and I ended
It's-
one of the most dynamic places
I mean,
for
the
firms
internet
in
is
industry
just
at the
filled
time.
with really
Still,
interesting
to some
stuff.
extent now, was
And-
Kenya. And all these firms are in Nairobi.
Um,
And so I went and I got a job at the World
Just
Bank,
one
who was they were running a firm survey, and I convinced them to like let me help run the firm survey. And so now I'm in Nairobi and I'm wearing my like suit and the World Bank for the summer, and my laptop gets stolen by two enterprising con artists, very charming.
These guys
So I
in
find
this
myself in
area
a
are in this
cafe. With no-
Bitcoin.
the laptop,
not
and
Bitcoin.
just like the-
Wall Street bet
Kenya
server.
didn't- exactly. Kenya
They
didn't
no
get
longer
connected
make
to
fun of
the-
me constantly, which is like
the-
a huge
the
win
sort
for
of
me.
big internet cables
When I
until
wish them a good
the
day
internet
every
was later.
day,
So it was just glacially
I'll
slow.
get
So it would
some
take
like
10 minutes for
positivity
email
back.
to load. And so
I made
there's this
a,
whole customer norm. If you just chat to the person,
I made a
and
gift.
beside
I'm
you
gonna-
all the time.
I'm gonna
And
send it
was
to you.
True all over.
I know I said
Anyway,
that I
like,
made the other day, which
And I
I did, but it was
strategically
too
sat
big
next
to
to
send
the
you. I
practice looking
made
woman
it
that-
smaller.
when they came in, and it turned
You
out she was
may it doesn't
psychologist,
doesn't do
a
exactly
PhD
what I want.
student,
Like
but she was
usually
a
when you send a
humanitarian,
gift,
and
it's
she'd
like
been working socially
movement immediately. But mine, for
kids
some
affected
reason,
by
and
this
I
war,
don't
all these kids
understand
who were
why,
conscripted
it needs some time to
coming
load. I
back
think it's
because they're all
because it's
running
pretty
away
big, but even when
for a
I
day or
optimize
10 years,
it,
and
it takes some
needed
time.
help or to get back to
So
school.
you
She was
should
working on
have it
things like
in
that.
your inbox.
And
and
I think she talked to me in spite of the
Just
fact
click
that I was
on it,
wearing a suit.
and
Maybe because I knew a little bit about the
So
war, which most people didn't. Most people
it
did.
will.
Then we had a fling.
It's basically all my
And then
shit.
we didn't really,
So that if you were
actually,
like,
then we met up a little short
Okay,
while
what
later.
is this?
And then it was kind of
It
then
just-
it kind of drifted apart. She was studying.
You know
in
what I mean?
Indiana
It's
and
like
spending a lot
one
of time
thing
in-
that it's just like an
um,
overwhelming
Uganda.
amount of
And then one
of
day,
stuff.
uh,
So I think
I
that
was
might
chatting with
change
someone I knew who
the
worked on this.
first page
young professor
to
who was
just
a friend of
say,
mine, but
like dear Discord
And I said,
member
"Oh,
or
you
something
work
like
on
that,
similar
because I am
issues.
in other Discords and I'd like to share it.
I talked
And
to
it's
the
such
kids,
a,
so
like,
you guys would have like
kitschy
professional
thing that
research
it's like,
lectures
what
on
is
that.
all
There's
this
so
stuff?
few
Like no
certain
one
people
makes
looking
a
at
makes a GIF
in
with like
African
words
Civil
in
Wars
it that
at least
just
at the time.
scroll and
And he said,
everything.
"Wow, that's a fascinating
that
research question."
It
And
just
I
gets a
thought-
little bit of
and I walked into
attention.
the
So
building. And I thought, "Here's a
but anyway, when I
fascinating
post that
research
sometimes
question."
people,
and I phoned
you know, they're
Gene, and
positive towards that.
I said,
I
remember me and
I really think
tell me
though.
more. I was just talking to someone about this. Tell me more. Like,
Okay, so
I
the
started
saying
asking
that
her
I
questions,
always
but we ended up talking for 2 or 3 hours.
try to remember,
And over the course of those 3 hours, we hatched a
like
very
they're getting really nice to me.
ambitious, kind of
they're-
crazy, and like plan. Basically, what it was, we were gonna like find
Just one moment.
the names, and all the kids were born like 20 or 30 years ago in the region, and we were gonna track 1,000 of them down. We were gonna randomly sample them, and then we were gonna find them today, and we were gonna track them, and then we were gonna use like some variation in exposure to violence and where the rebel group was to actually like show what happens to people when they're exposed to violence and conscription. We were going to like tell you psychologically, economically, we were going to like answer questions, and that which would help you design better programs, right? And so we hatched this plan, which is totally cockamamie. It's so cockamamie that when I pulled my previous dissertation proposal from my committee like the next week and gave them a new one, they unanimously met without me to decide that this was totally bonkers, and to advise me not to go. And they coordinated to read my old proposal so that when I showed up for my defense, they said, "You actually think you're defending, but we want you to only talk about this other thing we were going to do, because this is like, you should not go." And
I mean, it is incredibly ambitious, super interesting though.
it actually worked exactly according to plan. It's the first and last time in my entire career.
You actually pulled off an ambition, like a gigantically crazy
Well,
ambitious
all
idea.
of my work, that's my shtick. Like, my day-to-day research job is not writing books about why we fight. My thing is like, I collect data on things that nobody else thought you could collect data on. And so I always do pull it off, but it never turns out like I thought it was going to. Like it's always there's so many twists and turns, and it always goes sideways in an interesting way, and it works. But it's all. But this one actually we pulled off in spite of ourselves, and as planned. And so Ted Miguel, who I wrote that paper with, was actually the one person my advisor.
They're asking me
you
for
know,
like
he
daily
was
Bible
sympathetic to this.
verses.
He was like, "Yeah,
Which
why didn't you just go?"
we've
So
come
I
a
checked it
long
out
way.
and then come back
If they
and-
were just making fun of me for all
and
kinds
so I
of
followed
shit,
you
and now
there.
they're asking me for a verse of the day.
But,
So
and I don't know. What's
I think that's
I
pretty
always
cool.
remember
I'll
this
take
movie
that.
Speed, the Keanu Reeves and
There's a saying.
Sandra, whatever these people are, and they have this relationship in these intense circumstances,
That-
and they're like, well, and I think at the end of the movie they're sort of like, this will never work because these relationships in intense circumstances never, which is what
I
we
like.
assumed,
It's from
and that
Gandhi.
turned out not to be true. So we've been married
Just one moment. I want to make sure I
15
get
years
it.
and with 2 kids, and
Yeah, and that's when you fell
Yo,
in
dog,
love with
what's that
psychology
Gandhi
and
verse?
learned to appreciate
First
the
they
power
ignore
of
you.
psychology.
exactly. So that's the
Then they
psychology.
hate
of
you.
what
Then
this
they
book
fight
is.
you. Then you win.
And so we for most of our work for the first 5 or 10 years was together. Actually.
What's the hardest piece of data that you've been chasing?
Yeah,
that
that's
you've
it.
chased
And
in
that's
life?
basically
what are
where
some
we're at.
interesting
So,
things?
first
You
they
mentioned,
hated
like,
me.
One of the things you
At
kinda
first they
wanna
ignored
go
me.
somewhere
Then they
in the
hated
world
me.
and find
And they fought with
evidence
me,
and
and now
data
I'm winning. I'm
things
not
that
saying I've
people just
won,
haven't really
because
built.
there are still
So
some
get-
people who just
get
come
an
in
understanding
and
of human nature, maybe from that
um,
economics perspective. What's what
they
kind
can
of stuff either in your past or in your future?
they can
you've been
still
thinking
shit
about?
on me, but
Well, I mean, the
more and more
hardest.
they
It's hard in
are.
two senses. The hardest emotionally was
Being more
interviewing all those
positive.
kids.
And the thing
in
is,
Uganda. That was just like a gut punch. Every
Like,
day.
my thought is this:
And
I
just
could
hearing
do the
stories
same
that-
thing with music. Like Music Biz Marty, he's got to be using bots. And I understand, I get it. Everybody uses bots, but his Discord is smaller than my Discord. And for him to get 2,000 or 3,000 or even 1,000 people simultaneously is just not very realistic. Like, in order to get those kind of numbers, you need like a large. I mean, do you think he's using bots?
He's no, honestly, I follow him. Like a couple months ago, he was at 3,000, but that was because it was that we were kind of having like a pinnacle of particular content. And then like these days, sometimes he's at like 500 to 800 people watching his streams. I'm in multiple Discord servers with Marty, so like I see a lot of the online posts, and even people who don't want to hang out on Discord, they follow him. He doesn't care about likes or anything. Unless he's been very consistent about his stance about this isn't about money. He's fine on that. He does this for the love of making fun of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And sometimes, like if he is having a 2-hour show and it's not about the main guy, Cyrax, if it's about anyone else, he has at least half the viewership he would have if it were anything else. So he actually has some pretty consistent. Now, as far as what we were talking about before, certain websites you click a button and they automatically give you 50 bots basically that never interact.
Right.
I will say that the majority of people don't interact, and that might just be the norm in a way. You know what I mean? If you go to Most Critical, he's got 17,000 people watching him play a video game. You know,
Bots.
maybe 1,000 of those people are but assuming that they're all real, I'm saying, you know what I mean? You know, so let's take out 2,000 of them for bots or something. Let's just say 10,000. So, because he is a popular guy, he doesn't get close friends. But if there are an actual 10,000 people in there, there may only really be, I mean, a high estimate might be 10%, maybe 1,000 people actually in his chat, right? So, you know what I mean? Because you know at some point you hit that curve where people should be self-aware enough to know that if there's 2,000 people in this chat, then he can't read everyone's hi Charlie.
Yeah, no, I get
what
that.
do you think about that new movie, Charlie? He's not gonna barely, you know.
Unless he's got slow mode on, but I get what you're saying.
And then yeah, exactly. That can
If you turn on
there's a
slow
lot of
mode,
different permutations about how to go about it, honestly.
there
It's
are.
funny. Just you saying slow mode makes me go, wow, there's just so many customizable ways to set up your own broadcast these days. It's true.
Exactly. Well, I um, I can tell you he has a lot more real people than these kick people, and the reason why I say that is the I have just twice have I ever that of which I know of had a ton of people watching me, and one of the times was from him, and the other and I made friends from there. The only reason why I was unable to continue with those friends is I lost the account on which I would communicate with them. Though I have I would text with them. Like when you're texting with people, that's pretty like you and I are super close, but we don't text. I don't have a number, but well, I used to. But I
You don't have a phone number right now?
no, I was on a it was like a free plan, and it ran out. The government stopped doing it in May, and so whenever I need when I need a, a and I just didn't need a $50 bill every single month.
Yeah.
That I wasn't really calling anybody. I mean, I didn't really have anybody to call. So whenever I need to call, I'm able to just get like a temporary line. Um, but it's just like $600 a year that I didn't need, and um,
You can't argue that.
yeah,
You know?
I mean, and I've had it like I had a when I first started streaming, I really wanted to just be like the best IRL streamer that there was. So I bought 4 different lines and 4 different phones, and I would just like put them all over and have 4 lines streaming me at once. And then those bills would come in at like $280 a month. And it just was like, okay, well, I can do this while I've got a job. But then when I started doing this full time, it was like, okay, I kept 1 line going, and actually I had 2 lines go. I kept 2 lines going, then that went to 1 line, and then it was like I would look at my phone, and the people who would call me would be people from who I met on Discord, or who I met on um or who I met on um like Telegram. They were like the same people. I shouldn't say that. I have friends who would text me or something like that, but it wasn't like major connections. And I would also email with those friends. So I recognized that look, so long as I'm doing this, I don't want to have any bills. I've got rent, which is
Yeah.
like the biggest bill that I have, and I needed to cut everything out. So I recognized that cutting out a cell phone and cutting out like Netflix and Hulu and all that stuff saved me a couple $100 a month, which has been allowed me to do this much longer than I really thought I'd ever have to do it. I never thought when I started this that it would be 3 years. I thought it would be 1 year maximum. I figured, oh, if they find out, people find out I've done this for a year, that'll be. But my internet, especially then, wasn't that strong. And then my even when like I had a family plan with Verizon that had uh, limited data, and I figured, oh, this is it. I'll be able to put these phones all around my room and not even need my Wi-Fi at home, not knowing that you can do that for about 2 days and then you get throttled. And once you're throttled, especially on the upload, you're done. And
Yes.
yeah, so I've thought about it, at least just turning my phone back on. But again, it's $60 a month. I'm sure I could get cheaper plans, but at least that's what I was paying, $50, $60 a month. And
Well, the main thing is, it's like anything less than 50, $60, and you know that you're not going to be able to do half the shit you need to do
exactly.
anyway. You know, if it's not going to do it, if you really just need like an emergency phone line that's just a phone number, that's a different situation. But
Right.
yeah, with data plans and everything, throttling, family planners are really kind of the best in a way, except they all share on a data plan. So, like, if you got multiple phones, So AT&T has the thing right now where if you get 4 lines, it gets $100 a month. So it's $25 per line on the unlimited plan. Now again, that's $100 a month. That's $1,200 per year.
Exactly.
That's for individual phone numbers that all have the unlimited data plan. Blah, 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 blah. But if you weren't,
But that unlimited data,
it's the same price.
apologies, but that unlimited data plan, I feel, is false advertising. It's not unlimited.
It's not unlimited because of the throttling. I completely agree.
Exactly, and the throttling's quite low. It depends on how you use it. The amount of data that I use in a month is like terabytes, and no phone line is going to expect that to be normal usage. That's what they call it, unlimited under normal usage, and their normal usage is usually like either like 5 gigabytes or 100 gigabytes. But when I'm using terabytes worth of data, it's like there. I don't know of a phone service that allows that. So I should say I do have a phone number and I do have a line to it, but it's just like a temporary one. It's not ideal, meaning it doesn't have data to it, just like you're talking about. Like it's an emergency line if anybody really needs to get a hold of me. But it's kind of freed me as well because I don't have to go and like worry like, hey, somebody. I don't have to like. It's like one less thing I have to check. When I was in my career, first thing I would have to check every day is my email and make sure I basically had a boss, and I didn't like. I mean, no one wants to have a boss. Now, I'm kind of much more free, and I like that. And
It is good.
yeah,
It is. It's enviable. Enviable beyond words, honestly. In our group chat, I actually pinned a message. It's in case you get a phone, in case, the phone number and all that stuff.
oh, beautiful. Excellent. I mean, I've got enough phones.
If you need to say that anywhere else as well.
I appreciate that. You know what? Hold on a second. When you sent me your contact information at one other time, and I believe I put it in at that time.
If you still have a physical phone, the number's probably still in it.
Yeah, it's up there. It's like that one. So
I think just because you don't have a line anymore, I figured you still probably have the actual device.
yeah, I do.
But just in case, now it's on Discord and everything, and I just grabbed it.
Thank you. What
just in
happened?
case.
What happened? Well, so I had like a normal line that you could use to pay, or like I would pay with, but when I started doing this 24/7, I was eligible for like a free phone. Like I forget what it's called. It's called like a Lifeline or something. And so I used that. But then the government stopped the Lifeline program in like June of this year. And when they did that, it was like, okay, let's see how long I can go without a phone. I'm sure it won't be that long. But then it was like a relief that I didn't have somebody to have to like keep up with. And if anybody needs me, they know to email me. And I have friends who email me and they're like, hey, I see you're still streaming. When you coming back? And they're like, well, once I go viral, and it'll be a very big deal. Or you might just see me show up randomly at shul or randomly at some Shabbat or something. But then I started doing jobs like this summer where I could make a little bit of money and then just to be able to pay my rent. But I recognize that if I just continue to pick up jobs whenever I need money and I keep my bills really to an absolute limit, minimum, I could do this. I don't want to say indefinitely. Everything will come to an end perhaps, but I've got at least another, like internally, I want to do it for the rest of my life. So that part of me doesn't seem like it's going to come to an end. I always worry that the people who own the house one day are going to say, you've used too much internet and we're going to take that part out of your lease. And if they do that, then I have to work on getting a different internet service provider. But in the meantime, the worst that they've ever done, the internet used to go down all the time. And so the person who owns the house is actually in Iran. I've met them. I used to live with them. They used to live in the house, but they,
Oh, they were able to go back to Iran?
yeah,
That's really cool. Because I remember you told me that they came to America because Zoroastrianism and the Ayatollah, but I didn't know that they, things.
yeah. So
It's really funny because Iran is actually pretty cool people, honestly. Every Iranian I've ever met, phenomenal people.
I would say the same thing.
It seems like a much cooler, one of the, unfortunately, not great, but next door is Iraq, and you know that place is not. If you had to pick one of the two to live in, it'd be Iraq.
Yeah, yeah. So he he owns or he helped to start like an IT company, and his dad is the person who like does most of the management of the house, but he's getting older. The guy, his real name is. I write checks to this guy. It's like Corso something. It's like a very long name. Even every year, I write him 12 checks for each month, and I do it all at one time. And I have to have them write down the name for me because I can never remember, never get it right. But he goes by Jay. Anyway, he was living here, so we lived together for like 1 or 2 years, and then he moved out, and other people moved into his room, and that was no big deal. And I always just worked through his dad, but his dad doesn't know English very well, and so whenever I'm like, the internet went down, he'd be like, huh? And I'd be like, dude, can you please, like, let me. I used to have to go in his room and unplug the router, and it was just a huge pain in the ass. So I finally, like, to Jay, I'm like, Jay, is there any way you can work on the guy who owns the house? His name's Jay. Is it, or he goes by Jay? Is there any way you can improve the connectivity? And he did an audit, and he looked, and I mean, just the amount of data that I was using caused me to be the bad guy. So he's like, what are you uploading so much? And it's kind of hard for me to be like, hey, I'm streaming my life on your dime, basically. But I explained to him that I'm a YouTuber, and he's like, all right, well, just don't stream anybody else in the house, I guess, but you need to watch it with as much as you stream. And since I'm on just a month-to-month lease, at any time they could just be like, yeah, we're just going to remove internet from it. When I first moved in, this was in like 2018, I remember as I was sitting to sign the paperwork, I said to them, I remember the listing said Wi-Fi included. It's the only reason why I started, well, two reasons. Was its proximity to my synagogues, but also because it had internet. And I said, so you have internet, right? They're like, oh yeah, it's unlimited, so you don't need to worry about it. I'm like, oh, okay. Little did they know that I would be the person who probably uses the most amount of internet, aside from a business, than any individual ever. And yeah, so my biggest worry is that they would take that out. And if they did, then it might mean, because then it's going to be like at least like for good internet, it's going to be like $200-$300 a month, perhaps, if I want like unlimited uploading and all that other shit. And so I just consider going back to work. And not that I'm against it, but because I do enjoy being a project manager, and I have never had a problem getting a job in the past, but I feel like then I can't focus on this. Then when people come in the Discord, they have to be muted the whole time for 8 hours and all this other shit. And it's not ideal. So I recognize that if I keep my food costs down, I keep my bills to nothing and just have to pay rent. I sold my car. I mean, I've given everything for this, but because like, why did I sell my car? I wasn't going anywhere. Like, it's expensive to go out and even just to have insurance on it. So that was Like last year, I did that, so I had some money from that. And while not ideal, I just say to myself, "There's a light at the end of the tunnel." With each day, I get more and more influence. With each day, more and more people find out about me, and it's just a matter of time until the right group of people sees what I'm doing and endorses it, and I go viral. Now, I actually brought this up because of the Music with Marty Discord. He is someone who can somewhat make that happen, though I'm not using his Discord for that. His Discord is just really for nice people. He had Dr. Don come in today. Some really nice people from there. This Wall Street Bets one, I'm telling you, these are the people who are going to do it, and it's just a matter of time. I I think that I'm starting to grow on them, at least on some of them, and that's what happened in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. They didn't like me at first.
Yeah.
They used to kick me out, and then all of a sudden, years go by, and you're just a a regular, or you're like a pillar of the community. And I just think that the same thing's going to happen in here. I really think that it could have happened in the Aiden Ross Discord, but Aiden Ross stopped allowing just anyone to be able to be in his VCs. So I'm basically just been grandfathered in. In the other ones, like Socialize or whatever ones I'm in, because they're so large, no one really pays attention to me because they're like hundreds of thousands of people. I have found a sweet spot with like people who know who I am. There aren't a lot of people streaming at the same time, so they are able to recognize who I am. And I'm just kind of like a consistent individual. And I think if one of these days somebody's going to see that GIF that I keep posting, I mean, I don't spam it, but every once in like twice a day I do it. And they're going to say, you know what? It's so crazy. This just might work. What do you want us to do? And they would just be like, hey, make a post on Reddit and we'll get the community to upvote it and see if it gets any momentum. And if it does, it's game over.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, remember I told you there was all this drama going on and everything in all these servers. And just a second ago, I even said, people were saying, "Oh, this guy, he's just on the internet. He does this all the time." And then I chimed in and I said, "Look, everybody knows I hang out with Rabbi Rothschild all the time. He's probably a bit eccentric." It was like about it. It was like he doesn't react like that, and immediately it's just like, yeah, but Rabbi's different.
That's sweet.
Like people know. Do you see what I mean? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
When someone comes in here and they want to say to you, like, "Oh, you're like so and so," I'm just immediately like, "Homie, first of all, that is not even the most fun person to troll these days. That is like, there's kind of like an unspoken rule now with what people. It's like nobody should really be messing with him.
Yeah.
He's gone too far, and anyone who breaks that rule is kind of like ignored, I think."
Well, and that's really sweet of the community.
It's like,
and sweet.
All of these people, we know of hundreds. We know of maybe 1,000 different people who are terminally online, and they are perfect examples of bad behavior and can't take a joke, and and when Rabbi gets brought up, people are like, but that's not what it just isn't.
It's not what I do. It's not what I do.
It's refreshing because my biggest worry is that some people won't recognize. Like you help me see that no matter what, people do recognize what's going on. Like it's not just well, he streams 24 hours a day, so that means we're never going to give up bugging.
Go for it.
Which is what my thought was.
Yeah.
And
they gave up.
I have exactly. It's been invited because come on, it's the internet, and you have baptism through fire. I make fun of me, see how we can and you wait them out over time.
I do. It's important. it's important to maintain consistency. I think when people see that you're consistent, they see that you are rational. It's not like this is erratic behavior, and it's just
You also don't have skeletons in your closet, or if you do, they're not the kind that are ammo for the sort of people who will never let you forget it. You know, whatever you've done, it's not. You just probably had a regular life. At least I'm sure someone has tried to get all your info, put all your docs out there. If you wants to look up criminal history and throw it in your face, do you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
you must have no skeletons in your closet, or else they'd have found them. And they'd be bugging you about it right now.
I invite people to do as much research on me as they can because then that just means that I'm growing in my influence. I'm basically living in their heads rent free. I mean, I'm not a perfect person, and I think everybody has some skeletons in their closet, but generally, I've done my best for every person that I've met to treat them as with as much respect as possible. I don't have any like I've never cheated on a girl. I don't have like a mean ex-girlfriend who's out to get me or a baby mama or
Yeah.
I've never cheated anybody. I've never been fired. I have only generally like been been as good a person as I can be. Am I perfect? No. But even when I'm imperfect, I feel that my actions can be justified. Like, have I ever told a lie? Yeah. To protect my own life, I've had to lie. I think everybody on earth has. Or have I ever had to, have I ever gotten mad at somebody? Sure, I've gotten mad at people, but I do my best to not let it necessarily, I've never.
There's a difference between getting mad and the kind of anger that they're looking for is once you start getting mad, you ramp up, you escalate, you get more mad, you become belligerent, you can't keep your breath.
There's nothing like that.
That's not what you do, you know. There's emotional baggage that they're trying to exploit, and I'll admit it, but it's also in a way I do still feel that, you know, it's to toughen people up. It's like you got to use this opportunity to learn how to overcome such strong emotions because it's the internet. You are the one putting yourself out there, and so you need to learn how to overcome these kind of interactions, or you need to realize that you're finding out that being an online presence is not really your shtick.
Right.
And I mean, that really is. Unfortunately, you know, the only way to sharpen a knife, you know, you end up scraping off the rough edges, right?
Right.
But on the blade, and some of our rough edges, and it's very abrasive, the stone that the trolls are, but if people would all look at it correctly, you see that sort of, you know, chiding, quote unquote, bullying is an opportunity to grow, to, you know, like, I like being poked in my soft spots because I build calluses. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
And maybe I wouldn't be a callous person, but I also don't like to be an overly emotional person. So I see a benefit in it for me. Other people who don't have such emotional responses, maybe they, you know, they might not love being bullied, but they also don't think that it has a benefit to them. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. I think there's some. I don't mean abuse, by the way. I don't mean, you know, oh, that person is a Jew, that person is a homosexual. Let's never let him forget. It's like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. You know, I'm not talking about bash on people because of their ethnicity. You know, not actual hate. Not actual hate, just as a tool to sharpen each other's resolve against the world and communities, social, anything at all, you know? Because people like that, they're going to have a bad interaction at the bank.
Right.
They're going to have bad interaction with 7-Eleven, and so when they come to the internet and they're just nothing but bad reactions, they make themselves a target. I don't know.
I-
don't know.
I
You inspired me. You tempered me. You tempered me because you got a phenomenal red on your face.
well, I appreciate that. I I don't think that it's the I don't think that I'm done yet. I mean, internally, I think I'm going to do this. I really do. I think I'll do it for the rest of my life, and I think that I'll get like Meta Ray-Bans that automatically upload to the internet, and people will just want to watch what I'm doing 24/7 in first person. I think that I used to do that. I have a lot of footage, like where I just recorded myself with my hat, and I actually like made this necklace that was a camera and like a recording box. They make these things um, that's just like a box that looks like a little black box, and it has one button on it, and when you turn it on, it records all the sound going on around you, and it has a large um, storage, so it can store like I don't know, like 32. Well, like I think it had a little card too, but basically what I could do is just turn on this little box and have all of my audio recorded for an entire month, and then I just had to upload it to my computer. It didn't have anything else. This box was very indiscreet, but it would just record all the sound that was going on, and then I had a, a GoPro that I would wear, and I would watch the footage, and I would like, you know what, I would actually like to watch this of a human if I could always just log in and see what they're doing, whatever they are. If it was just like glasses on their face, and now we've got the Meta Ray Bans that kind of do the same thing. They just need to bridge the gap. I don't know. I don't think those Meta Ray Bans automatically upload, and that's what they need to do. It just needs to be a constant uploading thing, so that you can live out someone's life. That to me would be really exciting, and I've got that kind of foresight, and that's what I'd like to do. Um, and I just need to keep being nice to these guys in this Wall Street Bets Discord, and eventually, I mean, they've got some big connections, and they'll get behind it because they're about making money. A lot of these guys don't have any money. A lot of them have a lot of money, and they want to make money, and I just have to convince them of the importance of data, and some of them already recognize it. One of them was asking the other day, they're like, how am I ever going to get out of the riffraff of the of the stock market? Like how, like what's more important than money? And I said data, and all these people were like, yeah, he's absolutely right. Data is more important than money. Money doesn't really have a value. Data at least has some, it is something. Money is just, it has no intrinsic value. It's not backed by anything. But data, even if it's not necessarily backed in anything by anything, it has value because people can use it to learn. And that's an important thing. So I'm slowly convincing them of this. It's not going to happen overnight, but the fact that they haven't kicked me out and I've been in there now like 2 weeks, that's an excellent sign. When they used to kick me out all the time.
So that was the hardest, but it wasn't hard because it was the kids were everywhere and everybody would talk to you about it and they could talk about it.
Exactly.
No one had gone and interviewed kids that had gone through war in the middle of an active war zone. Nobody was going to these places. All the things we did. No one.
I'm like
Unless they're just like a determined anti-Semite. I mean, that's a whole different. If there's a whole mindset of people who it doesn't matter if they, in their mind, begrudgingly think, yet we never say aloud, quote unquote, he's one of the not bad ones, he's one of the good ones.
I get them though. That guy with the pink swastika, he's nice to me now. And like when before they'd be really, really mean to me. And that's fine if they want to say I'm one of the good ones. So long as I can be a good influence to them and a light to them, I feel I'm performing my role in this world. What I don't like is people who think there's the saying holier than thou, and they think that they're better than everybody because they do something or whatever. They have more money than someone, or they have a certain education or whatever. I kind of just see that all as how you were born into that generally, or you were fortunate enough to be able to make a lot of money in one way or another. But that doesn't make you better than anybody. And I think that shows, especially when you look at people who are very determined and are people who pick themselves up by their bootstraps and are willing to make sacrifices. Those kind of people, if given the same opportunity that, say, like an Elon Musk would be, they might be trillionaires by now. They wouldn't just be worth $400 million, they'd be worth trillions. One thing that I see happens is somebody like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk will be seen in this light that they kind of came from nothing, or they want to make it like they came from nothing. When, like, Bill Gates' mom was on the board of the University of Washington, his grandfather was on the board of Planned Parenthood, and he comes from a banking background. Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA that started the internet. So, of course, you're going to expect his to be a very successful person.
Wow. I mean, you hear things and it's just like, you hear some things and you realize certain families made it so that ours were never going to be seen.
To some extent.
Oh, man.
Well, I mean, if people don't know,
I try not to have a family conspiracy.
well, it's, I mean, some people call it nepotism. Just call it taking care of your own. And I respect that. I'm going to do the same thing with my children and my children's children. I'm going to do my best to set them up. And
I agree with that.
so I understand. And then, but what bothers me is when they try to make it like they didn't come from this. If you want to know the story of Amazon, you watch any Amazon documentary, it all started in a garage. Bill Gates started in a garage. Apple Computer started in a garage. Elon Musk, and, he doesn't really start these companies. His dad, he says, was an electrical engineer, which is true, but his grandfather owned an emerald mine. And his dad has talked about it. And Elon Musk has done his best to downplay this information. It's like, Elon, you have pictures of you next to your dad's Rolls Royce. Nobody's going to think that you came from nothing. So he keeps these pictures, as quiet as possible. But, I think that there is an opportunity here, especially when it comes to data, that it's just a matter of time. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Then I sacrificed my life for 3.5 years or whatever it would be at that time for the good of the world. I did my best to be a positive influence on everyone that I met. I learned a lot about human sociology and human behaviors. I learned a lot about the internet, and I could utilize that to go back to project management or app development or anything else that I'm good at, and perhaps be able to continue my life. But at this point, I know that with giving me another month in the Wall Street Bet server, and they will be wishing me, hey, how are you doing today? And that's what I want. Once we're at that point, that's when we're cooking, because then I'll be able to have a little huddle with them and be like, guys, I need your help. Just, you guys are very connected on Reddit. Please, is there anyone here who can help me put together some kind of post and we all just get 25 people to upvote it. If we get 25 people to upvote it, then I can go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu group and get them to get 25 people to upvote it. And I can get the same for Music Biz Marty and Aiden Ross and all the other people who I have and make enough connections and it'll be huge. And that's all that needs to be done. If I were to, I say this, every day I think, how much longer do I have to do this until I'm very well known? And mark my words, you're 39 today. By both your 40th and my 40th birthday, I think that we'll be writing our own checks. I could be completely wrong, but I just see where I've grown. Like the first 2 years that I was on here, I didn't have much growth at all. I kept losing accounts, and it was hard for me to have any consistency. But creating the Discord has allowed me to have more consistency and people be able to connect with me and all of the other things. And then just being, just a consistent person in all these other Discords. Like every single day, somebody comes to me and says, I see you in 18 different Discords a day, or 4 different Discords a day, or you're in all these Discords. How are you able to do it? And that's definitely a positive. And I have a feeling that the internet isn't that big. I know it's very big, I get it, but at least in social media, if it's a social media, I'm on it, and I have a ton of accounts on it. So once like somebody sees me on, let's say Reddit or whatever, they're gonna be like, "Oh, this motherfucker spammed me on Twitter for 2 years," or this guy spammed me on Kick every day for 9 months. And like there'll be all these people who know about me, but they just didn't know they were all in the same web or the same network that I've created. And then it'll be really big. There won't be an issue of like, do you know who this person is? The fact I have things lined up kind of where I want them. From a troll perspective, the people who are going to troll me, I already kind of am in good graces with the trolls already. So it'll almost be like they're going to defend me because they're going to be like, no, he's a normal person. He's been live streaming.
I've seen it in the Music Biz Marty chat. Somebody said, hey, there's people trying to get at Rabbi. He's like, let's go back them up. I've seen that in the Music Biz Marty group, where you have channels that talk about music, current events, this, that, the other topic. We have this person to make fun of, that person to make fun of, this person to make fun of.
I see that.
All of their information. And you don't have a channel like that.
No, I don't.
You show up in general chat with everyone else. You're not someone who's talked about.
And
I don't know.
I've got a couple other servers that I'm like that in. There's one called Tequila, and people will come in and be really mean to me. Well, they used to, I should say. I haven't been in a long time. And they will come in and people will back me up and they'll be like, hey, don't bother him. Like, he's just doing his thing. Don't bother him. So long as he doesn't break any Discord rules, don't bother him. And I'm in this other one. You've been in it, Maya's Playhouse. Those people are like, I've just become like a staple in there. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. They can watch me at any time. And it's just a matter of time. This thing is going to blow up. When it blows up, it's going to be like anything the world has ever seen before. And I think that's when it becomes very exciting. That's the first thing that I want to do is, of course, world peace is very important to me. And I'd love to say the first thing that I'm going to be able to do is stop all the wars, but I just don't think that that's realistic. But what I do think is realistic is me showing the struggles that I've had with technology and calling out the CEOs and the quality assurance teams and the what would you call it? Like the people who ban you. And I'll be able to say, like, here's a perfect example. We have 2 devices, exact same thing that they're showing. Why is it that this one got banned, but this one didn't? Why? And if you can't give me a good reason, then you need to go back to the drawing board and overhaul everything and make sure that it becomes consistent, because it's not fair. And another thing that I would say, I would call on, well, there are some things I really call on at least the United States government to do. Not anything that I feel is very controversial. I don't think that it's right for people to be able to hit children. And I'm very serious about this. And I think I could get every person in Congress to pass a piece of legislation to protect children against getting hit, especially by other people. Paris Hilton just passed one recently. I don't know if you saw this, but basically, she passed a piece of legislation, or helped to pass it, to protect children about, like, if you're in a like some kind of like development home, that they shouldn't be able to hit you. And I want to expand that to these children boot camps where they're away from their parents and they can get really beaten. Here's why. How hard is too hard when you're hitting a child? It's a good question.
You know, I mean, do we all need to go up to that punching bag game?
Exactly.
So we know how to.
Exactly.
We're all different.
Exactly. We're all different. We're all different sizes. Children are different sizes. Can I use a weapon? And if so, which ones? Which ones are allowed? Can I use a belt? Can I use a wooden spoon? Can I use a shoe? I can't go up to an adult and hit them with a belt, but I can my own child. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's never made sense to me. And I want to stop child abuse. I fortunately have not been someone who had to undergo some of the fear that other children have had to go through, but I want to stop it nationwide. Sweden was the first country to stop this in the 1970s. And it's like, if they've been doing this for 50 years, why can't we consider it? So those are pieces, like, that's a piece of legislation I would want to see passed, and I would be a major advocate for it. I know I can't change everything in the world, but I could focus on some things. But really, it would be on technology and improvement of technology. One of the biggest things would be defaults. I would just say, why is it that when I start my computer up, that it just doesn't go to defaults very well? Meaning, like, or my phone, like, my browser that generally knows what I want to do, but I have to set that all as a home page. A lot of these things are manual things that you have to do. And I just feel like there can be hey, we're AI. We know exactly what you do on a daily basis. You log into your computer, you check your email, and then you browse the internet or whatever. Do you want us to do this for you? And you can say no, but I feel like just having defaults for people would save people a lot of time. And another thing that I think could be done is updates to devices should be done in the background. I shouldn't be on my computer and all of a sudden it says, hey, we need to install an update, and then it just restarts on me. And that just happens far too often in society. And just little things like this, I could just almost like how Elon Musk tweets about things and then like they get done because he brings attention to them. Oh, the rabbi tweeted about this or whatever, and it got attention. Another thing that I don't think is fair, like, so for instance, if you want to hire someone in the United States, there are all kinds of legalities that you have to essentially adhere to, especially when it comes to discrimination. Like, you can't discriminate on people over age 40. You can't discriminate against people based on their gender. Well, now it is gender, but or like their sexual preferences or their race. Okay, but if you are a social media platform, you can. And the fact that these social media platforms are paying people, to me, it makes them fairly similar to an employer. And so I feel that they should have to adhere to the same types of policies. Meaning, if we're looking at all of the people who you're banning, and they seem to be like in a protected class, you can get in trouble. The reason why I say this, I noticed this on some platforms, and I could be wrong, but there were, like, TikTok, I feel did not have, when I was starting up with all of these different platforms, I just noticed there weren't that many African Americans on TikTok using TikTok or getting featured on my feed on TikTok. And I wanted that. I mean, I have a lot of black friends and I like black people a lot. And I thought this was strange. And then I would go to BIGO, which is another one that's similar. And it was like filled with African American people. And I would ask them, like, why aren't you on TikTok? You have really great content. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. And it's like, well, it's a Chinese company that is basically like enforcing their own rules, but you couldn't do that in the United States. You couldn't just say like, well, whatever this person said or what, like for instance, I think a lot of the African American community has gotten banned for the N-word because it's used within that community colloquially. But if you use it on TikTok, you get banned. So that to me is unfair. And without going into the nuances of the hard R versus the A or anything like that, it's just not right to me that they could just choose a word and a word that is used a lot within one certain culture, and whenever that word is used, they can get rid of you. That to me is discrimination. There are other things that I don't like. Really the big one I think that I will be in, with which I can be an advocate is the nipple, freeing the nipple. The fact that with all things being equal, if you have a man with his shirt off at the beach, that's great content for TikTok and Instagram. If you have a woman do it, she loses the ability to provide for herself and her family. That is de facto discrimination, and I don't like it. It's not that I want to see nipples. If I want to see nipples, I can see all the nipples that I want. I can look at my own nipples. I can look at the hottest chicks in the world's nipples. That's not the thing. It's the fact that it's like a computer making a determination as to someone's gender and discriminating against them because of it, and I don't like that. So those are some easy ones I think that I might be able to change. The hard ones are, defense contractors and the Federal Reserve and that kind of stuff. Those are ones I don't think I'll be able to change, but I think I'd be able to make at least some good changes in the world. And at the end of the day, when my head hits the pillow, I know that every day I've done my best to improve the world in my own way. And when you can do that, that's a very gratifying aspect of your life. Who's that? Shout out to Mark. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water.
We've done that before. So now lots of people do it.
Could you actually speak to their stories? What's like the shape of their suffering? What were common themes? How did those stories change you?
Remember I said you like your dispassionate self and your passionate self. I think I had to learn to create the dispassionate self. I mean, we all have that capacity when we analyze something that's far away and happens to people different than us, but you have to, I think I discovered and developed an ability to like put those aside in order to be able to study this. So you get maybe harder in a way that you have to be guard against. So you have to try to remember to put your human hat on. It's really horrible. Like if I want to conscript you and I don't want you to run away, then I want to make you think you can never go back to your village. And the best way for me to do that is to force you to do something really, 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 really horrible that you almost incredibly believe you could never really go back. And it might be like killing a loved one. And so just hearing people tell you that story in all the different shapes and forms to a point. What was horrible about it is they did this so routinely that you'd be sitting there in an interview with somebody and they'd be telling you the story, and it's like the most horrible thing that could happen to you or anyone else. But there's some voice in the back of your mind saying, okay, we really need to get to the other thing. We know that I know how this goes. Like I've heard, there's this thing like, okay, I'm not learning anything new here. Like there's some part, deep, evil, terrible part of you that's like, yeah. Like, but let's get on to the other thing. But I know I have to go through this. But every day you have to go through that to get to the, because you're trying to actually understand how to help people. You're trying to understand how that trauma has manifested, how they either, some people get stronger as a result of that, some people get weaker. And if you want to know how to help people, then you need to get to that. I wasn't trying to get to something for my selfish purposes. I was trying to figure out, okay, we need to know what your symptoms are now.
It's such a dark
Yeah.
thing about us. So if you're surrounded by trauma, God, that
It's so
voice in the
routine.
back of your head that you just go, yeah, I know exactly how this conversation goes. Let's skip ahead to the solutions, to the next.
Yeah.
And then,
So
but
that was So that was because you then have to deal with yourself. So it's very helpful if you like come home every night to someone who's A, gone through the same thing, and B, is a professional and very, 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 very good counseling psychologist.
I know you
Um,
keep saying this. Period. Is
the-
this true? Question mark.
The hardest thing, I mean, the organized crime stuff has been the hardest. But just figuring out how to get that information it took us years of just trial and error, mostly error, of like just how to get people to talk to us or how to collect data in a way that's safe for me and safe for my team and safe for people to answer a survey. Like, how do you get the information on what gangs are doing in the community or how it's hurting or helping people? Like, you've got to run surveys and you've got to talk to gang members, all these things, and that nobody knows how to do that.
yeah.
And so we had to sort of really slowly, not nobody, there's a few other, I think there's other academics like me who are doing this, but it's a pretty small group that's trying to like collect systematic data. And then there's a slightly bigger and much more experienced group that's been talking to different groups. But every time you go to a new city, and there weren't that many people working on this in Medellin, there were a few, you have to like discover anew. Like it's really going to be unique to that city and place.
So there's not a website for each of the 17 mafia groups. There's no Facebook group.
Well, there
you
is
can
now.
DM
We created like our own. We have a private wiki
Nice.
where we document everything, and it's a collaborative enterprise between lots of researchers and journalists and things. So they can't see. You can't go online and see this unless
That's individual researchers. So it's not. I mean, they're
Yeah.
hiding by design.
some of them have Facebook pages and things of this nature. So they do have public profiles a little bit, but not so explicitly. No, so they're clandestine. Here's an example. So one of the things that's really endemic in Medellin, it's true in a lot of cities, it's true in American prisons, is gangs govern everybody's everyday life. So if you have in an American prison, particularly Illinois or California or Texas is another big one, but also in a city in Medellin, if you have a problem, a debt to collect or dispute with a neighbor or something, you could go to the government, and they do, and they can help you solve it. You can go to the police, or you can go to the gang. And that's like a really everyday phenomenon. But then there's a question of like, how do you actually figure out what services they're offering and how much they pay for them? Do you actually like those services? And how do you comparison shop between the police and the gang? And what would get you to go from the gang to the police? And then how's the gang strategically going to respond to that? And what was the impact of previous policies to like make state governing better? And how did the gangs react? And so we had to sort of figure that out. And that was so that was just hard in a different way. But I don't do the mostly punishing stuff I couldn't do anymore. So that's much easier in that sense.
By the way, on Jorge Ochoa, some of these folks are out of prison.
Yeah.
Have you got a chance to talk to them?
One of my collaborators on this, a guy named Gustavo Duncan, who spent a lot of time viewing paramilitaries, has written a book. He's talked to more of these people than I haven't talked to those, and we haven't been talking to them about this. But also, they were there in a different era.
Yeah, so it doesn't.
The system was totally different. That's super interesting. Maybe one day we'll do that.
Almost
We're
like
trying to,
history.
yeah, that was 30 years ago, and the system. La Oficina, Pablo Escobar created La Oficina. He integrated all these 17 personas and all these street gangs are the fragmented former remnants of his more unified empire, which he gave the name La Oficina. I mean, I think it's a little bit apocryphal, but the idea is, I think he said, every doctor has an office, so should we.
I still can't. I still love that there's parallels between these mafia groups and United Nations Security Council. This is just wonderful. It's so deeply human. Let me ask you about yourself. So you've been thinking about war here, in part dispassionately. Just analyze war. and try to understand the path to peace. But you, as a single individual, that's going to die one day, maybe talking to the people that have gone through suffering. What do you think about your own mortality? How has your view of your own finiteness changed having thought about war?
Maybe the reason I can do this work is because I don't think about it a lot.
Your own mortality, or even like mortality?
Yeah,
Death.
I have to think about death a lot. So,
But there's a way to think about death, like numbers in a calculation when you're doing geopolitical negotiations. And then there's like a dying child or a dying mother.
I guess I know I'm in a place where there's risk, and so I think a lot about minimizing any risk, such that I think about mortality enough that I just, because I'm kind of an anxious person, and so like I'm kind of a worrywart, like in a way, and so I'm really obsessive about making sure anything that I do is low risk.
So that gives you something to focus on. A number is the risk, and you're trying to minimize it. And yet there's still the existential dread. Your risk minimization doesn't matter.
I've never been in a life-threatening situation.
That's somebody who, you know what you sound like? That's Alex Honnold that does the free climbing. He doesn't see that as
that
sounds exactly the same, because you just said I've never done anything as dangerous as those people riding a scooter.
So I've actually been a rock climber for like 25 years with a long break in between. But I'm the same way. Actually, rock climbing is an extremely safe sport if you're very careful. But free climbing is the opposite of that. But I mean, like, if you've got a rope that's attached to you that goes up, is like attached to 18 trees and comes back down, you're fine. Like this, and you wear a helmet, you're good. You're totally fine.
Yeah, but this is super safe too, because
don't free climbing. No.
We're watching free climbing. Totally... I mean, because you're only going to put your hands and feet on sturdy rock, and then the path. And
no. Totally. I know some people. I have some friends in college. I've known people who do some of these totally wacky extreme sports and have paid the price. So I think it's totally different. I think
so even in that, by the way,
I can't even watch those movies because those freak me out too much because it's just too risky. Like so those things I've never watched, like Free Solo or anything. There's just too much.
Still not as dangerous as riding a scooter in Austin.
Yeah, totally.
I'm not gonna let that go. Even in that, it's like risk minimization in the work that you do versus the sort of philosophical existentialist view of your own mortality. This thing just ends. Like, what the hell is that about?
Yeah, I have this amazing capacity not to think about it, which might just be a self-defense mechanism. My father-in-law, Jeannie's father, is an evangelical pastor. Actually, he's now retired, but and this we would talk about when we were getting married. They were terribly thrilled that she was marrying a agnostic or atheist or something. We could love each other very much. It's fine now, but I only started discussing this in some of because that was one of his questions for me. Like, well, how can you possibly believe that there's nothing afterwards? Because that's just like too horrible to imagine. And we really never saw eye to eye on this. And my view was like, listen, like, I can't convince myself. I believe what I like. I can't convince myself otherwise. Anything else seems completely implausible to me. And for some reason, I can't understand. I'm at peace with that. Like, it's never bothered me that one day it's over. And I understand the fact that people have angst about that and that they would seek answers makes total sense to me. And I can't explain why that doesn't consume me or doesn't bother me.
And yet you are at peace.
Yep, maybe if I was worried, but if I was more worried about it, maybe I wouldn't be able to do. I don't know. But then again, I don't take the risk. I'm still like, I don't know. But I minimize all sorts of risks. I'm like I minimize. I try to optimize like groceries in the fridge too. Like, I mean, I put
very economist way to live, I would say. That's probably why you're good at
that. Might be true. That might be. There's some selection in economics of these cold calculators.
Chicken or the egg, you'll never know. Do you have advice for young people that want to do as ambitious, as crazy, as amazing of work as you have done in life. So somebody who's in high school and college, either career advice on what to choose, how to execute on it, or just life advice, how to meet some random stranger,
Yeah,
or maybe a dating advice. How to
Well,
come
that
up-
part's easy. You have to fly coach and go to the internet cafes. You can't all the development workers that I know that fly business class and you'll never meet somebody.
Yeah.
No, I actually spent a lot of time writing advice on my blog, and I've got like pages and pages of advice. And one of the reasons is because I never got that. Like when I grew up, I went to like a really good state school in Canada called Waterloo. I loved it, but people didn't go on the trajectory that I went on from there. And I had some good advisors there, but I never got the kind of advice I needed to like pursue this career. So it's very concentrated in elite colleges, I think, sometimes in elite high schools. So I tried to democratize that. That was one reason I started the blog. But a lot of that's really particular because every week, like I have students coming in my office wanting to know how to do international development work, and I just spend a lot of time giving them advice, and that's what a lot of the posts are about.
Do you have very specific questions? Like, what is it? The country by country kind of specific questions, or
The
what?
thing that they're all trying to do that I think is the right. I don't have to give them a really basic piece of advice because they're already doing it. Like they're trying to find a vocation. They're really interested, and what I mean by that is it's like a career where they find meaning, where the work is almost like superfluous because they would do it for free, and they're passionate about, and they really find meaning in it. And then it becomes a little bit all consuming. So scientists do that in their own way. International development, humanitarian workers, people who are doctors and nurses, like we all do our careers for other reasons, right? But they find like meaning in their career. So I don't have to tell them whatever you do, find meaning, and try to make it a vocation, something that for free amongst all of these many options. That's what I would tell. But that's what I would tell high school students and young people in college.
Sometimes it's hard to find a thing and hold on to it.
Well, that's the other. It took me a long time. So I actually started off as an accountant. I was an accountant with Deloitte & Touche for a few years. So I did not.
Did you wake up morning excited to be alive?
I was miserable. I found it by accident, which is another different story. But I landed in this job and a degree where I studied accounting, and I was miserable. I was totally miserable, and I hated it. And I was becoming a miserable person. And so I eventually just quit, and I did something new. But that still was, But then I was working in the private sector, and I actually just need trial and error. I actually had to try on like 3 or 4 or 5 careers before I found like this mixture of academia and activism and research and international development.
And so, what did you know that this was love when you found this kind of international development? That it's the academic context too.
The key lesson was just trial and error, which we all have to engage in until it feels right.
It's okay. All right. Step 1 is trial and error, but until it feels right, because like it often feels right but not perfect.
Yeah, well, that's
like,
true. Right enough. I mean, I was really intellectually engaged. Like I just loved learning about it. I wanted to read more. Like it in some sense, like I was an accountant, but I was reading about like world history and international development in poor countries in my spare time, right? And so it was like this hobby, and I was like, wait a second, I could actually do that. I could like research this and even write those books, and that's kind of what I did. Like 25 years later, that didn't occur to me right away. I didn't even know it was possible. This is the other thing people do. People do their 9-to-5 job, and then they find meaning in everything else they do. They're volunteering and their family and their hobbies and things, and that was my social milieu, and that's a great path too. Like I mean, that's because not all of us can just have a vocation where you don't find it, and then you just circumscribe what you do in your work, and then you'll find it. And that's not entirely true because everyone in my family does like their job and get a lot of fulfillment out of it, but I think it's not. That's a different path in some ways.
So it's good to take the leap and keep trying stuff, even when you found like a little local minima.
Yeah, the hardest part was it got easy after a while. It was quitting, but now I take this to a lot of and one of the people I think one of the reasons I discovered your podcast, or maybe Tyler Cowen.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Tyler takes this approach to everything. He takes this approach to movie. He's like walk out of the movie theater after half an hour if you don't like the movie. And
you know what kind of person he probably is? I don't know now that you say this. He's probably somebody that goes to a restaurant. If the meals is not good, I can see him just walking away.
Yeah.
Like paying for it and just walking away.
Yeah.
You know.
And just go eat something better. That's
Yeah.
exactly right. And I thought that was kind of crazy. And I was the person, I would never just put a book down halfway, and I would never stop watching a movie. But then I convinced my wife. We lived in New York when we were single initially, and not when we were childless, and we lived in New York. There's all this culture and theater and stuff, and I just said, let's go to more plays, but let's just walk out after the first act if we don't like it. And she thought that was a bit crazy, and I said, no, here's the logic, here's what Tyler says. And then we started doing it, and it was so freeing and glorious. We'd take so many more chances on things, and if we didn't like it, we were walking out of stuff all the time. And so I think I did that. Realizing that that's how I just kept quitting my jobs and trying to find something else at like some risk.
But that's how wars start without the commitment. I go with time back to right. You need the commitment. Otherwise, no.
That's a different kind of commitment problem. That's a different commitment problem.
For some of it, I'm sure there's a balance, because I mean the same thing is happening with dating and marriage and all those kinds of things. There's some value to sticking it out. Some of the, like, maybe, don't leave after the first act because the good stuff might be coming.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean,
balance.
Well, I don't know. So when I met Jeannie, she was very wary of a relationship with me because I explained to her, I hadn't had a relationship longer than 2 or 3 months in 11 years. And so she thought this person thought serious. And when I said to her, she tells the story, this is how she tells the story. She says, I didn't believe him when he said that after 2 or 3 months, you kind of have a good sense about whether this is going somewhere. And I would just decide if it was over, and I walk away. So I took this approach to dating. Like as soon as I thought it wasn't going to go somewhere, and then I decided with her that this was it. This was going to work. And then never. And she didn't believe. Now she believes me.
Finally got to do right. Okay, so this is an incredible conversation. Your work is so fascinating, just in this big picture way, looking at human conflict and how we can achieve peace, especially in this time of the Ukraine war. I really, really, really appreciate that you would calmly speak to me about some of these difficult ideas and explain them. That you sit down with me and have this amazing conversation. Thank you so much.
It was an amazing conversation. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Chris Blackman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some well-known, simple words from Albert Einstein. I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I was on the run for 4 months, stole $600,000. I was in Las Vegas, Nevada. One day, I had stolen, the night before, I'd stolen $160K out of ATMs. Went in the next morning, I woke up, signed on to cartersmarket.com, which was run by Max Butler, the Iceman. And there's my name, U.S. Most Wanted on it. And that gets your attention. That was my real name with the U.S. Most Wanted beside of it. Nobody knew my real name in that environment at all. But then they did. And it was talking about me being part of the Secret Service, Operation Anglerfish, everything else. So, of course, they're all like,
Everybody's after
they're like,
you.
oh, yeah, we're going to get this thing.
The following is a conversation with Brett Johnson, a former cyber criminal who built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's Darknet and Darknet markets. He's referred to by the United States Secret Service as, quote, the original Internet Godfather. He has been the central figure in the cybercrime world for almost 20 years, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006 before being convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, escaped from prison, and then eventually being locked up, served his time, and now is helping people understand and fight cybercrime. This was a raw, honest, emotional, and real episode. Brett has caused a lot of pain to a lot of people, and yet his own story is full of trauma and pain, and also redemption and love. This is a good time to say that I have and I will talk to people who have served time in prison, and perhaps people who currently are in prison. I will try to do my best to both empathize with the person across from me and not let them sugarcoat, explain away, or dismiss the crime they committed. This is a tough line to walk, because if you close your heart to the other person, you'll never fully understand their mind and their story. But if you open the heart too much, you can be manipulated to where the conversation reveals nothing honest or real. This requires skill and willingness to take the risk. I don't know about the skill part, but I'd like to take the risk. I always wear my heart on my sleeve. If I get hurt for it, that's life. As I've said, I want to understand what makes a person do these crimes, the particular characteristics of their temporary or permanent madness, their justifications, but also their humanity. I believe each of us have the capacity to become both the criminal and the victim, the predator and the prey. It's up to us to avoid these paths, to find the path to redemption. It's on each of us. It's our responsibility and burden of being human in a complicated and dangerous world. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Brett Johnson. You were convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006, escaped from prison. You built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's Darknet and Darknet markets. And for all this, the U.S. Intelligence Service called you the original Internet Godfather. The first question, how did your career as a cybercrime criminal begin?
My life of crime begins when I'm 10 years old. 10 years old, man. Think about that. I mean, you were probably playing with robots when you were 10. You know, usually kids are doing the Lego bit, getting involved with sports, everything else. And with me, it wasn't like that. With me, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is one of these, it's like parts of Texas, parts of Louisiana, that if you're not fortunate enough to have a job, you may be involved in a scam, hustle, fraud, whatever you want to call it, man. I was, my parents, my mom was basically the captain of the entire fraud industry. So this is a woman that at one point she's stealing a 108,000-pound Caterpillar D9 bulldozer, tramming it down the road. You know, at another point she's taking a slip and fall in a convenience store trying to sue the owner. We had a neighbor she acted as a pimp for at one point. That's my mom. My dad.
Wait. The neighbor acted as a pimp?
My mom prostituted. I mean, she acted as a pimp for a neighbor. Her name was Debbie, and my mom used to sell her out. You know, Debbie needed money, and my mom would find men for her to sleep with for cash, and she'd take a part of the cash.
So it sounds like she diversified the methodologies by which she hustled.
Very had that entrepreneurial spirit. Okay, you know, we see that a lot with cyber criminals. You know, that sense of being an entrepreneur.
So what was the motivation you think for her? Is it money? Is it basically the rush of playing with the system, of being able to know the rules and break the rules and get away with it?
My mom's a complex character. She is. There's no one single motivation. So my mom was the individual. She's still alive. My mom was the individual who tested people. She wanted to know how far she could abuse you and you come back and still love her. So, and that was with every relationship she's ever had. She would cheat on the men she was involved with. She would abuse her children and niece. She would
Psychological, physical.
Oh, it was mental, emotional, physical, everything. I mean, she used to beat me and Denise with belt buckles, you know, and that ended when she was. I forgot what we had done. It wasn't much. I think that it may have been the part where she accused me of stealing her marijuana, but she was hitting me and Denise. We were living in a single-wide trailer at that point. She was hitting me and Denise. We were on the bed trying to get away from it, and Denise kicks her through a closet, is what happens. And Denise stands up and she said, "You're through hitting me," and that was the last time that Mom hit us. But
So sorry to take us there. You're, for people who know you, and people should definitely watch some of your lectures online. You're extremely charismatic and fun and jolly, whatever word you want to use. But you know, if we look at that kind of life, there's darkness there. There's struggle there.
there's a lot of darkness.
So if you how did you feel if you go back to the mind of the kid you were with your mom? Was there sadness? Was there things like depression, self-doubt, all those kinds of things? Or did you see this crime, this chaos, as ultimately exciting?
You know, I don't think back then I didn't view it as exciting. Now it becomes exciting when I start being involved in cybercrime. All right, but back then it was simply a means to an end. Was all it was. So you take a 10-year-old kid, and the way I get involved in crime is, like I said, my mom was a fraudster. My dad was a good guy. He just forgot he was this good guy. And he always had these principles, but his issue is he loved my mom so much he was scared of her leaving. So if she wanted to do something, commit crime, cheat on him, whatever, he pretty much just put up with it. The one instant. So I mean, this woman used to bring men home in front of him, tell him that, hey, I'm leaving you. I don't love you anymore. I want you to die. Blah 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 blah. This was my mom. There were 2 instances where he can't take it anymore. And the first instance, I guess I was 7 or 8. My sister Denise is a year younger than I am. My dad actually files for divorce at that point. My mom kind of goes crazy. I was with my dad. My sister was with my mother, because that's that Eastern Kentucky mentality. You know, men stay with men, women stay with women. So he was filing for divorce. Me and my dad, we were living in an apartment. My mom was living with her grandparents and with her parents, bouncing back and forth between the two. And I remember I was sleeping in the bed. We had a single wide bed. My dad slept on the sofa. I woke up one night and there was some sort of ruckus in the living room. So I wake up and I walk in the living room, and my mom has a knife to my dad's throat. And basically, you're not going to steal my son from me. My mom was this individual that when she knew she went so far, like I said, she was always this person that tested. Well, can I do this to you and you still come back? She knew she was always also this person that if she went too far, she knew it, and she would always try to divert that into something else. All right, so she knew at that point she went too far. So what does she do? She gets up crying, goes to the bathroom, and pretends to slit her wrists so that my dad, Ray, will respond to that, not respond to what she's just done to him. That was my mom in a nutshell. She had a history of doing this kind of stuff. Motivations as far as fraud with her, I think with her it was, she was an LPN. She had a very good nurse, but she didn't want to work. Was a lot of it. So with her, it was easier for her to commit fraud. And when I say commit fraud, it was against businesses, against people. I remember at one point she's buying over-the-counter capsules and emptying the capsules out, putting some other crap in there, and selling it at a speed that people are buying it. She did anything she could for money. And of course, I get involved with that. What happens is we were in Panama City at that point, and my mom leaves my dad. And the way she left my dad, my great-grandfather had died. My mom tells all 3 of us, hey, I'm taking the kids and we're going back to Eastern Kentucky to attend the funeral. Well, that was her leaving. Me and Denise didn't know it. She didn't pack any of our clothes at all. She stows her clothes in the trunk of the car, and she leaves my dad. And I don't get to see my dad again for, I think, 5-6 years, something like that. My mom, like I said, she used to bring men home in front of my dad. She would, he'd sit there and cry and beg her not to do it. She'd do it anyway. When she leaves him, she kept up that. So we were living at my grandparents' house. My grandfather, he had converted the house. He had raised the house up and built apartments underneath it. So me and my sister and my mom lived in one of the apartments underneath, and that whole side of the family was just nuts. It was nuts. My granddad Paul, he would. This is a man that he didn't want you to eat any of his food. So there's no such thing as me and Denise going upstairs to eat. If he found out me and Denise was taking a bath, we were allowed to bathe in 2 inches of water 1 time a week because he didn't want to have to pay the water bill.
There's rules.
The rules. If you couldn't have the TV on when he went to bed at night, you had to have the television, the volume, you could watch it, but without volume. Because if he heard it, he would get up in the middle of the night and he would kick the power breaker, turn off all the power on. This is the family, right? So my mom, she used to leave me and Denise at home for days, man. For days, she'd go out and party, and sometimes she'd take me and Denise with her. We'd wait in the car. Sometimes we'd wait in the living room and she went and partied and everything else. Most of the time she left us at home, and my entry into crime. Denise walks in one day. She's 9 years old, and she walks in one day and she's got a pack of pork chops in her hand. And looked at her and I said, "Where'd you get that?" She's like, "I stole it." And it's like, "Show me how you did that." So she takes me over and she shows me how she steals food, how she's stuffing it down her pants. So we start stealing food. I'm like, "Hell yeah, let's do that shit." So start stealing food, and we get to the point where we're wanting a sandwich. Well, you can't stuff a loaf of bread down your pants. So there was a Kmart in the shopping center. I go over to the Kmart, get a hoodie off the rack, take the tags off of it, wear it out, worked just fine. And the way you steal bread is you put the hoodie over your shoulder, stuff a loaf of bread down the sleeve, and you walk out with it. So we started doing that.
How'd you figure that out?
Just thought better.
So there's like strategic thinking here.
Yeah, you can't wear the hoodie and put the bread down here because you might mash the bread when you zip it up. Or
we have to think through that.
You got to think through it. But you got to realize that by this point, I'm already seeing what my parents are doing. I'm already seeing
that plotting. That kind of puzzle solving was something you already developed.
Oh yeah,
you're pretty young.
Yeah, 10 years old, pretty young. But seeing how they act, how they respond to things, and my mom, I guess you call it a good, kept any of that hidden from the kids. There was no discussions behind closed doors. All that happened in front of everybody.
And from your young mind's perspective, seeing that kind of crime, you basically, a lot of us kind of grow up thinking there's rules you're not supposed to break. If you see other humans breaking those rules, then you realize those rules are just human-made.
But it gets worse. I was in an environment where there were no decent people. I didn't really meet my first decent person until I was 16 years old.
Who's that?
That was a high school teacher. So what happens is we start shoplifting food. My mom finds out that we've been stealing stuff, and she joins us. What's that? She joins us. She comes in. I've got the television. I've got the Atari 2600. Play the hell out of it.
Oh my god!
And she starts seeing this shit. She's like, "Where'd this come from?" And I'm like, "Well, we found it." She's like, "You didn't find that." Denise stands up. We stole it. My mom showed me how you did that, and she gets her mom too to join in. And she used to run me and Denise as these little shoplifters. We'd take, we'd steal stuff for her, or we would distract security, and her and my grandmother would steal stuff. They got caught doing that. But that's the entry into crime. And Denise, I'm adamant, and I kind of mean it. But the truth is, I say, and I do mean it, that I'm responsible for my choices as an adult. All right. I believe that when you're a child, you can't control that. The adults in your environment control what you do. All right. Once you're an adult, though, your choices are yours. Now, that being said, there's some, you can't dismiss that childhood influencing what I did as an adult. You can't do that. I mean, it was kind of written on slate that, hey, this guy's going to be this guy when he grows up.
That's like sometimes that one person you meet, that decent person, can turn the tide.
Absolutely,
of life.
Absolutely. So what happens is the abuse, everything continues on. When I'm 15, my dad was in Panama City, Florida. My mom was we were in Hazard, Kentucky. She she was dating this guy. And my mom was this woman that the abuse it was crazy abuse, man, just crazy stuff. She would tell me and my sister, that she gave up her life for us, that she was going to leave one day and never come back, that we'd find her dead in a ditch someplace. She'd go out and date these men, and she'd come back and she'd talk about how these men were abusing her. So she'd be dating this guy, and she'd come back and she'd, start talking about how he had tried to rape her, trying to get me to respond to that. And I would respond to that. Make no doubt, I would respond to that. Well, what happens is, and I knew that, I don't know if I knew it was abuse at that age, all right, but I knew things were fucked up. And I was talking to my dad in Panama City, and I really had it in my head that I was going to go down and live with my dad. And I called my dad one day. I was set to go to, me and my cousins were going to go see Return of the Jedi, that had come out again in the theaters. So I called my dad. It was a Sunday. I called my dad, and he told me he had either gotten married or he was about to get married. And basically, Brett Johnson wasn't going to go down to Florida. I was going to stay in Hazard. I had to call my dad to pay for him, but the result of that was I walked into a hospital, got an elevator, and a woman got in an elevator at the same time, and I snapped and beat the hell out of her right there. And I was 15. Didn't really know what the fuck happened. Didn't really know, but
Just anger came from somewhere.
yeah. And the elevator beat the hell out of this lady. Turned out she looked a shitload like my mom. But the elevator door was open. One of the security guards, I played basketball with his son, so he saw me immediately. I knocked the hell out of him, took off running, made it back to the house where my grandparents were. They didn't know what had happened, so I didn't say anything. About an hour later, Kentucky State Police, they pull up in the front yard, and two of them get out, and I'm sitting on the front porch, and me and my cousins are, and they start walking up. Everybody starts walking out of the house. And I'm like, I just remember saying, what do you want? What do you want? Well, you knew what they wanted. They wanted to arrest Brett Johnson. And they arrested me. I went in and I told them everything. Spent 3 months in a county jail. They didn't have juvenile facilities in that county, so I spent 3 months in solitary. Went to trial, pled guilty to assault the first degree. The judge sentenced me to time served and a psychological evaluation, where they sent me to Louisville, Kentucky. And I spent 30 days up there. They cut me loose. They wanted me to have counseling after that. And never went to counseling. Wanted to do what mom was like, don't do it. And so never went to counseling. And I became this pariah in the county. It's crazy, man. I mean, not a day goes by that I don't think about that moment in the elevator. Yeah. And what happens is you're 15. You're 15. So I go back to the high school that I was in, and I'm this piece of shit.
Everybody
Everybody
the
knows.
outcast.
Everybody knows. So I moved. We moved. We were in Whitesburg at that point. I finished up the year there and moved to back to Perry County, which is where Hazard is. So we moved there, and they've got 3 high schools there. They've got MC Napier, they've got Hazard High School, and they've got Dills Holmes High School. So me and Denise were within half mile of MC Napier. Show up there the first day of school, and I met, me and my mom and my sister were walking into the school, and the kids won't let me in. The kids stand out there, he's not coming in. So my mom starts raising hell, and I'm like, no, let's just go, let's go. So from there it was, we went down to the city school, Hazard, and the principal tells my mom, Denise can come. he can't. So my mom wants to raise him. I'm like, no, let's just take me to this other school. So this other school is like 15 miles away, and country high school. So I go there and they accept me. And I walked in the first day, and this English teacher named Carol Combs, I walked in and handed her the paper. She was my homeroom teacher. And she heard this voice. That is the way she explains it to me. She heard this. And she looks up and she was like, son, have you ever done any drama before? I'm like, no, ma'am, but I'm interested in the academic team. I was this quick recall guy, right? And she's like, no. She's like, drama. I'm like, no, I'm not interested in theater. I'm interested in academics. Well, she was the head of the drama department and head of the academics department. So the deal was, tell you what, you can get on the academics team if you start with theater too. And I was like, okay. So what happens is she was the first decent person I met in my life. She became this kind of surrogate mother to me. So under her tutelage, I become one of the top academic team guys in the state. I was captain of the team. I was this scourge across all the counties. We had a meet. It was like Jesus Christ, that's Brett Johnson. It was like she used to tell people they were the high school that I came from was Whitesburg, and the first time that Whitesburg came against us, she told me, and I was talking to her about a year ago, and she told me, she's like, Brett, she said, that first meet against Whitesburg, she said, the captain came in and looked at you and said, oh, you've got that Johnson boy on your team? And she said, my response was, that Johnson boy is our team. So, but I did that, and then with theater, I ended up my senior year, I won Best Actor and Actress in the state. Only guy to ever do that in the state. So did pretty well, man. Did pretty well. Had scholarships coming out of high school and everything else, and I'm the idiot that turned them down.
Let's do a funny question.
Yeah.
You'd make a hell of of all the many things you could probably do, you'd make a hell of a actor.
I'm very good on stage. I'm very good.
Have you acted professionally anywhere or not?
Not professionally. We've done the college circuit, stuff like that. What happened was I turned down the scholarship. Scared of leaving, I guess. Started community college, and the community college there hires a new theater director out of California. And he knew the guy that ran the San Jose State Theater program. A guy named Edward Emanuel was his name. His claim to fame, he had written the Three Ninjas movie. Remember the three little ninja kids back in the 80s? He had written this for damn thing. And it made a shitload of money. So he invites Ed Emanuel to come down and see his play, and Ed had written this Civil War piece. So we put that on. I was doing it was a multiple role thing, like 18 different roles in the show. So Ed sees the show and he's like, scholarship. He said, look, he said, right now you're a big fish in a small pond. We'll make you a big fish in a big pond. And I was like, deal. So I took the scholarship, man. And he was like, I'll be back in 2 weeks. So he flies out. 2 weeks later, this guy flies back in. He drives down to where I'm living. I'm out shooting ball with my cousins and friends. He pulls up and he gets out of the car, and I was like, I'm walking over to him. I was like, hey, man, I'll walk in. You can meet my parents. He's like, no, I got it. I was like, okay. So I keep shooting ball. He walks in the house, stays about 15 minutes, walks out, white as a sheet, doesn't say a word to me, gets in the car, leaves. I don't hear from him again. Had no idea what it was. Takes me a couple of weeks. What happened is my mom, he walks in and introduces himself. My mom pulls a knife on the guy. I will kill you. You are not going to steal my goddamn story. Scares the guy to death. And kind of broke my spirit at that point. I was like, so went into just full-fledged into scams, crimes, everything else. I had already been, when I was a minor, I've already been kind of brought up on that side of the family with the crimes that they were doing. My mom was, drug trafficking, pimp stuff, illegally mining coal, charity fraud.
Legally mining.
Yeah, wildcatting coal. So you,
Can you explain that?
yeah, so to properly mine coal, you have to get a permit. All right. Eastern Kentucky, a lot of people they can't afford the permits. They can get on a piece of equipment. You get a dozer or a loader, or whatever you get, or an auger, or what have you. So you start mining, but you don't get the permit. So you don't have to you don't have to pay. Back then it was like $3,500 for a 2-acre permit or $5,000 for a 2-acre permit. Let you strip mine the coal on that. Then you have to pay for the reclamation on top of that. So once you uncover the pit, take the coal out, you have to cover back up the pit, sow grass, make sure everything is environmentally friendly, got a little silt pond, everything else at that point.
So the whole idea is you buy an acre of land or some area of land, and then there's a whole process you're supposed to go through.
Entire process.
How many people are involved in a mining? The smallest number of people required for a mining operation.
You can do it with 3 or 4 people.
Okay.
So you've got your loader operator, you've got your dozer operator. You need you can farm out the trucking to someone if you need that, or a trucking company if you need to do that. Then you've got whoever owns the business as well. So very few people can run an operation like that and profit fairly well, as long as you don't have to do the reclamation, all that crap on top of it. All right, the reclamation gets pretty expensive. So if you're uncovering a pit of coal, a pit. So a ton of coal is basically about 36 cubic inches. Is what 2,000 pounds of coal weighs if you're in Eastern Kentucky, because it's at the weight of the bituminous coal and everything.
The fact that you know this is awesome. The fact that you know exactly the volume of a ton of coal. I mean,
Yeah, you learn this shit, right? You rattle this shit off. So you uncover the pit, and you've got to sell the pit. Well, the thing is that where are you going to sell the coal? Well, you sell it to one of these other coal tippers that knows that they're buying the shit illegally. So back then, a ton of coal was they'd give you like $36 for a ton, is what that is. And you'd have to go out and you'd test the BTUs on it. You take a sample to the lab, test the BTUs. You take that into the company, British thermal unit. So you test what the BTU on the coal was, how pure the coal is, what BTU it burns at. Back then, a good BTU was around 12.9. Is what you get. All right. So 12.9 coal, $36 a ton. You take that sample over to the coal tipple. They say, okay, we'll buy this for you. How many trucks you got or how many tons you got? And you say, this is what we've got. Then you hire the trucking company, and where you get it out, because you've got the agents that are looking for you by this point, because the people that you've bought the rights to whoever the landowner is. You said you're going to give them $2 a ton or whatever this is. Well, the other people there, are you paying them off or are you not? Well, if you're not paying them off, guess what? They know your ass is mining it illegally. They're going to report you. Well, all of a sudden, you've got all these inspectors that are coming around and everything. And hey, we know what you're doing. So they're looking for you to get the pit out. So when do you get the pit out? Right dead of night. So, you're loading it up 2 o'clock in the morning, hauling his ass out is what you're doing from there. So,
and your mom ran operations.
Yeah.
And you said you worked the mine too?
Yeah, you learned how to run a loader, run a dozer, learn how to clean off a pit, everything like that. So this is the lifestyle you grow up. You learn how to do this stuff. So I knew how to do charity fraud as well, insurance fraud. So
charity fraud. Can we break down some of these are
charity fraud? It's much more romantic. It was basically standing beside the road with a sign and a bucket, taking up collections for homeless shelters, for abused women, for children, stuff like that. Then later on, I branched off. When I started off on my own, I would set up my own charity company and do some telemarketing and go by and collect checks.
We're going to talk about that. But actually, can we just step back and talk about your mom and your dad? Given all of that, given all the abuse, the complex ways that she played with love, to see how far she can push you and the people around her, and you still love her. Today, do you love her?
I called Dad yesterday. My dad, he's dying now. He's got a heart condition. He's not going to get the operation to fix it. So he's like, fuck it, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, I looked at him because, hell, I'm 52 now. Prior to 52, I'd have been like, no, you need to do this. But I looked at him and I was like, I understand. I understand. You're done. And so he's not going to get the operation. I was talking to him yesterday, and he asked me, he's like, have you seen your mom? And I was like, Dad, I've not talked to her for about 2 years. And I told him, I was like, I love my mom, but my mom is not a good person. She's not. And he told me, I was talking to him on the phone yesterday, and he told me that it took him several years to really understand that. You know, he loved her too, but it takes, when you're getting abused like that, especially my dad came from a good family, everything else, and upstanding family. And I think that when you're that victim of abuse, you've never seen it before, you've never encountered it, and then it happens. Well, you're like that frog in water all of a sudden. You get to the point where it gradually increases until how do you get out of it? Everybody else sees what's happening, but you don't. I grew up in that environment, though. So it took me a long time to come to terms with that. My sister came to terms with it long before I did. My sister, she's been a decade without talking to my mom. Like, she had tried to commit suicide. I didn't know that. What got me so bad is she said at one point that she always thought someone was going to come in and save us. And my response, and just immediate response, not even thinking about it, my response was, well, Denise, I knew no one ever was. And looking at things now, I think that's where our paths diverged. Me, it was, if you're going to do it, if anybody's going to take care of you, you got to take care of yourself.
You're on your own.
You're on your own. It's up to you. And Denise has always been that child that has expected someone to come in and save her.
Well, and almost like it's all going to be okay. Somebody.
Yeah, and I knew it wasn't. No, you
unless you
make it okay, it ain't going to be okay. So,
are you able to forgive her, your mom?
My boundary with my mom, the reason I've been spoken over 2 years ago, I started this legal career of mine. I've been the guy who has, I spent a lot of time thinking about my past and those choices and what brought those choices around. So I'm big about taking responsibility for my actions. I truly am. I think it's really important you have to do that. Well, my mom, not so much. So I was talking to her, and I would start saying, she would start the conversation talking about she didn't understand why Denise wouldn't speak to her. That was one of her tropes. So, and my response started to become, well, because you were the abuser and you spent your life doing that to her, so it's more healthy for her not to talk to you.
But she's still not able to see the flaws in her ways of the past.
No, not at all. So my ultimatum to my mom was, look, when you're able to admit that you abuse the people in your life, accept that responsibility, and be able to discuss it with me, we'll have a talk. Other than that, I don't want to talk to you anymore. So for the first year, it was, calling, cussing my wife out, cussing me out. I don't need you. I don't, blah, 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 blah. And then finally it started to taper off, and she's never really contacted me after that.
Your dad is dying. What do you take from the way he's taken on death? Just saying, fuck it.
It's the man.
And what have you learned from your dad? What do you love about your dad?
He's one of these guys that, like I told him. I told my dad about the abuse and everything else. And there was a point. So, I told you about the elevator stuff. But before that, man, it was, it took me 40 years to talk about that. But it also took me 40 years to talk about, there was a point that my mom and dad would leave the house and I would urinate in the floor. All right. And
is that out of anger?
No idea why. All right. But I would, because on the carpet. This was like Bill Bowski, right? It really tied the room together. I was talking about that. This lady comes up to me after the presentation, and she had a career previous to that where she dealt with abused kids, and she told me, she's like, Brett, she's like, it's a control mechanism. The only control you had was that. And she's like, kids do that. And I was like, so I'm not unique. She's like, no, you're not unique in that. So that, this whole history of abuse, Denise dealt with it by drinking, by trying to commit suicide, things like that. And then finally she escapes. I'm the kid that didn't. And not only that, my wife pointed out to me that, again, it's that Eastern Kentucky mentality stuff. The male's expected to do things. So with me, it was almost like I stepped up to take part in those crimes so that Denise didn't have to. And she was able to avoid all that. Other than that one shoplifting stuff, Denise doesn't break the law anymore. She goes off to be she's a good parent. She's an angry parent. She's a good parent. She's a teacher, good citizen overall. I was just the guy that kept right on going.
Kept on going. So let me ask you about that. So your life of cybercrime, in describing some of the things you did or knew about, you said, quote, I once stole several $1,000s worth of coins from a family trying to sell them to put a new roof on their home. Another time, I sent a counterfeit cashier's check to a victim and he ended up being arrested for it. I lied to family, friends, everyone I knew. I was a truly despicable person.
True.
One of my Ukrainian associates script had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured. He posted pictures of it online. Another member, Iceman, used to flood his enemies' email addresses with child pornography, then called the police on them. That's some stories. Can you tell some of these stories that stand out to you that are particularly despicable or representative or interesting when you look back at that, defined your approach and who you were at that time?
Let me say that I did not care about my victim. All right, I cared about me. Is what I cared about. It's rough to admit that. That you don't give a shit what you're doing to anybody else. You only care about you. But that's the truth of the matter. I didn't care about the victims. The lady, that wasn't even at the beginning of my career as a cyber criminal. That was right at the last of it.
Which lady?
The coin lady. I was by that point. Shadow Crew had made the front cover of Fool, August of 04. October 26th of 04, Secret Service had shut us down. 33 people arrested, 6 countries in 6 hours. I was the guy that was publicly mentioned as getting away. What happened was I was the guy who was, I kind of invented this crime called tax return identity theft, and was stealing a lot of money. I went through all the stateside savings, and Shadow Crew gets shut down. I don't have any way to come in with any money, so I start running counterfeit cashier's checks, defrauding people with that, having them send products or bullion collections, what have you, by COD, collect on delivery, and I would pay with it with a counterfeit cashier's check. This lady was on eBay. She had been collecting these silver coins all of her life. The U.S. currency used to be, the coins used to be silver. So she had a whole collection of these things, like, I don't know, 80, 90 pounds of this stuff. And I'm a very good social engineer. So convinced her that I was a legitimate person, that, hey, send it to COD. You can use my FedEx account to do that, or my UPS account to do that. I'll pay with a cashier's check. You take it in, same as cash. She believed that. She was even on the ad, and we talked on the phone and everything else. She had told me that she was a single parent, and it was the only money that she had to put a roof on the house for her and her kids. And I didn't give a damn. What was more important was me at that point.
Can I ask you a question about the social engineering aspect? So maybe it's specifics like the methodology, email, you said phone. Maybe you could discuss this process from a bigger philosophical perspective of what is it about human beings that makes them possible to be socially engineered, to be victims of fraud?
So first, let me say that I became a social engineer as a child, all right, because the adults in my environment as a child, I had to know exactly what they were thinking and be able to try to manipulate that for survival. So I became a social engineer as for survival initially, all right. And one of the things that I've seen with a lot of cyber criminals is the exact same thing. The really experts, They become a social engineer as a child. Then later on, they use those tools to victimize others. All right.
Which is fascinating because in order to understand what others are thinking, you have to be extremely good at empathy. So you have to like really
No,
put yourself in
Colin,
the shoes of the other person.
I have thousands
yet,
of subscribers.
In order to
but
do
they are the
cybercrime,
constant
you have to
fan
not
here.
care
I have
about the pain
a
that might cause them once you
Twitch
manipulate them.
account
So you
that
have to
has over
empathize
50,000
and yet
followers.
not care.
Exactly. And I would argue that that is not a sociopath, because a cyber criminal, and I was no different. Most cyber criminals justify those actions. So the justification becomes what's important. With me, the justification was, well, I did it for my family, did it for my wife, did it for my stripper girlfriend. So, and I believe those justifications.
That one.
Yeah. So
That because I care about love a lot.
yeah.
That's
So
why.
the big picture of that is trust. How do you establish trust with a potential victim? All right. Now, I argue online that trust is established through a combination of technology, tools, and social engineering. All right. So we trust our tech. We trust our cell phones. We trust our laptops.
Those are just
A lot of times we
newer
don't understand how they
accounts.
operate, but we trust the news that comes across the line. We trust the phone numbers that show up. We trust IP addresses if we're
Rotate accounts
advanced
every
enough
6
to look at
months
an
or
IP
so,
address for a domain name.
so that if I ever do lose
Criminals use tools to manipulate
an
that.
account,
Phone numbers,
I
browser
do
fingerprints,
not lose my entire archive.
whatever that may be, whatever the tool may be. Then that lays a base level of trust. At that point, you shoot in with the social engineering and lay whatever story that is in order to manipulate that victim to act not out of reason, but out of emotion all of a sudden.
This is fascinating about the way humans interact with the world, which is you're almost too afraid to not trust the world. You have to find a balance.
Right.
You have a lot of sort of conspiracy theories now about distrusting institutions, thinking like everything around us. It's like I've been listening to people who believe the Earth is flat, and that conspiracy theory is fascinating to me because it basically says that you can't trust anybody.
Right.
That like everything you hear is a lie. So that's one. You can live that life, or you can live a life where you're just naively trusting everything. And we as humans have to, because that life is kind of full of happiness if nobody screws you over.
Right.
Because you meet people with the joyful heart and you get excited and all that kind of stuff. But if you do that too much, you're going to get burned. So you have to find some kind of balance in terms of optimizing happiness where you trust, but verified. And on the internet, that becomes really tricky. You're almost too afraid to distrust everything because you'll never get anything done
Right.
on the internet. But then if you trust too much, you're going to get screwed over. And so the social engineering comes in where you're like, I'm not sure if I should trust this. You kind of help them build the narrative where it's like, it's good.
It's good.
It's good.
And and a lot of the times, that social engineering is just feeding into what the victim wants to believe. All right. It's not really coming up with a brand new story at all. It's just knowing what that victim is, what the motivations of that victim is, feeding into it at that point. So you have to, again, that social engineer has to almost immediately know what's driving that person they're talking about. If I'm working on a phone, talking to someone over the phone, I have to know within seconds what I need to say, how I need to act to interact with that customer service agent or whoever I'm talking to on the other line.
So fascinating because you truly are empathizing with the other person. What is it? This businessman, Steven Schwarzman, I've talked to a few times. He mentioned this thing that, the way you build deep relationships is you really kind of notice the things that people are telling you, like what they want and what they're bothered by, what are their big problems in their lives. Because everybody's saying that all the time, and most of us are just ignoring it.
Right.
We
But
really
if you take the time to listen, you know somebody at that point. Absolutely you do. Then you have to be able to dismiss it.
dismiss it after.
You're looking for that just to see how I can manipulate that is what you're trying to do. So that the lady was one story. Another truly despicable story. We'll get to script in a second.
Yeah.
But another truly despicable story. We were one of the really first groups that started phishing attacks.
What's
So,
phishing?
So that is a social engineering attack.
PH, by the way.
Yeah, PH. That's another social engineering attack. That's sending that fake email out that looks like it's coming from a website or your financial organization or whatever, and saying, hey, we've got a security problem. We need you to update your account information. But back then, no one had ever seen a phishing attack, so you could ask for all the information. You were getting just complete identity profiles on a phishing email. Nowadays, you can't do that. Nowadays, you look for basically credentials because everyone's aware of phishing. But back then, it was complete information. We had fished out, 200,000 E-Trade accounts. That's what we have the login.
Like login password, yeah.
Login password, complete, social, date of birth, mother's maiden, account information, everything else. So we had access to those E-Trade accounts. E-Trade initially had no security in place. So you could cash out the account, ACH the money out to whatever account you wanted to, went through just fine. Ate them alive on that for 4 to 6 months. E-Trade got to the point where you couldn't do any ACH coming out. You locked everything down. Well, you're still sitting on thousands of E-Trade accounts. How do you make money on it?
That's a good question.
Yeah. So what you do is you find some fat cat that's got his retirement, invested in blue chips. Same time you find a penny stock. You open up a brand new account, buy into that penny stock, cash the fat cat out, buy into that same penny stock, pump and dump schemes all of a sudden. So you're destroying people's retirement accounts for just a few $1,000s. Bam, bam, bam. And of course, E-Trade's response is not our problem. It's your problem. You shouldn't give up your password or what have you at that point. And you still see that issue today with Zelle scams and things like that.
Which scam?
Zelle. So, the instant payment.
So it's the same kind of operation,
Same
type
type.
with different
It's-
payment mechanisms.
You find an easy way to exploit a system, and typically the financial organization, not our problem. Our system's secure. It's the humans. It's their errors. Well, not really. You've got some culpability in that, and you're just trying to avoid paying part of the bill. That's what's going on.
One of the things, just to stand fishing for a bit, is it really makes me sad because there's been people on all kinds of platforms, like including YouTube comments, but emails too. They figured out emails somehow. So people are
I
now
don't really do it for the
seeing the
monetization
followers
I do
of
it
this
to
particular
archive the
podcast for
footage,
fans.
period. I know
They're
when to
finding
go
them
viral,
on platforms like
how to be
LinkedIn
with
and
endorsements
YouTube and so on.
and other
And
things
they
that
are
go out.
figuring out
Yeah.
ways to get to those
When
people
that
by
happens,
another
I'm
channel,
going to make all
which
you a lot
I
of
suppose is
money, because you helped me
it
along the
seems
way.
more authentic to those people. So they send them an email from what looks like me, and with this like loving that. The interesting thing, the emails sound like something I would write. So these aren't even at this stage. It's not even. It doesn't feel automated, or if it's automated, it's there's a human in the loop that's really fine tuning the specific. Or maybe I'm very predictable, but it's very loving in the way I would write a message.
Well, and so think about that. All right. So when phishing first comes out, you could look at the language of the text or the website and say, if you were paying attention, that's so okay. So that's not an English speaker who wrote that typically. All right. But as time has went on, as the awareness of what a phishing attack looks like, we have people that are sitting down now and making sure that the language is proper. It gets worse than that, though. If you look at business email compromise, all right. So the way business email compromise typically works is the attacker will find a payroll person, find a CEO. He will fashion a spear phishing email, that's a phishing attack that's targeting one specific individual. All right. So he'll fashion a spear phishing email. And the way he does that is he pulls all the information he possibly can on that person. All right, that CEO. Maybe he'll spear that CEO just to get their login credentials to your email, just to read the emails. And he'll go in there and he'll start reading all these emails. He'll specifically read the emails to the payroll department, see what that relationship is. Are they talking about their kids? Talking about relationships, talking about vacation. What are they talking about? How are they talking? Are they friendly? Are they sterile? What are they doing? All right. So then he decides, well, I'm going to go ahead and spearfish the payroll department as well. So then he spearfishes in those credentials. At the same time, he creates a Unicode domain in whatever the company name is. All right. So instead of that English alphabet I, He's got that Russian letter that looks like an I, but without the dot on top. All right. Comes back into the email, into the payroll email, blocks the real CEO's email, replaces that with the Unicode email that he's got, and then sends out a message using the correct language, the correct relationships, everything else, and says, hey, we're updating our account status. I need you to send this payment instead of this over here. They've set up a new account, send all payments over here. And that is business email compromise in a nutshell. All right. Works great.
Probably the larger the organization, the more susceptible to that kind of attack, because there's a like a distribution of responsibility to where you're
Right.
more likely to believe that okay, this other person is responsible. I'm sure they secured everything. I'm okay listening to this.
So that's business email compromise, and it's those crimes, and it's one of the things you see about cybercrime. Cybercrime is not really sophisticated. It's not. The attacks are not sophisticated. The stat is 90% of every single attack uses a known exploit. It's not the stuff. It's not 0-day attacks.
Yeah.
They're out there, but if you're a criminal waiting on a 0-day to profit, you're going to starve to death. The meat and potatoes are at 90% known exploits,
And then the rest is.
I do
But you're
stream
saying
trading.
it's
I stream
maybe you
Bloomberg
mean it's not
24/7.
technically sophisticated,
Right.
but it's social engineering sophisticated.
very sophisticated on that end. Very sophisticated.
And it's a fascinating study of
That
psychology.
establishment of trust, and then using that trust to defraud that victim. That is something.
I wish, obviously, all of these folks are
Yes, I do.
really good at hiding.
I have
I wish you could
more than 2 years
tell
of
their
content
stories in a way, which is why
of
you're
me
fascinating,
going as
because
far
you're
north
able to
as
tell
Santa
these
Barbara,
stories now.
as far south
It is
as San Diego,
studying human nature
as far
by exploiting it, but you get
as
to understand
the
like our
Pacific
weak
Ocean,
points, our hope,
and
our
as far
desire to
east
trust
as
others.
the desert and mountains.
Also, sort
I've
of
streamed in
the
Beverly Hills, Santa
weak
Monica,
points and the failures of digital systems and at scale that humans have to connect.
You name
Right.
it, period.
It's fascinating. It's
I just don't have
it's a
enough money
weird
to
question.
continue to do
Asking for a friend.
IRL.
Is
as much
is
as I once did,
spearfishing itself illegal? What's the legality here?
Oh, it's all illegal. Absolutely, it is. But
Is it absolute? So here's what. Okay, let me construct an example. So, if my friend were to spearfish like a CEO, right, and get their information, and after they get control, say of their Twitter account, they tweet something loving and positive. What's the crime?
unauthorized access of advice.
What will be the punishment? Do you think?
That becomes questionable. So no monetary laws, or was there monetary laws? Probably not. Right. So you have to figure out who the victim is before charges are pressed. Now the crime would be unauthorized access. All right, but no real victim on that, unless the person whose account you took over takes exception to that. No monetary loss.
So there's not really standard like fines.
Probably
police
nothing's
kind
going
of-
to happen.
Right. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting because it's. So when I got the ransomware, when I got the 0-day attack on the QNAP NAS, they basically say the criminal is QNAP, the company, for having so many security vulnerabilities. They're like, you are the victim of QNAP's incompetence. That's the way they kind of phrase it.
And see, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. So SolarWinds.
Yeah.
So I've got a 130-page class action lawsuit put out at the house. I've been going through it that catalogs how SolarWinds lied for years about the vulnerabilities, and they lied to investors. The people who came in, the auditors who they would hire would not pay attention to them when they said, you've got these issues. They would say, go away. Shit like that for years until SolarWinds, the attacks become apparent. My view on that is that the only person responsible for the crime are the criminals who did the attack, the actual criminals, not SolarWinds. Now, does that mean that SolarWinds isn't all fucked up? They are, and there needs to be some accounting in place. But the the only individual, the only people responsible for crime are the criminals, and that's either online, in the physical world, what have you. You can be being an idiot
Thank you so much.
is
period.
not a
I do
crime.
my best
You know, being
to
being
discuss world
being
peace
criminally negligent
every
is.
day,
yeah.
period.
And I think
World
that
peace
that
very
SolarWinds
important
is
to
certainly
me, period.
responsible.
I don't think
Not
that we need
not
war
responsible.
anymore.
They're
period.
culpable for what happened.
Can you actually tell folks about
Additionally,
SolarWinds? What
we
is it?
talk about some really interesting things for
What,
society.
what are some interesting
things like
things that you're aware of?
anti-gravity,
Yeah, SolarWinds was very
antimatter,
it provided a backbone
de-extinction,
of security for
faster than light travel, alien
hundreds,
disclosure,
thousands of different companies. If you looked at a lot of security
Life
companies
extension
using SolarWinds, that would
mind
allow you to
uploading
get a snapshot of the entire
technology,
system
solar
that they were
sails,
working on. So what happens is you get a Russian group that comes in and
space
they
elevators, and other futuristic
basically
ideas.
they hack into SolarWinds and get access to it, and it allows them to view every single thing. I mean, every single thing about every single client that SolarWinds had at that point. So entire snapshots of all the IP that was going on, all the emails, all the communications, every single secret that was going on with those companies. If a company had software like Microsoft, it allowed them to look at the source code of everything that was going on. I mean, it's just a complete and total nightmare.
I have that
all
on
right?
camera,
And something that
period.
you are not
I can send
going
it to you.
to recover
Period.
from. You're not. I mean, it's done at that point.
It is live on
There's not
Instagram.
been a lot of
Period.
news lately about it.
You can hear
But the fact of
all
the
the
matter
sound
is that's
effects
the
as
type
well.
of
Period.
attack that's a catastrophic attack.
But there's a huge amount of information that was read, saved elsewhere, probably.
Oh, yeah.
And so now there's people sitting on information.
Absolutely. So
It
think about
is
one of the attack
speech to
vectors
text,
has
period.
been
It is just
Microsoft
faster for me
Outlook,
to be able to speak
365,
into my phone.
things like that. This allowed the attackers to look at the source codes of that. So they have the source code now, so they go through it line by line. Where are the vulnerabilities? Let's find new vulnerabilities, new 0 days. And, I said 0 days aren't common, but this opens up an entire new threat surface all of a sudden. So it's a completely catastrophic attack. Once all the chips are down, everything's tallied up, people are going to be like, yeah, we're done. Yeah.
All right, this whole computer thing, we tried
We're
it.
done.
We're walking away.
We're done.
That's terrifying. Because so you're saying that there's not been obvious big negative impact from that yet. So, but like,
I mean, there's been a lot of negative impact, but we're just starting.
right. So the capacity for destruction is huge here. How much involvement from nation states do you think there is on this?
It's interesting. So you've got Iran, you've got North Korea, China, Russia. You got the big four. You also got Brazil. You've got all these other countries that are interested in the United States as well. Nation states are interesting depending on who the nation state is. All right, so Russia's very good about working with cyber criminals. I used to be. They'll enlist these guys and steal information or what have you. Then Russia will take the information they want to, and they'll basically go off and sell whatever you want to and make some money. China's all about IP. North Korea's about stealing money because they really don't know what the hell else to do right now. But
so North Korea is actively involved in cybercrime.
absolutely, they've stolen a shitload of Bitcoin, everything else. So absolutely, they're actively involved with that. Very, very skilled attackers, very skilled. But even if you look at, I told you that stat about 90%. All right. So even though SolarWinds is going to be the number one attack, the follow up to that is this NotPetya attack that happened. And so that was the most sophisticated attack launched by the Russian Sandworm group using all known exploits throughout. So it's not, you're right in the sophistication is typically not technical sophistication, but it's that social engineering sophistication. How do you get these things put together in line to attack and succeed?
But when you get access to the source code, that's where technical sophistication can really do a lot of damage.
And that's when you find out real quick. That's what separates the men from the boys in this game. All right, because all of a sudden I don't have to worry about social engineering. I've got source codes and I've got professionals that are looking at that, and that's your ass.
Which then enables probably even more powerful social engineering methods too. I mean, it's just a cascade of. Is this terrifying to you, by the way? this world that we're living in, as we put more and more of ourselves on the internet, into the metaverse, that there's so many more attack vectors on our well-being.
What's terrifying to me, I used to preach it on Shadow Crew, is the idea that the perception of truth is more important than truth itself. It doesn't matter what the facts are, it matters what I can convince you of. That's what's terrifying to me. So you look at deep fakes, you look at fake news, all the stuff that's going out, that becomes truly terrifying.
Maybe there's an angle where it's freeing. If nothing is true, you can't trust anything.
But you see, we as human beings, we want to trust. We do. We need human interaction. And for that human interaction, you have to have a degree of trust.
But it's more like you let go of an idea of absolute truth, and it more becomes like a blockchain style consensus. So you let go of, like, you know what? There's this human dream. You get this on the internet. You get like facts, as if there's at the bottom there's one turtle that's holding this like scroll that says these are the truths of the world. The problem is, I mean, maybe believing that is counterproductive. Maybe human civilization is an ongoing process of consensus, and so it's always going to be, everything is shrouded. And you can call them lies, or you can call them inaccuracies, or you can call them delusions. It's constantly it's going to be a sea of lies and delusions. But our hope is to, over time, develop bigger and bigger islands of consensus that allows us to live a stable and happy society. Don't call it truth. Call it a stable consensus that creates a high quality of life for the inhabitants of the island.
I mean, I like it. We're going to agree.
And then don't. No, I'm just kidding. So maybe step back. You mentioned. I'd love to talk about Shadow Crew. Maybe this is the right time to actually. Yeah, let's go to Shadow Crew, because it's such a fascinating story. So tell me the story of building Shadow Crew, the precursor to today's darknet and darknet markets. This is why you're the original Godfather.
This is it. So I get married. I faked a car accident to get married. Got the money from that.
You're romantic.
It's like my dad, man. I'm the guy that, I get from mom, I get the criminal mindset. From dad, I get that don't want to believe. So,
You get married.
I met this.
What's that
girl.
story?
Dude, I was.
How did you fall in love?
My first girlfriend was a preacher's daughter. Crazy over her, dated her for 5 years. She figured out pretty quickly that, well, not quickly, it took her 5 years to figure out that Brett Johnson is not the man of God. I can talk it, but, more that agnostic than anything. She breaks up with me. So I was at community college.
You'd make one hell of a teacher, by the way.
Yeah. So, I've got that Langston Hughes problem, I'm looking for Jesus to show up and he just doesn't. So I was at community college, and I was a straight asshole. I was arrogant, conceited, everything else. I had posted an advertisement on one of the billboards looking for an adult babysitter, hot blonde, come visit me in the library. A buddy of mine shows up, and he's like, Brett. I was like, yeah. He's like, hottest girl in school right now. Serious? He's like, yeah. I was like, let's go see. So I walk over, and there's these two guys that are hitting on her. So I just walk up, and me and Todd, that was my buddy, walk up, and I'm just sitting there listening, and they're giving the spiel and everything, and she's just kind of taking it in. Finally, I looked over, and I was like, you want to get out of here? And one of the guys looks at me, he's like, hey, we're talking to her. I was like, well, you're talking at her. You're not talking to her. I'm about to save her ass from you.
Yeah, that's a smooth pickup line, by the way. If I've ever heard one, that's good. You want to get out of here?
So start dating, and she was the girl that screwed my brains out, man. And I head over heels. We got married 6 months later. 6 months.
That's what love does.
That's what it does. And she didn't know I was a crook. She had no idea. She knew I was very bright. She knew I did a lot of theater, stuff like that. Got a job at, I was in Hazard. There was no jobs to be had. So I got a job in Lexington because we were going to be moving to UK. Got a job in Lexington at Lexmark testing printer boards, circuit boards. So I would leave on a Thursday night, work 3 18-hour shifts at Lexmark, come back home on Monday. Got married, faked a car accident to get that the rest of the money that I needed to get married. And the faking on that, man, I had bought a Chevy Spectrum at a car auction, maybe like $500 for it. My aunt had previously defrauded USAA insurance on a car accident. And she was telling me all about it. She's like, look, go down to this chiropractor, make sure you get the insurance where they'll pay for a rental car, they'll pay lost wages. I was like, they pay lost wages? She's like, yeah, they pay lost wages. I was like, She's like, by the way, you work for me. And I was like, I work for you. So
And you get to define the wage, and you can also define how long you were unable to work.
Exactly. And chiropractor will sign off on that. So my cousin Ronnie, he figures out like he finds fake this car accident, so he comes to me. He's like, "Hey, man, can I get in on that?" I was like, "Yeah, man, you get on." So this kid, he's 5 days younger. This kid, he goes to the dentist the day that we're faking, has a tooth pulled, tells the dentist not to numb it, not to stitch it, just pull it. So he shows up the day that we're driving out. And he's got blood all over his shirt. He's still bleeding out of the mouth and everything else. I'm like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm like, okay. So my mom, by this point, I'm living with my grandparents. My mom is up in the head of a hollow. So we're like, we'll just do it up there. We'll go act like we're visiting my mom. On the way back out, ran over him. Okay. So we go visit and everything. Come back out that night, run over the side of the hill. Me and Ronnie walk back up. Of course, it totaled us the car. Walk back to my mom's, acting like we've wrecked. She knows what time it is and everything else, and file the claims. So that gets the money to get married, and me and my wife moved from Haddon to Lexington. And I'm the kid that my crime usually, if I was a single guy, wouldn't break the law. Well, I would be all right, you know. But females involved, oh yeah, got to spend the money, got to show them gifts. Everything else was never enough to show love in some sort of healthy way. Always had to go overboard. Typically, it was buying something or stealing some sort of expensive crap.
So that was the thing. That was the way you show love, is by buying expensive gifts
or something overboard. Back then, with Susan initially, it was don't worry about working. I got it. You just worry about going to school. She was a music major. I was like, you just worry about going to school. So. Don't worry about cooking and cleaning. I got it. So not only was I this guy that was going overboard, but I was kind of a control freak too, right? So no, I got it. So here I am, 60-hour a week job, 18-hour class load, cooking and cleaning. Something had to give. I quit the job. I couldn't do it. Quit the job and start back in fraud and trying to hide that from her at the same time. So it was initially telemarketing fraud. I was working the first job I had was a telemarketer at a cemetery selling grave sites. And then that ended, went over to work for the Shriners Hospital. And there was a third-party company that was doing all the telemarketing. Made really good money doing that. That job ended, and then they pivoted over to working with Kiwanis clubs, selling food baskets to the food banks and everything. So I stole the phone list and started at my own Kiwanis club and would do the telemarketing, go out twice a week and pick up checks. Well, what happened is I'm going out picking up checks, go knock on a door. Turns out one of the persons that I had called was a law enforcement officer. So he was like, who are you? I'm like, I'm with the Kiwanis club. He's like, no, you're not. Got arrested, spent 3 months in a county jail for theft by deception. Got out, and we had to move from Lexington back to Hazard and live with Susan's parents. They had gotten a desktop computer, HP, and I started surfing around online. Found eBay, and didn't really know how to make money on eBay. About the same time, I'm committing low-level frauds online. I don't really talk about that in the past. First time I've really talked about that, but I would pay for it with bad checks. So
some more so not using a platform like eBay more.
I would find somebody that had like a stereo system on eBay, something like that, and I'd pay for it with bad check, and would rely on them not to chase me because they want stuff.
Fantastic strategy.
So got the money to move to finally did those schemes enough to get the money to move back to Lexington. We got to Lexington, and by this point, I'm doing this, like I said, these schemes on eBay, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to make money on eBay. Got to. So didn't really know how. One night I'm watching Inside Edition with Bill O'Reilly, and they're profiling Beanie Babies. So I'm sitting there watching, and one they're profiling is this one called Peanut the Royal Blue Elephant, selling for $1,500 on eBay. I'm sitting there going like, shit, I need to find me a Peanut. So my initial thought was, well, there's got to be one in one of these Hallmark stores in Kentucky someplace. So I skipped class the next day, went out around all the Hallmark stores looking for Peanut. No, idiot. He's on eBay for $1,500. So after a few hours of that, I'm like, Turns out they had little gray Beanie Baby elephants for $8. Picked up one of those for $8. Stopped by Kroger on the way home, picked up a pack of blue Rit dye. Went home, tried to dye the little guy. So that was a nightmare. Turns out they're made out of polyester. Get them out of the bath. Look like they've got the mange. And what happens is, I'm trying to dye the damn thing on my lesson. So I got online, found a picture of the real one, posted it on eBay. And I was like, well, what I can do is I can claim that's the one I've got, and then maybe claim that it got messed up in the mail and work out like that. So posted a picture of the real one online. Woman thought I had the real thing. She wins the bid. That social engineering kicks in immediately. I didn't want to be on the defensive. I wanted to put her on the defensive. So as soon as she wins the bid, I send her a message. Hey, we've not done any business before. I don't even know if I can trust you. What I need you to do protects us both. Go down to the U.S. Postal Service. Get 2 money orders totaling $1,500. Send them to me, issued by the U.S. government. That way we're both protected. As soon as I get the money orders, I'll send you your animal. She believed that. Didn't ask any questions at all. She believed that. Sent me the money orders. I cashed them out. Sent her the creature. Immediately got a phone call. I didn't order this. My response, lady, you ordered a blue elephant. I sent you a blue-ish elephant. And she got pissed. And she kept calling. What I found out, and that's really the first lesson of cybercrime that most of these criminals, including self, learns. If you delay a victim long enough, just keep putting them off. A lot of them, they get exasperated, throw their hands in the air, walk away. You don't hear from them. And none of them, to this day, none of them complain to law enforcement. They eat it.
So it's a mixture of like you're exhausted by the process, so it's just easier to walk away. And second, almost like an embarrassment.
So there's a whole slew of reasons. All right, there's the exhaustion, certainly. There's the embarrassment. So if you look at it today, where does the embarrassment come from? Well, the media, family members, we're all very good about blaming the victim for crimes. Why would you click on the link? Why would you send money to somebody you don't know? Blah, blah, blah. So you've got that's going on. You've got the issue of who do you complain to? Back then, you didn't know. Do you complain to local police? Because she's in another state. So which local police do you complain to? Do you complain to the feds? Well, it's not, the dollar amounts aren't high enough to complain to feds. Feds are going to tell you to go local. Local's going to tell you, hey, it happened in Kentucky. Complain to them. Kentucky's going to tell you, well, shit, you're over there. We need you to come in. So there's this whole issue of jurisdiction, of the blame factor, everything else. So I got away with that crime and did it under my own name at that point. Kept going and got better at it. Started to understand how to hide identities, things like that. Started selling pirated software. Pirated software led into installing mod chips. It was for the initial pirated software was a Sega Saturn, PlayStation 1. Well, you had to have a mod chip in those to play the pirated disc. So I started selling and installing mod chips. That led into installing mod chips into cable television boxes so you could watch all the pay-per-view, which in turn led into programming satellite DSS cards. Those 18-inch RCA satellite systems, pull the card out of it, program it, turns on all the channels. Started doing that.
Can we just pause?
Mhm.
That is very entrepreneurial. So technically, so there's laws and rules that you're breaking nonstop. So there's also legitimate ways of doing that, which is break the rules of the conventions of the past. That's the first principles thing. That's what Elon Musk and his ilk do all the time.
Right.
That is guts and brilliance. But when it's crossing the lines of the law, actually sometimes the law is outdated. The thing is, as a human being, you have to then compute the ethical damage you're doing, like ethically the damage you're doing about other human beings. That is fundamentally the thing that you're breaking, is you're adding to the suffering in the world in one way or another, and you're justifying it. But in terms of me sort of as an engineer, that is some gutsy thinking. That's how Woz and Steve Jobs thought.
Sure.
That's innovation. And maybe just think if you can introspect your thinking process here. This is a new. I like how you remember this in the HP. This is a totally new thing to you. Computers is yet another domain. How are you figuring these puzzles out? Presumably mostly alone. When you were thinking through these problems, this is a strange question to ask, but what is your thinking process? What is your approach to solving these problems?
So the approach is you do something and you fuck it up, and you think back, okay, how do I fix that? So you fix that aspect, you commit the crime again, and it goes a little bit further, and it screws up. Okay, how do I fix that? What's the issue on that? How do I fix that?
So there's not a deep design thinking like
later on it becomes that. Once you lay that groundwork of the way these schemes are working, right? It becomes that, and you can apply that to other things in cybercrime as a whole. All right, but initially it's basically trial and error. You've got a problem. How do you solve that problem? All right. So I'm committing these crimes under my name. How do I solve that? Well, one of the first principles that we started to teach on Shadow Crew is all crime should begin with identity theft. That's one of the main first principles that a lot of people to this day still don't really get. All right. Why would I commit a crime under my name if I can do it under your name? So that's one of the big buffers. And that takes trial and error to get to that point where you start to understand that's the way crime should operate if you're a criminal. All right. But with me, it's trial and error. It's that childhood where that mindset is kind of ingrained in you, where you're looking for ways, non-traditional ways of getting around things or getting through things.
I mean, one of the questions I'll probably ask this later is there's also a unique aspect to the outcome of what you were doing, which is you didn't get caught for a very long time.
Right.
We'll talk about why that is. And the thing is, it's so interesting. All crime probably to be effective should start with identity theft. I like that identity theft because identity theft can take so many forms.
Right.
So yes, so Shadow Crew. So as we started with love.
So now we're doing these schemes online. I'm programming these satellite DSS cards, and one of the interesting things, and you still see that to this day, is something will happen that will create an industry for criminals. All right. So what happened is Canadian judge rules about the same time that I'm doing these satellite. Canadian judge comes out and says, "Hey, it's legal for my citizens to pirate those signals." And his reasoning is since RCA doesn't sell the systems up here, my citizens can pirate it. Okay. So what happens is overnight, about the same time, PayPal comes into play. So PayPal's coming right online at about the same time. Overnight, little cottage pops up in the United States. Go down to Best Buy, buy the system for $100, take it out of the parking lot, open the system up, open the box up, pull the system out, pull the card out, throw the system away, program the card, ship its ass to Canada, $500 a pop. Started doing that. Business is good. Making $3,000 to $4,000 a week doing that. I'm like, yeah, that's good. have so many orders I can't fill all the orders, and quickly think to myself, why do I need to fill any of them? They're in Canada. I'm down here. Who are they going to complain to? Because I already found out people don't complain. All right, they're not going to complain to anybody. So I start, especially in Canada, and I'm having them send money. That's when PayPal's first into play, and it amazes me that everybody is using PayPal. It's like you don't even have to really ask. They're like, "Can we pay by?" Yeah, you can pay all day long by PayPal. And PayPal had no clue what they were doing with security, so it's like, okay. So they're sending money to PayPal. I'm having the PayPal cashed out to bank accounts in my name at that point. And I get scared because by that point I'm stealing $4,000 to $6,000 a week, and I'm like, somebody's going to be looking at money. So get it in my head. I'm like, best thing that I can do is get a fake driver's license, open up a bank account using that driver's license, cash out at the ATM. Good. No idea where to get a fake ID. Not a clue. So I get online, looked around, spent a couple weeks looking around. Thought I found a guy. He went by the screen name of Fake ID Man. Thought I found a guy, sent him $200, sent him my picture. Dude rips me off. I'm like, what the hell, man? Oh, I got played. He had a little website set up with reviews, and I'm like, oh, it's all legitimate. It's building that trust that I'm talking about. So the end result, I got pissed. There was no site that dealt with anything criminal or cybercrime related. The only real avenue you had was an IRC chat session, Internet Relay Chat. And that, I'm sure you've been on that. It's this rolling chat board. You don't know who the hell you're talking to. Most of them are full of shit. You can't trust anybody, and you're sitting there trying to conduct business. So, if somebody claims they've got a product or service, do they have it? Does it work? Or they just want to rip you off? Because in those channels, everyone's a criminal. I kept looking around, and I happened upon a website called Counterfeit Library. And Counterfeit Library only dealt with counterfeit degrees and certificates, as on a degree mill type stuff. But they had a forum, and no one was using the forum. So I basically get on there and bitch every day. I got ripped off, don't know what to do, bam, 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 bam. About the same time I start doing that, two other guys show up. One's named Mr. X, he's out of Los Angeles. The other guy's named Beelzebub, he's out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And we all become buddies. So, a few weeks of me bitching, a few weeks of them responding. Beelzebub gets me on ICQ, and he sends me a message. He's like, I went by the screen name of Gollum at that point, Gollum. And he's like, Gollum, I can make you a fake driver's license. And I was like, well, motherfucker, do it. And he's like, well, I'm going to charge you for it. I'm like, yeah, you are. And he's like, I am. I was like, no, you're not. And he's like, look, man, this business, if you're going to do this, you have to trust people or you're going to fail. He said, so I'm going to charge you $200, but I'm going to send you a driver's license. Well, by this point, I'm friends with the people who own Counterfeit Library. We're emailing, chatting, everything else. And I tell him, I'm like, okay, I'm going to send you $200. That way, when you rip me off, I'll have them ban you, and I don't have to deal with you anymore. And he's like, bet. I'm like, okay. So I sent him $200, sent him my picture. 2 weeks later, I get a driver's license. Name is Stephen Schwecke out of Ohio. And real guy. Worked at ADP Payroll to this day, works at ADP. This real guy works. Got the driver's license. And to me, at that point in time, it was the prettiest thing that I'd ever seen. And I'd never seen a fake ID before. I thought it was great. Turns out, looking back, it's like, So,
that is kind of a strong first step in creating a fake identity.
very strong. Very strong.
So that was like, Gasco just on the point he made that if you're going to be successful in this, you should have people you trust. Is he right on that?
Oh, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right.
So you have to have, this is like mob.
You have to
have an inner circle that you trust.
I'm sure you've probably heard me say this before. Successful cybercrime, all right? There are three necessities to being successful online if you're a criminal. Three necessities are gathering data, committing the crime, and then cashing it out. All three of those necessities have to work in conjunction. If they don't, the crime fails. The problem, and it's a huge problem, is that one guy can't do all three things. You know, you've got the people who gather the data, basically the general store salespeople who sell PII, credit card logins, data tools. They always sell the spoofed phone numbers and RDPs, stuff like that. A lot of the times, those people don't know how to commit the crime, and those people certainly in areas where you are not, in order for that crime to succeed, and that means you have to trust those people. So what happens with Shadow Crew? All right, so Counterfeit Library is the start. All right, Counterfeit Library transitions over to Shadow Crew. Right before that transition, there's a Ukrainian guy by the name of Dmitry Golubov. He was a spammer at that point in time. He saw what we were doing with Counterfeit Library, and he liked it. He was getting all these credit card details, and this kid, I mean, he's a kid. This kid has an idea. I wonder if people would buy stolen credit card details.
It's pretty good Ukrainian
Thank
Russian accent.
So he picks up the phone. He calls his buddies. They call their buddies. They have a physical conference in Odessa. 150 of these cyber criminals show up. And they launch this idea. This launches a website called Carter Planet, which is the genesis of all modern credit card theft as we know it. All right. So remember I mentioned those three necessities of cybercrime. Dmitry had all the credit data in the world, and he partnered with all these other Ukrainians who had all this data as well. The problem was that so much fraud had been committed on that eastern side of Europe that every card had been shut down. Even if you were a legitimate card holder and tried to cash it out, you weren't doing it at that point. So again, those three necessities: gathering data, committing crime, cashing out. Dmitry had the data. They could commit the crime. They could not put cash in pocket. So we were running Counterfeit Library. One day I get this message, or not a message, one day Script shows up. And he posts, just on the general forum, he posts, hey, I've got credit card data. Give me an address, give me a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, order whatever you want to. We had never seen anything like that. We were a PayPal fraud and eBay fraud site is what we were, and fake driver's licenses. So and we had, I guess we had 2,000-3,000 members at that point. So the response from the members was, that can't be real. You've got to be law enforcement. It's got to be trying to get us arrested and everything else. Let me backtrack a little bit. So the driver's license that I got, Beelzebub had an idea. What he wanted to do is he wanted to sell driver's licenses. Mr. X wanted to sell Social Security cards. He made a very passable Social Security card. Me, I had no skill level on that. I knew PayPal fraud and eBay fraud. So Beelzebub was like, tell you what, you be the reviewer. That way you get every product or service that comes in. They'll have to send it to you or let you have access to it. You can learn the entire game. And because you're not selling anything, it gives you legitimacy on the reviews. All right. So I started out as a reviewer, the only reviewer on Counterfeit Library. So over the next year, Beelzebub, turns out he was a pot grower. He goes back to growing pot because he wasn't making shit selling driver's licenses. Mr. X, about a year and a half in, he gets arrested, cashing out cashing out at casinos, doing some shit like that. So I'm the only guy left standing, and I'm at the top of the heap. So, and it becomes this thing where if I review somebody, they make a lot of money. If I don't, you don't do business here. So Script shows up saying he's got this. I'm the only reviewer on site. People think he's law enforcement. First week it goes like that. After a while, I'm like, okay, I got to do something. And I'm scared, man, because I'm like, he may be law enforcement. So I get him on ICQ and I'm like, hey, you have to be reviewed. He's like, what the hell is that? So I tell him what it is. He's like, you review me. I was like, yeah, that's the idea. So give him a drop address, give him a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, and I try to hit Dell for $5,000. The order fails. I get back on ICQ. Hey, man, it didn't work. He's like, give me one more chance. I was like, look, I'll give you one more chance, but it's your ass after that. He's like, one more chance. I'm like, okay. Give him another address, another phone number, wait another 5 business days. Hit Thompson's Computer Warehouse for $4,000. Dell for $5,000. Order goes through, get the products in. I posted that review on Counterfeit Library, And literally overnight, we turned from an eBay PayPal fraud site to a credit theft site. And that becomes a lot of money really quickly for members. So we were doing, now it's called CMP fraud, card not present fraud. So you hit an online merchant with stolen credit card data. Back then, a fairly experienced fraudster could profit $30,000 to $40,000 a month. Okay. Just buying, laptops, what have you, and cashing out, put them on eBay for sale and sell them like that. 30 to 40K a month was the profit on that. Script had a lot of buddies. He had people like Roman Vega, these other guys that would sell not just credit card data, but counterfeit physical credit cards as well. We had
Counterfeit, not stolen. So counterfeit. That must be tough to do.
So the connections
That must be harder than
it's
what
crazy.
drivers.
It's crazy. So you're back. So what BOA initially had, and I became the United States salesperson for BOA. But what he had was he was the first dumps provider in the United States. So on the back of your credit or debit card, there's a magnetic stripe. 3 data tracks on the stripe. There's the first data track is the customer's name. Second data track is the card number / 16-digit algorithm outside of that. That's important. We'll get back to that in a few minutes. Third data track is called indiscriminate data. No one uses it. All right. So what's bought and sold is the second data track. It's called the dump. And the reason that's sold is when you go into a shop, you insert the card or you swipe the card. The only information that's sent out for verification is the second data track. All right. That goes to the processor bank for verification. The first data track, that customer's name, shows up on the screen of the cashier in front of you. So what typically happens is you buy 10 of these dumps, you get 10 counterfeit cards, encode track 2 on all 10 cards. Track 1, you create 1 fake driver's license. Track 1 is just the name of that 1 fake driver's license. That way when you go in the shop, swipe the card, track 2 gets sent off for verification. Track 1 shows up on the screen in front of the cashier. If you ever ask for ID, you pull out the fake ID, everyone's nice, warm, fuzzy, you walk out with cameras, Rolex.
And track 1 could be it doesn't have to be connected. It's not connected to track 2.
Not connected at all. That's one of the big problems, all right?
Yeah.
So, Script brought a host of technical people into that type of environment, all committing credit card theft. We had proxy providers. We had all these people that were doing this stuff. We start making a lot of money. A lot. And the reason that happens is, again, Script did not have the ability to cash out. So he was reduced to selling things. And at the same time, he's looking for, how do I make more money? All right. The Ukrainians happened upon this thing called the CVV1 breach, or hack, is what it's called. So what happens is, remember I told you track 2, card number / 16-digit algorithm. You got to know the algorithm to encode it so you can swipe the card or take it to the ATM machine. All right, ATM. You got to know it. Now, we were fishing data from hell. I mean, we were doing a lot of fishing, a lot. We were getting pins, we were getting card numbers, but you can't get that algorithm. So the Ukrainians start testing stuff. What they found out was no bank had implemented the hash on track 2. So you take the card number / any 16 digits, it would encode. Take it to the ATM, pull cash out because you got the PIN. All right. Started doing that.
Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to understand. So that means, so if there's no hash, are they generating random numbers, or do they have valid numbers for track 2?
No numbers needed at all, as long as just the track 2 was a complete track 2.
So it's a valid track 2 that doesn't matter. So the PIN is the thing that gets you in.
Back then, all right. Back then, what we're talking about is you needed. Typically, today you need a whole track 2. You need that valid track 2. All right. You need the 16-digit card number / and then whatever that algorithm is beside it. All right. Back then, none of the banks had implemented that algorithm. So while the algorithm was there, you didn't need it to encode.
Interesting.
So
you can make a lot of money with physical
so
fake
much money that
credit
card not
cards,
present
debit cards.
Card not present fraud, remember I told you, was $30,000 to $40,000 a month. All right. That turned into $30,000 to $40,000 a day. The Ukrainians, Again, they can't cash it out. They've got all the data on the planet, but they can't cash it out. Those three necessities of cybercrime. So the deal became you have to rely on the Americans. Tell you what, we'll give you 40%. So you had all these cashiers that were 40% of $40,000 a day. Yeah, we'll take that. All right. Send the rest of it over to by Western Union or what have you to your Ukrainian contact. That's before cryptocurrency came into play. Now you had a couple of forerunners with eGold and Liberty Reserve, things like that. But back then it starts out with Western Union, then it becomes prepaid cards, sending track information over, loading the card up like that, and then finally you get to eGold, Liberty Reserve, and today it's with crypto. That's used. Started stealing a lot of money, a lot, and that got law enforcement attention. So we started to see, it's a crazy ass story. We started to see IPs coming in from law enforcement agencies, government agencies, because back then they didn't know how to shield their identity either. So you saw Secret Service, you saw DOD, you saw all these you're like, that's interesting. So, and at the same time, we had, it was called a hack, but it wasn't a hack. We had a guy that worked at T-Mobile in Los Angeles. This is the same guy that back then published Paris Hilton's phone contact list. It made a lot of news. Not only did he do that, but it turned out that the Los Angeles Secret Service agency was using T-Mobile phones. So he's getting text messages of the Secret Service investigating Shadow Crew. And you post those damn things on Shadow Crew. So I'm sitting there going, head of the pile. I'm sitting there going, this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. So at the same time, I had access. I started out with access to the Indiana State Sex Offenders Registry, and I was using that to create bank accounts, laundering money out, and I was selling bank accounts, stuff like that. They shut that down. The next database I had access to was the Texas driver's license database, and started using that to create fake driver's licenses, what have you. And then finally, we happened upon the California Death Index. All right. Complete information, mother's maiden, socials, DOBs, all that. And it's like, got to be a use for that. Well, you can use it to create identities all day long. My idea was, I wonder if you could take somebody that's died and then file for Social Security death benefit, not death benefits, but Social Security benefits for that individual and get that recurring paycheck in. So that takes a lot of research to start seeing if you can do that. How does the federal government know if you're dead? Do federal indexes reference state indexes? Got all these questions that pop up. Well, it turns out federal indexes don't reference state indexes. It's against the law. It also turns out the only way the federal government knows you're dead is prior to 1998, the family had to file a Social Security death benefit for that person. All right? Prior to 98.
Of course, most people don't.
Right. Prior to 98, it took the family. After 98, the hospital can do it, funeral home can do it, or the family can do it. So a lot more people have it filed after if they've died.
But it's still, there's a lot of people.
A lot of people that have. Because that death benefit's only like $219. Okay? Nobody's thinking about that shit. So I started to apply for Social Security benefits. Nope. Number's dormant. So they want you to come in for a physical interview. Here I am, 32. You're not going to pass as a 65-year-old. So no. So the next idea I had was, wonder if you could file income tax returns. Turns out you can. All day long. So I started doing that. And I started to steal that once I got ramped up, because you test everything. You're testing to make sure you got to figure out what the deposit instrument is and everything else. And once you get all that lined out, I started to steal $160,000 a week, every week for 10 months out of the year.
By paying taxes.
By filing fake
filing fake tax returns.
So you find a business,
Yes.
and the way the system worked is the IRS will issue a refund on somebody before they're able to verify that that person works for an employer. Still works like that today. All right. So,
And you keeping the amounts relatively low.
keeping $30,000. All right. Amounts are very low.
But you're still able to achieve scale because this large index
Right.
are real.
I got to where, and I was manual. Later on, a couple of buddies of mine went automated.
Wait, you were doing this by hand, so there's no code involved?
Oh man, I file a return once every 6 minutes. Work 10 hours a day, 3 days a week.
So clicking on, so typing fast and clicking.
One return every 6 minutes. That's changing IP. That's changing address. Everything else. One return every 6 minutes for 3 days a week. Fourth day, I would take a road trip, plot out a map of ATMs, and then the next 2 days, cash out. Bam, 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 bam. All right. Come back home, rinse and repeat. Turns out that a backpack, I'm sitting around here, but a backpack will hold $150,000 of 20s. This is what it will hold. So I put $150K in 20s in a backpack. I had a spare bedroom. I'd come in, toss the backpack in the bedroom.
This is very, very important information, and the fact that you know it is also very.
Yeah.
First, we started with a volume of coal that weighs a ton, and now a backpack holds $150,000 of points, and then you can multiply that by 5 for hundreds.
Yeah.
I
Which
like
is 20.
this.
Most of the time it's 20. It's coming out weight, right? Each 20 weighs a gram.
Each 20 weighs a gram.
So you can actually go by weight, which is what federal authorities do when they get a pallet of cash. They just weigh it.
Oh, they just weigh it.
So 150K is 7.5 keys of cash.
50. Oh, that's pretty light.
Not bad. Not
Yeah,
bad.
you get a big backpack. Do a good run with David Goggins with it.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it.
So,
The fact, this is great. So wait, where does that come in with the backpack?
so what happens is I didn't know how to launder money. All right, so I'm throwing cash in a spare bedroom. One day you open up the bedroom and you're like, got to do something with those backpacks, and that's when you start learning how to launder money. Cash-based businesses, things like that. I had a production company, had a couple of detailing company. I was thinking about running food trucks, things like that in Charleston.
Actually, can you pause on that to take a tangent there? How does money laundering work? I mean, at that time, what years are we talking about?
This is by the time the tax return schemes go into play, we're talking 2002, 2003 is when tax returns start.
And so what at that time and what you're aware of now, how it evolved, how does money laundering work?
It's not that much different. It's really not. You get a cash-based business, start laundering the money or putting the money through that, saying the transactions are illegal. You then start depositing into bank accounts. From bank accounts, my thing is have bank accounts in the United States, Mexico, Canada, and then finally bounce over to Estonia was the final destination of all this stuff. And the idea is to try to move them to so many places that by the end of the day, it looks legal and you can't trace it all if you're caught, which you ultimately are. But so cash-based businesses,
So when you say, sorry to interrupt, the cash-based businesses, you have money that needs to be moved to other people. So how does that work? What's the business? Are people providing you a service and you're giving them money?
Right. So you do the Ozark thing if you want to do that. So you can gamble, cash out something like that, or trips to whatever casino you've got. You've got your production company or your detail company. So how many cars are you cleaning a day? How many companies have you got to do that? All right. Whatever that company is, it's got to be cash-based. Somebody's paying you in cash is what you're doing. You have to have enough of those cash-based businesses where it doesn't look funny. All right. Because if you're a detail company making $100,000 a month, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you start depositing into that. Well, because of the Patriot Act, as a suspicious activity report, SARS came in at $2,500 instead of the $10K that it used to be. So all of a sudden you've got multiple bank accounts that you've got to set up. All right. Fortunately, what you also had is you had a bunch of prepaid debit cards that were coming into play at the same time. So a combination of bank accounts, prepaid debits that had ACH abilities attached to those as well, and you start running them all together. Then once it's out of the United States, you don't have to worry as much. You can start funneling that into fewer bank accounts until finally you've got the one main account that's over at Bank Latico in Estonia at that point. That's what you've got.
So a bunch of hops that end up at a place that you can't trace.
And to give you an idea, I was arrested February 8th, 2005. My last seizure was 2010. Got the last seizure notice. So took them, they got it, but it took them that long to get to it.
So how do stories like with Script that come into play here, where he had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured? So when does it turn darker?
It turns darker when the more money you make. Script was a kid that he was stealing enough money that he was able to buy whatever estate he wanted to. And he would brag about touring the countryside. And if he saw property that he liked, he would buy it. And that was not just a brag, he was doing that. So this kid is stealing a lot of money. At the same time, he's got connections politically because of his family. He's got connections, and that family's got connections with the Ukrainian mob. All right. So he's got these inroads, and people are looking out for him. And he's stealing a lot of money at the same time. Somebody doesn't pay him a decent amount of money. Somebody doesn't pay him. Now, we had never, with Shadow Crew, with Carter Planet, with Counterfeit Library, we were basically the geeks. All right. We were just the fraudsters, the social engineers. We had never really considered violence. The rules that I had in play were, hey, we don't do child pornography. We don't do counterfeit currency. We don't do drugs. And the only thing we ended up really obeying was the child porn stuff, except for Max Butler, who you mentioned earlier. Script, someone rips the guy off. And he comes online on Shadow Crew at that point, and he posts these pictures one day. And I mean, it was a detailed narrative through the pictures. It had the guy that rammed in the van, had the door open, rammed in the van, had the guy tied up, had the guy being tortured, and the response was, "This is what happens when you steal from me." And that's the first time that violence came into play at that point. That's when you start realizing things are getting serious.
How did that make you feel?
The first response is, can't be real. He's just doing that. You know, he's wanting to send a message. Then you're like, no, that's real. That's real. And
were you afraid in your own heart that you might descend to that too? Like if you see that, or was it pretty clear to you that that's a line that some people can cross and some can't, and you're not one of those that can cross it?
You know, I got to tell you, I joke with my wife. The joke I tell my wife is, you know, if I knew some guy that had 8,000 bitcoins, I might be persuaded to ask him for access to that. And she was like, how? And I was like, well, hammer and toes.
Yeah.
And I say that as a joke, but there's that line where you're like, I remember who I used to be. And if you're looking at that kind of money, I might be persuaded to do that back then. You know, that's, and I think that's was Script's issue, is it was a lot of money to him.
And then there's, you know, violence can also be gradual. So every time you do a little more, a little more.
You get used to what's going on, and then like
get desensitized.
And you figure, you take somebody like Ross Ulbricht, the Silk Road guy. All right, Ross was not a violent guy. He was not. But at that point in time, you know, he was sitting on 24 million in Bitcoin. He was the only game in town, and that 24 now is like 24 billion, some crap like that. But he felt in danger of this guy was going to turn him in. You know, it was blackmail and everything. So Ross thinks he hires a couple hitmen to kill the guy. So it becomes that thing, and I saw that over and over again. And I'd like to say I wasn't like that, but given the same circumstances, I would have probably done the same thing.
And also, when you're not just about money, there's a lot of other forces. Like if you're threatened for your well-being, or for your wealth, or for your power, all of us operate under different motivations.
Plus, that online aspect of those communities like that, if you're the head guy, you really feel like you're the parent of these guys. So if somebody's starting to threaten them, it's like, all right, what do I need to do?
So what do you make of Silk Road? The Shadow Crew started something that today you can call darknet and darknet markets. So these markets that operate, that trade things, everything from child pornography to drugs to I mean, what else?
Everything.
What are the dark things that humans want to do that they don't want anyone to know about? All of those things. So, can you maybe tell me? You know what? Let's just even step back. What is the dark net? How big is it? So, what happens there?
Let's backtrack a little bit more before we get to that. All right. What Shadow Crew did, other than dealing in all these stolen wares, what Shadow Crew did that's really important. Remember those 3 necessities that I talked about. But the important thing is it established trust among criminals. All right, because that's a necessity. You have to be able to trust who you're dealing with, because you have to deal with somebody. You have to. All right. So how do you know you're not dealing with a cop? How do you know you're dealing with somebody that's skilled? How do you know you're going to deal with somebody that's not going to rip you off? You have to be able to trust that individual. The Shadow Crew provided that trust mechanism for criminals. You had that communication channel with forums where you could reference conversations weeks, months old, take part and learn from those conversations. You had vouching systems and review systems in place, escrow systems in place. You knew by looking at someone's screen name if you could trust the individual, network with the individual. All right, and that community of just humans provided that backbone of trust, and that's really interesting when you think about it. You had the trust that was there, but you also had this almost this instantaneous information that was available about the community or about cybercrime at large. That's still in play today. All right, so when that was the way things were until a couple of things happened, and one was cryptocurrency. The other one was the Tor browser, the dark web. I was working with the Secret Service, ripping the Secret Service off when Tor comes into play. All right, so we got a memo in one day, and it was talking about the Tor browser, and it was like, we really need to be careful with this. This is going to be a problem. And so we all fired up the Tor browser, and it turns out this was 2005, early 6. Turns out it was completely unusable. Could not use it at all, simply because no one was using it, and it was extremely slow. So
for people who don't know, Tor browser is a way to be completely anonymous.
As long as you properly know how to use it. Huge caveat. Yeah. All right. So developed by the United States Navy, and they developed
this.
Yeah.
No,
Oh yeah.
it wasn't the hackers that.
U.S. Navy. To this day, the number one funder of Tor, military. To this day. All right.
Interesting. I mean, the same, I guess, with the internet, the origins are.
So and it was developed so that operatives could communicate with each other without being identified. All right. It then goes open source. They release it. EFF comes in, starts sponsoring everything else like that. The next idea was, people can get around their country firewalls. Whistleblowers can use it, things like that. Well, someone forgot to mention that the first adoptees of tech, if you can use it to launder money or remain anonymous, are criminals. So criminals start to use the damn thing. All right. So along the same time, we get, a few years later, we get Satoshi Nakamoto pops up with his ideas for Bitcoin, and then Ross Ulbricht runs with it. Ross Ulbricht decides he's going to start up Silk Road. So initially, the people who were using Tor, which later was the dark web, people who were using Tor were just talking to each other, visiting websites, communicating like that. Someone figured out, hey man, we could host websites on this thing, and they have a lot of trouble finding the box. So that is the advent of Silk Road all of a sudden. Ross Ulbricht has this idea that he's going to change the world by becoming the largest drug dealer on the planet. So he opens up the Silk Road, and the only payment instrument he allows is Bitcoin. So if those people out there are wondering why Bitcoin is going at $44K today,
yeah,
starts.
And by the time this is out, it could be 100,000 or 10,000. We'll see.
Who knows? If it's 10,000, I'm going to buy some. So,
which is a hilarious statement to make, because that statement would be ridiculously wrong like 5 years ago. Right?
I know.
People 100 years from now will be laughing. Wait, it was that low?
So he only accepts Bitcoin, and that's, of course, the initial use case of crypto is, no one wants to admit it today, but the initial use case is, we're going to buy a bunch of pot.
We need somebody. We need a way to pay. So that's what happens. Ross, it's really interesting if you look at motivations of cyber criminals. Motivations are status, cash, ideology. All right, my guys all cash across the board, all cash. Ross is ideology. He really believed he was going to change the world. He really did. I've been fortunate. I actually know the guy who ran Silk Road 2, and have talked to the kid, everything else, and I will tell you that those guys who